Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return. Something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ay. Ball so hard, ay. Raise the bar, ay. Turn into a star, ay. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard? Ayy, what about too hard? Ayy, about too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basic, skipping this classes. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we countin' them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard? Ayy, what about too hard? Ayy, about too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this, don't like surprises. I cause a crisis, man, I'm a scientist. With the music I spice things, up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my niggas from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here.
Oh! Maybe you're like Caden and Hank, who get a real thrill from the speed of their HDDs.
welcome back to Six Masters 2020 here, the national tournament for the Oceanic region. I'm Dev Marta, and joining me for the first time in about 9 months that we are finally back casting together, it's Raven. Raven, dude, how are you going tonight?
I am good, and I am so excited to be casting with you again. Like you said, it has been a long time. Raleigh Major qualifier finals for APAC last year was the last time we casted together. Yeah, it feels like forever ago.
Yeah, those games were a lot of fun, and I mean, Six Masters has promised to be the same so far. You guys can keep up to date with all the action on the Rainbow Six ANZ socials. That's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, wherever. We're all there. You can also participate in a bunch of poll votes as well to get your say on who you think's going to win the different games. But Raven, we kicked off Six Masters last week with yourself and Guz. It was a really exciting time to be really putting the spotlight on ANZ now that there's not a lot of other action going globally. What was it like kicking off Six Masters?
It was actually a really great week for matches. We saw some upsets such as LFO beating Elevate, which I'm sure we're going to be talking about a lot later, and even some really back and forth matchups between Wildcard and Sinister, Knights versus Ferox was also a pretty close affair, so it's really started off strongly.
Yeah, so, I mean, let's kind of recap where we're at so far in terms of how these teams are falling on the ladder. So we are playing a best-of-2 round-robin system with our 8 teams in this league, and so far got TBD and Wildcard sitting at the top, 6 points each. Every map that you win will give you 3 points, and each map has no draws, just wins or losses. So this is kind of where we're sitting at the moment. Obviously, only 1 day of games for each team, so they just played 2 matches each. Pretty early to kind of look at a pattern for where we're expecting to feel out, but I guess it does kind of give us some idea into how these teams have come out of the gate, whether they've come on the performance we've expected. How are you kind of seeing this so far? Is this where you'd expect it to be sitting, or is there maybe a bit of a diversion from the norm?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some differences to what you would have expected out of week 1, with the major one being LFO and Elevate. LFO coming in through the open qualifiers, being the bottom seeded team. You would have expected that Elevate, being the top seeded team, would have been able to secure both those maps, but they did get that upset map, and they actually got the series victory, if you want to call it that, even though they won a map each, based on that round differential. So that is LFO there in 3rd spot, and I think that is really the biggest shock to the start of Six Masters.
I think especially because coming into this, Elevate, they came 2nd in the Rainbow Six Pro League for ANZ last season, Season 11 under Fnatic, so they're the top-seeded team here in this league. LFO coming through open qualifiers, they're the bottom-seeded, so it was literally the top team in theory versus the bottom team in theory, and like you pointed out, LFO came ahead in the round differential, which makes the difference when it comes down to those tiebreakers later on in the season, which makes the difference for those playoff spots and those prize money placings as well.
Yeah, hugely. I mean, if LFO are able to keep up the form that they had and take more maps off some of these top teams, there's potentially a chance that they could, have a close finish with Elevate, and that head-to-head can come back to bite you.
Well, let's see where we'll be going tonight in terms of the matches we've got going on. We talked a lot about LFO. They'll be kicking off tonight with a game against TBD. Those 2 teams will play 2 maps, as it is a best-of-2 system here. Each map does have overtime. And then later on tonight, we've got Team Sinister versus Pittsburgh Knights, which is a rematch from just the end of last season of the Pro League as well. Is there a match here that you're kind of looking to be the match of the night, or any particular flags that you're seeing from these teams?
I'm actually really excited for both matches, LFO versus TBD, mainly to see how LFO can back it up against another strong side. And then even the Sinister Knights game that was played recently, as you said, in Pro League, and the Knights had a relatively off week for what we had seen from them in Pro League. So I think that's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, definitely stick around for that one later tonight. But first up, we do have LFO TBD. Let's have a look at some of the players on these rosters. You might not be so familiar with these guys. Coming up through the open qualifier, they didn't drop a game that entire qualifier, and they've come through, came out of the gate swinging with the map against Elevate so far. And we see some familiar faces here. Hills did play in the Pro League last season on what's now Knights. So, but other than that, not necessarily players we're familiar with.
No, definitely not. Mostly unknown names there, but I'm sure Mims has probably become a bit more of a memorable name for some people. He had a fantastic first week against Elevate, and ultimately he did get the game-winning clutch in a 1v3, I believe it started out as, on Clubhouse. So that was a really big effort from him, and I'm sure there's going to be a bit of a spotlight on him going into this matchup.
Yeah, no doubt. And if you've been following the Snowball Esports publications, you will have seen that Mims actually was awarded the MVP for last week as well. But nonetheless, let's have a look at who they'll be facing. That's TBD tonight. These guys have been in the Pro League for quite some time. They qualified for Six Masters. They played on stage last year at MEO at Six Masters 2019, and these guys haven't had any roster changes since Six Masters. These are the guys you know and love.
Yeah, and they had a bit of instability in terms of their roster in Pro League, but they have managed to maintain that, some commonality moving forward. And they had a relatively good week 1 against Kanga, who really showed some resilience on Cafe. That map actually went into overtime, but in the end, TBD still proved to be too strong and showed they can still be relatively consistent. So they're going to have to put up a big effort against LFO. I mean, we've seen that Elevate can have dropped points to LFO, and there's every chance that TBD could do the same. But QD was a big factor for TBD's performance last week. He had a massive map 1 and really kept them in that.
Yeah, a lot of expectations, I think, on TBD. Season after season, they have been top 4 in the Pro League, and now coming into Six Masters, maybe there's an opportunity for that to kind of move around a little bit. And the key is consistency. That's what we saw from TBD last season in Pro League. They managed to keep that consistently, and they managed to keep themselves in the top 4. I think they ended up in 3rd place, actually, even over wildcards. So quite a strong performance from these guys so far. LFO TBD, I think that most people's money would go on to TBD to be the favorite. You know, they're the old guard. They've been around for longer, but I feel like it's just not that clear cut at the moment.
Yeah, I really don't think it is. We have only seen that one series of this kind of caliber from LFO, so there's not a massive amount to go on, but just given how they played against Elevate and considering the pressure they might have felt or not have felt in that first week, it makes this week all the more interesting.
Yeah, right. So let's talk about the map veto for this. We've got these teams going to play in a best of 2 series. Like I've said, the way that this works is each team gets to ban 1 map out of the 7 maps in the pool, and then each team gets to pick 1 map out of the 5 remaining maps, and then the other 3 maps just don't get played. So really, it forces these teams to have a much stronger map pool. Let's pull up the first 2 operator bans, map bans rather, and see where we won't be heading, and maybe we can kind of discuss that a little bit. So LFO getting rid of the consulate, TBD, the theme park. We talked a little bit about this coming into this. I don't know, I feel like this is pretty expected so far in terms of what we'd be looking at. Your thoughts, Raven?
Yeah, I mean, I was even thinking that consulate might slip through, and that could potentially even be TBD's pick. So that could be what LFO's thought process is in banning it out. That changes things a little bit. Theme park, at this stage, though, for TBD, I'd say is just a ban. They probably haven't worked a whole lot on it, and just looking to keep the maps that they have practiced in play.
I feel like the consulate one is pretty salient for a point. You know, like you were saying, you expected maybe it would go through. From TBD's side, we're probably looking at consulate and Villa being their best maps. So I feel like TBD is probably going to pick Villa here, which is a kind of mixed result map for LFO. As for the LFO camp, Theme Park was banned out. I don't think that'll phase them that much. They're probably going to go with something strong like a cafe or clubhouse, which they're pretty comfortable with. Let's roll out the picks and see where we'll end up. Villa picked up by LFO, not TBD, and TBD picks cafe. Okay. I thought it was going to be the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pretty high pick rate still for LFO on Villa, at least in the matches that we've seen through LPL and the qualifiers. And likewise with Cafe, so I think this is going to be a really interesting series because both these maps, in terms of LFO, probably stack up all right compared to some of the other maps they could have gone to. And TBD, picking Cafe, I'm surprised about because they really struggled against Kanga in that last week, particularly in the second half, which is what led it to go to overtime. So I guess they feel like they can make some big changes here to perform a bit better. And also, LFO have a VOD on them now.
Yes, that's a great point. We talked about how TBD played. They came out really strong, but it was close against Kanga. And I mean, in terms of the more longer term kind of history for TBD, we have seen mixed result. They did lose it to Elevate last season, 4-7. So I feel like that can swing, but I don't know. I don't feel confident saying what I expect these match results are going to end up at.
Yeah, it's really hard to call, and a lot of that comes down to LFO still being a bit of the dark horse. We saw how they played last week, And this week, it's all about them backing it up and proving that it wasn't really a fluke. And on that, Enigma, you talked about Snowball Esports. They actually spoke to Enigma, and he said that they're going to ensure that taking a map off the top team isn't going to be just a fluke, and that you can expect them to push for a win this week again. So I'm really curious to see whether they can back that up.
Yeah, I do really feel like LFO is the team to watch out for if you're looking for an underdog. I know a lot of people, especially us Aussies, we love an underdog. And LFO have come into this, like we said, through an open qualifier, just a bunch of guys that are always constantly beating me in ranked, which... and then they come through and they take a map off of the top-seeded team. I mean, coming into this week, it's the next item on the agenda, TBD for them. I think that they're probably fairly comfortable expecting what maps they'll get to. TBD didn't throw any curveballs here. They played a map they played last week. They picked a map they played last week. They banned a map that no one's played before other than Sinister and Wildcard here in ANZ. So from LFO's perspective, you're probably thinking, okay, so far, everything has gone to plan.
Absolutely. And one thing that's really, I guess, helpful sometimes when you're the bottom seed is you have less expectations on you, especially a team like LFO coming through open qualifiers, never really playing this level before. I mean, all of us basically wrote them off last week, and look how they performed. And there's something to be said about a team that doesn't have that uber amount of pressure like a team of Elevate that have on them, where they were expected to take easy maps in that first week.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at what you guys thought about who's going to win this game, because we're still a bit undecided. Could swing. The poll vote comes out very, very close. Very much echoing what we were saying. A lot of people are expecting a trade of maps here. 37% to LFO, 39%, just a slight advantage to TBD, with nearly a quarter of you guys thinking that we're going to see a trade of maps here. And that could totally be the case here. Remembering that both of these teams are currently orgless. So if you're an organization out there, a club looking to pick up a team, this is a game you should be watching. And yeah, I mean, I think that's totally reflective of what we're looking at.
Yeah, I really think that is a fair assessment of this series. And it's tough to call. I mean, I know that in the Snowball Esports predictions, we were all very split on terms of how this is going to pan out. And yeah, it's just really hard to call, and these maps make it even more interesting because they seem to be pretty good maps for both of these teams.
Something that I was talking to one of the Kanga guys about previously is this map veto system, which is fairly unusual compared to a lot of other Rainbow Six vetoes for best of ones, best of twos. Usually you get a lot more bans than this. This forces teams to have a really strong map pool. You only get one ban. Only one ban every week. So you can either use that to just ban out your do what Wildcard do and just always ban border, ban out that map that you just never want to play, or you want to try and target ban against your team like LFO did here, getting rid of the consulate. Now, it can come back to bite you either way, but it means that these teams, it's in my opinion, more likely you're going to see closer series where each team takes their own map, because you're not playing a map that necessarily LFO is as comfortable on when TBD gets to pick it, because LFO only got to ban the one map. That said, I could totally see this swinging 2-0 for LFO, and that's what I put down for my snowball predictions, because I'm going for the underdogs here, and I just want to see that upset that they started last week really continue.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the vetoes definitely makes that feel a little bit more of a compelling argument that you could see an LFO 2-0, because these are two of their stronger maps. That really surprises me about TBD not trying to pick more to the weaknesses, because as you were saying about the veto system, a team has to be really strong on a lot of maps now in terms of getting through 6 masters. A team like LFO, you would expect only just starting out at this level, coming through LPL Pro and the open quals to get here. Maybe their map pool isn't quite as deep to this level, and that should be exploitable in theory.
Yeah. Oh no, I totally agree with you on that. And then there is that flip side, which is that TBD have more VODs on them, which is an argument that I think most people would say, well, if they're a more established team, there are more VODs against them. But remembering that LFO played in the LPL Pro, where they played through an entire double elimination bracket, plus a lot of the games in the open qualifier were broadcast as well. There's a lot of VODs you can go back and watch LFO as well, which can then further exploit a potentially less developed map pool here. So I think that does give a real opportunity to TBD. But despite that, in terms of the actual maps that we're heading to, Cafe as TBD's pick, we've seen decent results from LFO. They've beaten Yura in the open qualifier 7-2. However, they also lost it to PC419 in, I believe it was the same qualifier, in fact. Yeah, indeed it was. So, mixed results overall from LFO on that map.
Yeah, and that was actually their only map loss in the qualifiers. So, I mean, they had a pretty strong qualifier run in general. And I think that counts for A bit, but I mean, the team caliber can be quite different. And considering that because they were the bottom seed, they have to go through from the top to bottom in terms of who they play in Six Masters. So they already had Elevate. Now TBD. Next week it's Wildcard. It only in theory gets easier for them, but really it was always going to be a hard start for them to Six Masters.
And I think that's why it's even more commendable that they came out strong. And it's a pattern that we saw last season as well with Pro League, not with Six Masters, but with Pro League, where I think it was in the first 2 weeks we had like Homeless, which is now Knights, and Kanga come out winning against like Wildcard and taking draws to Fnatic and all that. So I can totally see LFO continuing this. There is a question mark of when is it just a fluke? They're here to prove that wrong. I'm totally willing to give them that opportunity here.
Yeah, they have everything in their power to do so, honestly. And I think that puts a lot more pressure on TBD. I really feel like the result from last week against Elevate actually probably would hinder the mindset of TBD, at least just a touch. Of course, they're going to be confident in themselves, and they would be confident coming into this matchup regardless. But to see how LFO performed against a team like Elevate, that TBD really struggled to take points off in Pro League, I think that's going to play a little bit of havoc in terms of your mindset coming into the game, and maybe just second guess a little bit about how you approach the game.
I think going on from TBD's mindset perspective, right? Last week they were playing against Kanga on Cafe, which is their map pick tonight. TBD went up 4 rounds, and I don't think Kanga had gotten a single frag that entire time. Like, that's the best possible position you could put yourself in mentally to close out a game that ends up going all the way to overtime, and they only just win 8-6. So there's never a point where TBD has absolutely got it in the bag. There's always opportunities for teams like Kanga to come back, and potentially tonight LFO. I mean, it is their map where we're playing first, as far as I'm aware. We will be playing Villa first, and that is interesting. One of TBD's good maps as well. When I was writing down what I thought the best maps for TBD, it was Villa and Consulate. So a bit of a gamble from LFO to take TBD to one of, in my opinion, best maps. So I don't know. I'm a bit scared, but I'm just back and forth every second, and I think that's totally reflected in what we've been saying about this being such a tight game, and the poll vote reflecting that as well.
Yeah, and I think it just kind of shows that LFO seem to be confident in their game to pick Villa against TBD, which we can see statistically has been one of TBD's better, if not best maps. So for them to go out and pick that, leaning into their strengths, I think shows their mindset in that they're not really intimidated or afraid by these top teams.
Well, it's time to jump on in to Villa here. It is LFO's map pick. Kicking it off here for Six Masters Playday 3. This should be a fairly tight game, but let's see if LFO can back up their map pick here with a victory.
And these operator bans could play a big factor here. It seems like teams are really leaning towards something to do with wall denial or gadget denial, so I would expect to see a Thatcher, Maverick, maybe even Thermite ban or Habana ban come off the board.
Gonna get rid of that Ying nice and first, yeah. So, I mean, Ying's an interesting one because of that, the buff recently, and then the revert back to just 3 Candelas. So, despite that, TBD is still a little bit scared of it and want to lock it away nice and early. Ying was not at all a common ban before that buff. And so it's interesting to see that despite that slight reversion of that buff, we're still seeing the Ying get banned here.
Yeah, I think generally teams are just deciding they don't want to deal with it, but also it can be helpful for getting rid of gadgets. And in a meta at the moment where there's a lot of soft breach that needs to be used, clearing the gadgets is pretty important. And so starting on defense as TBD, getting rid of that Ying could really help them play utility havoc against LFO.
Mango's coming out with the angry face in chat. I'm not sure if that was for banning the Clash.
Yeah, that'd be the Clash. Mangoes is pretty famous for playing Clash on Villa after some of TBD's matches in Pro League. So a bit of a target ban there coming out of LFO, which again, I think shows their mindset. They've done their prep. They're feeling confident to take TBD on this map. They seem to know exactly what they're in for.
I respect that. I mean, it shows that they've done their VOD research. So I'm actually pretty confident everything that we've seen so far from LFO has indicated that they're primed and ready for this game, which is exactly what they need to be tonight. Especially starting
Yeah,
on
that
the attack, which is typically requires you to have a bit more initiative and confidence rather than the defense, where you can sit back and kind of play reactively. You really have to keep that initiative on attack.
Yeah, they really have to bring their A game to start off this map, because sometimes you can fall into a slump if you struggle to attack on Villa, and some teams don't bounce back from that. Some teams just sometimes draw extra motivation. Either way, it's just going to be a bit of an onus on LFO to start strong.
So set up here, the Bandit and the Goyo. Now Goyo has been an operator TBD have really began to embrace. I know he was very much on meta. He did receive a bit of a nerf when he lost that shield, but we see that TBD accommodate for that by bringing the deployable shield on not only the smoke, but also the Wamai. So that makes a grand total of 4 shields. And that Bandit not actually being used to Bandit trick, but rather to protect these shields. Any Ash charge that attempts to actually hit the shield won't detonate, it will be destroyed. So that's something Sogs has to be extra aware of. He can still use the Ash charge to destroy these shields, but he has to make sure it doesn't actually touch that shield and get within range of the electrical field. Has to land next to it, and then the explosion to destroy the shield. So I like this this choice from TBD. Really nice, strong setup.
Yeah, it really puts an onus on just precision and accuracy of intel from LFO, because if they get a bit sloppy, they could well and truly waste some utility trying to clear some of that. So far, it's a really interesting push from LFO. They do see Joker on the roam, so deciding whether to push into that, if his style is backing him up, could be a bit of a trap. It really leans into TBD's strengths as a bit of an aggressive team, willing to play across the map to stall you out.
Presence on study. Player entering downstairs is nasty here on the Nomad. He does have Nomad charges to prevent these flanks downstairs. Interestingly, 2 Nomad charges placed to prevent that flank downstairs, and of course we did see Hills droning there as well. The IQ usually going downstairs indicates clearing out of utility from below, and we can see the defense is definitely ready for that with those pre-placed holes. It'd style also on this north side roam. Hills may be willing to chase that, but he might encounter the Jaeger of Itby style ready and waiting here on these red stairs.
Yeah, and early engagement's coming out, though, favoring LFO, so it is a good start on entry. It is a risky one with the Hibana taking the gunfight. Losing that could have been detrimental, but did survive. As you said, Cutie did do some good work on site to have holes above so that he can help back up his teammates. And of course, they can be used by somebody else. Joker was the one to get that refrag. But so far, Dev, this is looking pretty good for LFO at the start of this attack.
Pinch now on the objective. Cutie just holding firm. SMG-11 in hand. And an avenue onto the bomb site firmly opened here by the Hibana of Angmo. Control all of top round, and Study makes us a pincer maneuver, and Cutie feels he has to get aggressive. He's punished, and Angmo's in sight. Full control now. Or rather, this is the Ippy style holding firm. Put under the pump at the moment. Joker here to support from the door at top red, but you can see the pressure that Ippy style's on low HP as well. Plenty of time for LFO to execute.
Yeah, and I like that the execute is happening onto bar there. There's so much denial on the other side. So LFO are going to have to go deep. Plan is going down by Mims, being covered by Angmo, who has been tagged. Ippy Style's going to sneak around, but actually he's fragged out, which means it is going to be all up to Joker. But he gets pushed from the study. That's a great start from LFO there, taking that first round.
I really do love that one. Excellent work from LFO from the first pick and then converting that into the round victory piece by piece, taking the control that they needed. There seemed to be no answer from TBD for the opening of the study wall and taking control of the brown stairs. TBD just wasn't quite able to hold on long enough, and LFO, they had so much time, they had the manpower as well. Managed to convert that round. Now we do see the retry here on Aviator Games from TBD. A Montaigne teased out from Sogs on LFO, but that will be 6 picked off of. I love that. I mean, you don't have to have a Montaigne strat to just pick Montaigne in 6-pick phase and then get rid of him. It just makes the defenders think twice and look, maybe they would be thinking to themselves, okay, maybe we need to swap out this bandit for Elysian. Maybe we need to change some of our lineup somewhere, and those mind games, totally underrated.
You're totally right. That really could have had an impact on how the defense plays out. Mangos took a while to lock in the Wamai, so there probably was some discussion from TBD whether maybe to bring the Legion, whether it's something that LFO would lock in. It's definitely an underutilized way of the 6th pick, or underthought of area of 6th pick. I really like.
I think Cutie's actually moved that shield. I'm not sure whether that shield was in that spot last time. They mostly dedicated a utility to holding the top of Brown stairs, and now it looks like TBD is trying to make sure that they're just stronger on their sight positions themselves. You can see instead they're expecting to be losing this classical hall control, placing barbed wire there to slow down their attackers. Still some kind of presence at top Brown here with this deployable shield. The Wamai's a perfect operator to hold this as well, as if the attackers try to flash out and then destroy that shield in that position, he can just keep throwing those discs to catch any projectiles that threaten his shield. But I expect that the Wamai of Mangoes is he's expecting to get flushed out at some point.
Definitely seems like it, and you're right. The longer that the Wamai can stay alive, the stronger that's going to be, because he will store up those magnets and can continually use those to deny the utility. So I think that's something that LFO will have to consider dealing with early if they want to take that control. But so far it looks like they're doing a pretty similar push to the previous round, and they're going to try and flush out the aggressive roam from TBD that we did see. I think in terms of TBD, what they need to do is maybe push back into LFO a little bit more, because LFO were happy to get up in their face and happy to take those picks early, and that worked out so well for them when they came to their execute.
Bomb located by attackers.
And from LFO's perspective, it's very much the same kind of attack. This downstairs presence here, and Hill's looking for this late flank up Astro. Joker does start to shoot a little bit, giving away his position, and Hills decides not to give away his own, but it doesn't matter. Joker's ready for it. Not sure whether he had a call on that one, because there was no one on that camera, but Joker winning that gunfight is a great way to kick this off in the round.
But they've actually taken that control of the Brown stairs that we were highlighting earlier. Strong for the Wamai, so maybe he rotated off, feeling that the push was coming from the other side, and this is really strong control given the space. But oh, Cutie hits a nice tight shot. It is refrag. Mims goes off to bring it back to a 3 versus 3, and that means coming into this final minute, it's still looking pretty good for LFO.
Just cautious in this gunfight. Sogs finds one. 2-on-2 now. Sogs for another. 2 versus 1. Just Mangoes on site. So much time left that he has to delay. This will have to be a clutch for Mangoes, holding fast. Not sure whether he wants to make a play. He's doing the patient game at the moment. Angle's open, and now his position located by that drone. A smart move from LFO, not getting too ahead of themselves. Just find that position. Now they're going to force down the plant. Mangoes definitely hears that, but I'm not sure if he can find the angle. Starts to push up. He's preempting the peak, and Sogs for another. Closing out that round for his team. And that's 2 straight for LFO.
They're looking good so far, Dev. These attacks have not phased them at all. They're taking heads-up gunfights against TBD, and they're trading out and refragging really effectively. There's not often that they are at a man disadvantage. They're at a 2v3 for what felt like only 10 seconds in that round. And other than that, it seems like they've either had the advantage or kept it even. So that says a lot about their playstyle and the way that they're doing this room clear.
I think it's also really telling of LFO, the way that they're playing is not how a lot of people would typically be critical of new teams or teams that are just entering the higher level of competition. A lot of people would say, well, the new teams, they're going to be super frag heavy. They're going to make the fundamental mistakes. They're not going to drone when they're in an advantage. And LFO demonstrated really well there that they know what map control that they need to take. They know where their focus is, but they also know when there's an opportunity to take a flank and take some extra ground, like Sogs did, pushing up from 90, taking control and pushing up landing as well for that opening 2k near the end of the round. And then even in that 2 versus 1, they looked at the clock, said, got 50 seconds, guys, no need to get ahead of ourselves. Nice quick drone. Really nailing that down. I've been hugely impressed by LFO. They are absolutely looking like a Six Masters class team.
Yeah, I think that's a really common criticism of newer teams to competition when they come out of Challenger League. Previously, for example, in promotions, people would consider them maybe less tidy, a little less organized, that kind of thing, or maybe they lean on a certain play style. But so far, LFO's team very thorough, well-disciplined as well. They don't seem like they're often overextending in situations where they're just straight up losing a man for no reason. I think that is a really promising sign for the start of their Six Masters campaign. And if they do manage to continue that and continue this form, I mean, they're trending towards taking a map of TBD now. It could really change a lot of predictions in the way a lot of people would have thought Six Masters could pan out.
And TBD is the team currently sitting at the top of the standings alongside Wildcard. They're the only ones alongside Wildcard who haven't lost a map yet, and LFO could break that trend for TBD. So it's TBD who's going to take the initiative here and move over to the stat bomb site instead of trying Aviator Games for a third time in a row, and that forces LFO to adapt, use their alternate strategy. It looks like they are going for a map control take here from the study side. 2x Kairos sets used to open up the wall that was reinforced into the pool room. A lot of reinforcements over here to prevent that map control take and delay LFO, and so far it's working, but they've made good time. 1 minute down, and it seems like there's a decent amount of control that Habano is ready to rotate across to Master and pressure from there.
Yeah, interesting clear there, just using the utility and then bailing away. Hills is actually going to be the first one to fall, and that's to Ippy style. Trying to get into the game there, and Jaeger, he hasn't had a massive impact so far. Very instrumental player for TBD, but of course it is early days. So far, LFO look like they're heavily leaning towards the Master take yet again.
Unfortunate for Hills, second time in a row he has been the first to fall, just going on his solo mission. Nice angle opened up by that Hibana. Mims takes bathroom control thanks to an unreinforced wall and his breaching charges. I think he's a bit concerned about C4s. Nasty does drone up a little bit ahead for him, but not so much that his drone gets exposed. Ippy style, just a few love taps there into the bathroom. Now he goes to play on this Goyo shield for that stronger position. Ippy style is also supported by the player on his stairs. But now extra pressure comes out from Nasty on the Astro window. Not a lot of angles can be gained from that position, but 2 kills for LFO. Sogs and Mims jump into the fray. Now the 3 remaining TBD players have 40 seconds left to delay.
Young Cutie's moved up into a pretty aggressive position there on the bricks, but he's flailing around a bit, and it looks like Mims might have heard that he's close. He's keeping a close eye on that doorway. As Nasty finds another one, LFO setting themselves up for a really solid execute here. Cutie will mean the diffuser is dropped. TBD fight back, but it is a 2 versus 1 now, Dev, in the final 20 seconds.
Ball on Jack Dad now. Sitting on the bomb site. Plant being forced. Will the C4 deny? It gets pulled off, but that C4 would have missed nonetheless. Jack Dad clearly doesn't know where these players are. Now the LFO players stack together to protect that diffuser, and they lock out that round. That's 3 straight here for LFO.
Wow, it's just looking so good for them so far. The way that they are structuring themselves and never over-regressing, pushing together, ensures that TBD just never have much of an advantage in these rounds. That's 3 deep in the half, so halfway through the half. And TBD haven't really looked at all like they're going to be able to close out any of these rounds. And for a Villa defense half, I'm quite surprised.
Yeah, and I feel like TBD is one of those teams that does feel more comfortable on their defenses than on their attacks. I can't claim to have any stats that would back that up, saying that they have a higher win percentage on defense than the average win percentage. But I feel like when I think TBD and the characteristics of that team, I'm thinking Ippy style running around popping heads on Jaeger. And yes, he has had somewhat of an impact. He got that opening kill last round. It didn't make the difference in the end. LFO still got that round, and it's twice in a row now that LFO has converted a 2 versus 1 into a round victory, and they're just so good at, once they have that man advantage mid-round, converting that into the plant position, not necessarily the plants, but every single one of these rounds, LFO has been either having planted or in a position where they are forcing down the plant and making TBD try to deny that, putting themselves in exposed positions that LFO capitalizes upon.
That's right, TBD just can't get ahead at this stage. It's looking really tough for them, and they're doing a pretty similar setup to what we saw last time, extending it over to Aviator just to delay some of that utility use or expend some of that utility on the other side of the map. It means that there'll be less used closer to the site. But it didn't seem to hinder LFO at all. They ended up taking pretty simple master control even after losing hills. Once they flushed out those players in Astro, it was never in doubt.
A lot of good pre-placed drones downstairs. I'm sure LFO is going to be upset at our Observer for showing these, but I like it. Thank you, Observer. Not sure if we got MC tonight. Did you know it's at Repel, MC?
Yeah, it's MC.
Yeah. MC. What a legend. Once again, LFO going for this downstairs presence thanks to those pre-placed drones. They know what's clear. They can put their players into the building nice and early. And I've mentioned before, Hills going downstairs, playing... He's going to get rid of the big box there. But playing the IQ, he can shoot a lot of utility, clear it out from below. And also the Nomad there to support him as well. As the ADS is wasted now by a Thatcher and some stuns. Bit of excess utility there. But LFO are free to destroy that shield now if they wish to. Here's that utility being cleared out thanks to the IQ.
Yeah, good play from Hills below to be clearing out the utility. They're being very thorough with clearing everything out, which is a really good sign to see here. Zogs in the window is going to facilitate clearing more utility as Jack, that's the first to fall for TBD. Again, TBD losing his players early, putting them at that disadvantage. I mean, we saw the opening death coming out in LFO a couple of rounds, but they managed to claw it back. I think that's the difference, is TBD never really have felt like they've consistently refragged.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
There is Ippy Style finding one, an eventual refrag onto the player that got that first kill, and
Oh,
Sogs, not sure what happened there, mate, but 3 on 4 now. Finally, TBD have that numbers advantage, but this is really, really great ground gained by LFO. Full control of Astro.
Cover the diffuser.
Just trying to convert that into side presence. A player from TBD has rotated downstairs. 1 minute left, so there is time to destroy that Goyo shield and not worry too much about the entry prevention that it generates. Still good control from LFO, but oh, there's a good kill from Hills. An essential one. Cutie caught off guard there, trying to push aggressively, making a play. Now, where are the last 3 players from TBD? We saw one downstairs. It could be Joker. No, it's not, but he does have his C4 still in hand. He could use his Neither Plant. There's a good one for Mangoes. Pushing in, looking for more. Mims punishes Ippy Style. Just Mangoes and Joker.
Yeah, but now actually it's all up to Mims, and he's the player that shone bright for LFO last week against Elevate on Clubhouse. He get the game-winning clutch, and now he's in a 1 versus 2 clutch against Joker and Mangoes, who've been standing up for their team in this round, playing very patient at this angle and a nice peek coming out to secure the round for TBD. Finally on the board now, Dev, in a round that was much better for them.
And finally they managed to convert that man advantage. I think it was a 4v3. Eventually, it got a bit close for comfort there, didn't it? Going down to a 2v2, but
yeah.
They lost the opening pick. It didn't matter. They made a few corrections in the mid-round, and unfortunately, Sogs with the team kill wouldn't have helped out LFO very much. Not sure which player he team killed. It wasn't Angmo. He was already dead. Must have been Nasty, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Nasty.
So that never helps really, but just a little mistake can cost you the round. Especially when your team, the opposing team is on the ball, like TBD were that round.
Yeah, the thing I liked that LFO did was once that team kill happened, they just instantly took that control of Astro. And that really brought them back into that round, because even though they were at that man disadvantage, as you pointed out, TBD actually had a player offside. And having that Astro control is huge, because you can clear out Trophy relatively easily from Astro. And then there's just a few angles you have to worry about if you're trying to secure a plant. So it was definitely within reach from LFO, even at that stage. But TBD did a great job with that retake. Secured the round, and they're going to finally rotate all the way through to Kitchen Dining now. Haven't seen them play this one yet out of these 4 rounds. So this is something that LFO is going to have to adapt to.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, it is important to distinguish that was not an LFO throw or anything. That was TBD. I mean, LFO had that mistake, but TBD won the rounds. Fair and square, well played. Thanks to them playing well, I guess. And as you mentioned, it is Kitchen now. So TBD aren't really keen to keep retrying that Aviator site. They couldn't really maintain control of Brown, and that presence below seemed to affect them quite a lot, so they'll go down to Kitchen. We're playing on a side of the map that we haven't necessarily seen LFO be quite as successful on here. Holding that Kitchen does rely typically on quite a lot of vertical play and or roaming. These castle barricades are a nice addition here, especially as LFO only bring 1 set of explosives, that is Stogs, aside from the breaching charges, which do help, but it's one thing to be able to destroy walls and use explosives at a melee range, but being able to do it with a Zephyr and Ash is very different, or grenades. Nasty finds the first kill. That's Ippy Style. Shot down.
Yeah, and he was lurking around down the bottom floor, came up, maybe unaware that those walls had been opened, or maybe just trying to get a cheeky peek, but either way, shut down by LFO, so an opening kill to them, puts them in a great position to start the round out, and that's a bit of an impact player for TBD that won't have a chance to have an impact on the round. And again, we want to highlight those drones. LFO have been pretty strong with their drones, setting up nice pre-placed ones, drones on the flank, again, being very thorough and organized. It's a great thing to see.
Joker trying to hold fast here at China, but droned out into oblivion and players contesting. Also a push up from Pantry. Not sure if the defense is aware. Ungmo does finally take out Joker. That was the player at China, and now there's two players pushing up to refrag. Are they aware of the Pantry angle? They've got two positions to be cautious of. Sog's going to jump on the drone there. Jack Dad right around that corner. He might go for the peek. Sogs is one bullet away from his death, and he peeks up around. Sogs is still up, but there's the first player down, runs out of ammunition, and Sogs doesn't commit to the peek. He's so scared, being so low on HP, and that means Jack Dad has the ability to reload now. And elsewhere, Hills does find Mangoes, but still Jack Dad here and waiting. Eventually taken out by Heels on a good entry, but Cutie for the response. Now the plant being forced down.
Is going down. Cutie. Yeah, that plant going down is going to make it really tough for Cutie on the retake. That C4 is not going to help either, unfortunately, and that was a big part of him being able to make that a success. LFO closed the round out, still looking strong, Dev, not phased at all by that previous round, and really read into the hole that TBD had perfectly.
I was a little bit worried there for a minute. I thought that Jack Daddy was capable of getting a 2K there in Pantry and really locking that out, and that would have helped, but I think there was a breakthrough moment with Hills there. I'm not sure where he got the first kill from. I assume he pushed in through China, where they'd already killed Joker, left that kind of exposed, takes out that first player, whoever it was, and then pushes on to finish off Jack Dad while he's worried about the Pantry stairs. So really important kills there for Hills. Kills for Hills? Why not? That really opened up the gates for LFO that round.
Yeah, it did. I think that's just generally been the story for LFO's attack on Villa, is this their coordination and timing of the way they peek and push things is just working out so well against TBD. And I don't know whether it's to say that it's hard countering TBD or it's just really effective team play. I'd say it's probably more the latter. And the fact that LFO attacking Villa up 4-1 against TBD, who we said this is one of their strongest maps. I'm still quite astounded, and I'm slowly being converted, Dev, that LFO are, I don't know, there's something else.
Yeah, I've been hugely impressed, and it does say top left that this is the map pick of TBD, but I'm 99% sure that is incorrect, and this is actually the map pick of LFO. That said, coming into this game, I was expecting that Villa was a totally plausible map pick for TBD. Villa and Consular, according to my stats, were the best maps for TBD, and if I go back a little bit, in terms of the history of TBD on this map, they beat Kanga last season in Pro League, beat Sinister last season in Pro League, beat Wildcard, and beat Fnatic on this map. So this is not just a bad map for TBD. This is a good map for TBD that LFO has taken and improved upon their own game and dismantled TBD.
Just goes to show that LFO came in with a plan. I mean, they've clearly voted TBD. We saw it with the counter ban. The clash was a heavy indicator that they knew what they were doing in terms of the operator bans, and that they know what they've done with this map pick. And yeah, it's a bit of an alarm bell for TBD, and they're going to have to readapt on the fly now. That's a really important part there. TBD have to now, on a map that they would have considered themselves really strong, they're the ones on the back foot. They need to be changing things up, and that's tough.
Yeah, oh, for sure. And I mean, a really good point about the clash. Something I missed in the ban phase was the fact that, yes, Mangoes is quite a prolific clash player on this map, and really good point of how much that has seemingly hurt TBD. They still have the Goyo, which is another favorite of theirs, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Now, as for TBD in this final round, they retry Aviator games where they've been unsuccessful twice so far and dodged for 3 rounds. But now they have made an adaptation. Mango's on the Cade, likely trying to Cade trick any walls Anglo attempts to open. And there you go, there are the Hibana pellets on the door in pool, and now there is an angle from the 90 window. It works perfectly. Great job to Angmo, and Sogs capitalizes as well.
Just immense amounts of pressure are being put on a TBD on site. They can't sit comfortably. They're moving around constantly. And this attack is another variation to what we've seen LFO doing. TBD just can't catch a break in terms of their adaptation. Tried to make some changes, but it's just not working out. Mango's just potatoing on those drones. And LFO in the box seat to take this round with a 2-man advantage.
And Mango's also missed the opportunity to deny the study wall using the Cade trick as well. So, once again, missed opportunity for TBD. And Angmo is opening everything he wants to, including the back of It Isn't Nasty's head, I suppose, but doesn't matter. In a 4 versus 2, LFO is still very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Plant's going down, completely uncontested. Ipitstyle finally pushes through, denies the cover, but he is refragged beautifully. Bring it to a 2v1. Plant down, all up to Joker on TBD. Sees one, makes it a 1v1, but beautiful refrag from LFO. Closing the round out at 5-1 for the half.
Can you imagine it? A 5-1 half on what I had written in my prep. I had written best map for TBD since they're undefeated since the 9th of January on this map. TBD have not lost. They've beaten teams like Fnatic, Wildcards, Sinister, Kangar. The last time they lost this was a 7-3 to Ferox way back on January 9th. And man, times have changed. LFO, they come up back in January 9th. Like, what was LFO? Were they a team back then? I mean, maybe they were playing in, I don't think LPL Pro was on yet, but they surely were playing in something. Wasn't, I don't think, I'm going to gamble and say that, like, at the very least, they weren't a pro level team.
I'm pretty sure they were playing in LPL Amateur, so even a step below from LPL Pro, and they were known as 1NE. They didn't have hills back then. I can't remember who they had, but I'm pretty sure I actually cast an online game of theirs quite a while ago. Yeah, so they've really developed and changed. And one thing is, I think they've had a pretty consistent roster. And for a T2 team, especially in ANZ, it's not as common as you'd expect.
Someone pick these boys up, please. TBD as well. Pick both of these. Pick all these teams up, please. Thank you. All right.
I have a point about the Fnatic TBD game as well. I remember, in fact, pretty sure I casted it. It was a 3-3 first half. TBD were on defense, and then they just really ran over the top of Fnatic on their attacks. Fnatic really struggled to deal with TBD's aggression. So that's something that I think LFO need to be worried about. But considering the prep it seems like LFO have done so far, I'm sure they're well aware of that.
Well, there is an opportunity for redemption here for TBD. Like you said, in that Fnatic game, their attacks looked unstoppable, and that's what we're going to need to see from TBD here. Anything less is just not going to be acceptable. From TBD's perspective, they either need a flawless attacking half to take this straight in a reverse sweep, 7-5, or we need to see them win at least 5 and then win it out in overtime. And look, I mean, has the guess at the chances of TBD coming back from this position? I've seen worse, but TBD definitely on the ropes right now. LFO have such a strong position, and they've chosen Kitchen as their first defensive bomb site. In fact, this was unsuccessfully defended by TBD. The only one TBD won was Stat and Trophy, which is actually the first point of contention here, upstairs above the bomb site. That's where TBD is intending to clear out. And 1 minute down, not a lot of progress on that front.
And that's a great point about the progress, and I think that's a big difference between these two teams. LFO had that library mudroom control in what felt like an instant when they were attacking Kitchen. And TBD have taken much more time, and I think that's really different for TBD. They've generally been known as a swift-moving, quite aggressive attacking team, and they're just looking, I think they're trying to be patient and disciplined, but it just doesn't look like TBD that I'm used to watching.
And the player that we're used to talking about on TBD, who is that aggressive player finding all these kills, that's Itby style, and yet to show up, I think, really present in this game. Cutie as well, he's 3-6 right now, and he's the guy last week that really hard carried TBD through their games.
Yeah, you're totally right. They've really struggled to get into the game so far. They are just shaking off a bad start to the map in general, but either way, finally putting some pressure on site. Sogs was taken low, so that's pretty important considering he's the smoke player. Could be very instrumental into the late rounds. His vertical holes are going to help them a lot to clear out side as Jack Daddy does see a Yoko go past. He's going to scan that out with his IQ scanner and see if he can actually get it, but not able to spot it. Opening death finally happens. It's Mims getting it, so LFO, again, up into the man advantage here.
Cutie does get that second pick, though. Itby Style jumps in as well, so that's a great start here. But really, it's going to have to finish quickly. 20 seconds left, an aggressive position from Mims. Presence from all angles. He does get taken out, and that gives the control of the diffuser back to TBD. 2 players left from LFO to clutch this out, but there's very little time remaining. No C4 in Angmo's hands. Can he deny this plant? Looks to cross, but gets taken out, and there you go. Finally, in the just dying moments of the round, TBD secures it.
Yeah, not a very successful retake or attempt at stopping that plant from LFO. They just didn't really have the manpower. Angmo, just a matter of timing there. He really just missed that cross of the planter. If he was able to get that kill, that could have played out very differently considering the lack of time that TBD had in that execute phase. Regardless, they finally got another round on the board that eases a little bit of pressure, but it's 3 rounds that they need to tie it up. And as you were saying before, they need to prevent LFO from getting at least 1 round if they want to stop it from getting to overtime.
I've got to say here, LFO, for them that round, it was actually very close. TBD did let that timer slip a little bit scarily too far towards 0. And if you're at TBD right now, every round is important to regaining that momentum for warming up, which is great. But if you're LFO, you lose 1 defense, so what? You can retry that bomb site, or you can go to any of the other bomb site, any other of the 4 bomb sites on this map. So there's not a lot of pressure on the defensive side, right? If you're losing a lot of attacks in a row, then it should in theory get progressively easier because you're going to have to rotate through the defender's weaker sites. But if it's the defense that's losing these rounds, they can just keep on trying whatever site that they want. And the attack is always going to have to bring a mindset and a lineup of operators that will be applicable to any of the possible bomb sites.
Totally right. And that's something great about TBD's lineup, at least, is it's very universal. You could bring this lineup to every site and you'll be able to do what you need. It does lack a little bit in projectile soft breach other than the Zofia. I mean, if the Zofia dies early, they're not really going to have a chance to clear things like shields, for example. But other than that, it's very versatile.
Same thing we said about LFO's lineups, right? No grenades and no ash.
True. Yeah, true.
It's the retry of that same bomb site, however. Sorry, no, it's not. Upstairs. Stat. So just directly above the previous bomb site. Forcing TBD to likely take that same map control. They'll go for... No, I don't think they are going to try and press the study side. At least not for now. Mostly a master push. There is that Cade of Mims alongside the Bandit. A lot of wall deny up here. And just the lone Hibana of Mangoes. However, it is successful in opening up one of these key angles. Not sure exactly where that was. But drones thwarted when trying to enter here in the bathroom, making things a bit slower here for TBD. And Mim still has that main triple wall of Master still secure, so that single Hibana pellet that detonated must have been on the bathroom wall.
Yeah, and the fact that there's just no pressure coming from the study side, and not as much happening vertically. I mean, this is the downside to them not bringing something like a buck, for example. It can be quite helpful getting that triple open, but that's nasty. Taking some shots tagged very, very low now. Yeah, I feel like this round could come down to the absolute final seconds from TBD, given the pace of everything right now.
But there is that first pick for them. Cutie takes down Nasty and Jack Dad. I think he was downstairs previously. Also adds to it. Pushing up from the Astro stairs, and this puts LFO in a difficult position where they don't have that Astro control. And they'll start to be encircled here. A C4 still in hand will help take out that diffuser. Planto, if someone does go for it, but now that control is just spiraling here from Astro. Another pick, and it's just onto Sogs now. He's taken out. A flawless round for TBT. That's one way to get back in the game.
Yeah, that's going to give them a bit of a confidence boost. And man, we're seeing a dramatically attacker-sided Villa, which is not a common sight. But look, this is a great comeback from TBD at this stage. They've still got another couple of rounds to at least even it out. And LFO look to be struggling a bit on this defense. Not too sure exactly where it is, I just think TBD they're being pretty thorough, and I just think they're not allowing LFO to pull out any surprises that's going to affect them. I just feel like the fire that TBD is playing with is maybe a lack of time.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe if we saw some picks onto those operators that would delay that time, things like the smoke, we could see a change of tack here for LFO. I think Ungmo actually random picked there, so he gets onto the bandit. Not sure if that warden was intentional, but it is stuck. I don't really know the idea. Typically, warden is regarded as only super impactful when there's a ying or a heavy smoke-based execute. TBD bringing 0 smokes and not really emphasizing the flashes to my knowledge. I don't quite know the idea there. I mean, if you just want a shield and a shotgun and a like SMG secondary, pick smoke. In my opinion, it's the better overall. But there has to be some kind of idea here with the warden.
Yeah, I think it comes down to 2 things. There's either some kind of idea in this strategy that we are struggling to figure out, or maybe, like you said, if Angmo did get random onto that dock, maybe it was just more important for them that he played the bandit and nasty. So,
Yeah.
a simple situation like that, we'll have to wait and see whether this warden works out. But as you were saying, I don't think it really hard counters anything that TBD have. Normally, we've been seeing it picked to counter a ying, for example.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would love to see a smoke here. I think it would be a great way to exploit TBD's time weakness. And also, on top of that, you get your shotgun for rotates, you get the SMG-11, which is a fantastic weapon to be used as a primary in gunfights. And you've got that shield as well, which clearly, I'm assuming that's part of the reason why they picked the warden for that shield, but it remains to be seen. And warden is just playing on site as well. Not even trying to contest a position like top round where you might see the stuns used.
Yeah, that's very true.
Downstairs control taken. Clearing out the utility is Jack Daddy, very similar to what we saw from Kills when LFO was attacking.
Aggressive map control already taken from TBD there, top of Brown. And starting to push onto Classical Hall. That's going to put a lot of pressure onto side for LFO, and a bit of emphasis as Ippy style creeps down this hallway. Very much aware of that person at 90. That could have been disaster for LFO. But speaking of disaster, they have lost that opening death.
Good start. Hills does get the reply there with Ippy style taken out. But I believe this is... Where are those Hibana pellets? Is that 90 wall? I think it is a vault wall. That'll open up a good avenue to cut off some of these key anchor positions, and you can see LFO pushed into just the corner. No, okay, and it was in fact the study wall that was taken out. The Maestro is spotted on site. People are going to be aware of that position now. He's just waiting for this pressure to come on. Another set of Hibana pellets goes off, assumingly on the study wall, but Sogs finds that kill onto Mangoes, putting his team in the numbers advantage here, 4 versus 3.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
And that's the diffuser down there, so they're going to have to recover that if they want to try and get the execute. Cutie's going to air jab off 90 just to ensure he doesn't get flanked. There are still players off site. It was Sogs though, so Jack Daddy has cleared that out. Remaining LFO players are on site. Mim's still in a pretty strong position here with the older. Could have quite the impact considering there's no crouch holes through into bar. If they want to execute there, they're actually going to have to go through the doorway or prone through one of those holes, which I really don't think is going to be the play.
Pulling that long line, Hills eventually does secure the headshot. Cutie goes down now, pushing up from landing. Hills seems very aware of this position taken by Jack Dad, and he's going to wide swing this, no doubt. No, backing off, goes for the wide swing, sees the head, but doesn't land a single bullet. Jack Dad pushing on through, and no doubt that's where the stick has to come through. Jack Dad for another, the 2K on the round, looking for the last one. And there he gets it as well, Joker with the injure. And that's TBD coming in the final seconds and making it work.
Yeah, again, it really could have gone the other way. Came down to that 1v1. It was just Mims that got downed in the games room, unable to assist. They've been close rounds, and I mean, that was almost as close as it gets. Little time, 1v1. Very much could have been LFO's round, but the TBD comeback train is really picking up speed now. It's 3 rounds in a row, 1 away from tying it up, and that's going to be starting to put a bit of pressure back into LFO's court.
Yeah, once upon a time we were thinking, wow, LFO, all you need is 1 round and you at minimum secure overtime and you're on match point, ready to take it all the way here on your map pick. And then suddenly TBD switched onto the attack and there you go. They're back in the game. Just like you said, in that Fnatic match back last season, TBD's attacks look so
Attackers need to
strong.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, and I thought that LFO might have been able to deal with that a bit better, namely because they would have had that VOD to watch. They are also pretty equipped to deal with that kind of stuff. I mean, their playstyle that I've seen on defenses in other maps is somewhat aggressive, or just able to handle aggression a little bit better, but TBD just... They're playing a different style of aggression. They're being very thorough, and then when they finally get close to sight and lower time, and they've worked a couple of picks, that's when they're starting to push deep. I mean, that push from Jack Daddy in through the Aviator was really critical to that round being won there, because if he hadn't done that, I mean, LFO had great positions, and Mims, especially on the Maestro, he had a great position with that Alder. He could have had a massive impact.
Attackers' objective is to locate
Yeah,
a
and
bomb
like you were talking about with Jack Daddy pushing last minute, in an alternate reality where LFO picks smoke that round, and then the last 30 seconds, that door is just gassed up the entire time, Jack Daddy can't push through there. And you assume that LFO wins that round. LFO finally have whipped out the smoke, isn't nasty, moves off the Warden, maybe indicating that it was a mistake previously. But I have a lot more faith now that we do have the smoke on the board.
Yeah, you could be right, and that could have really hurt them in that previous round, and who knows, it could have gone the other way. We'll finally see whether it is going to be the case there. TBD going to be taking that north control towards Astro, sussing out what LFO are doing. And Sog's actually on a deep roam around the red stairs there. All by himself, we can see the rest of the LFO players are on or around site. So if TBD can isolate that roamer, that's going to be potentially a free pick, but if they haven't spotted him, that could be the thorn in their side.
Jack Dad did have a drone in this hallway though, just above Sogs, underneath one of these little half tables. Sogs also, you assume, has a C4 in his pocket. He could go for a C4 to someone at top of landing stairs. And here the hunt is on. Cutie and Jack Dad looking to cover Astro. An air jab goes out. Cover off that flank. Definitely cautious of this roam. Also cautious of aggression out from the main doors of the objective. Half the round subsided. And TBD still aware of this roam. Sogs needs to be careful of when he goes to that flank. He takes down that drone.
Attackers have located
This is
a
good. It
bomb.
means that they don't know where he is anymore, and they don't have a drone to continue watching that. Have to dedicate a whole player to it. This could be
Yeah, he's
part of the
really
reason why...
wasted.
Sorry, you continue, please.
I was going to say, he's really wasted a lot of time. I think that's also a really big factor, considering we've pointed out that's such a weakness for TBD on these attacks.
Pushing up through classical hallway now. Really wary here, Ippy style. And from the TBD side of things, we still don't have any of these walls open, and that's what happened. Okay, there you go. The one wall open, looking to cut off Vault. I mean, I'm just casters cursing myself every second, aren't I? Joker does find that first kill, though. Eventually, the roamer is shut down. That's Sogs. And now TBD can wholeheartedly focus on the objective. Joker forcing that plant down. The smoke isn't hitting him somehow. A C4 goes out, but it's shot as well. No, it's not. The plant is denied, and now forcing into the next position. It's Cutie. It's still a numbers advantage, and then the wide peak from Mims does secure it in such a good spot now. With that plant just on the horizon, Ippy style makes an entry. 3 versus 2, numbers advantage on TBD's side, but all LFO has to do is deny this plant. Do they have what it takes? Another injure comes out, and the clutch must come from Isn't Nasty, but it's not there, and TBD take that round and then tie up the scoreline.
Oh, that was a hectic finish there. There's so many denials coming out, and I have to point out that the critical point for LFO that really, I'm not going to say cost them the round, but I think it was a big mistake, was Mims had a great position on the side of the Aviator doorway, and I don't really feel like TBD knew that he rotated into that aggressive spot. He wasn't getting pressure from Study, and he decided to peek out towards top of red stairs. Ippy style just a bit quicker, got the frag. But I really feel like with the shotgun, he could have sat there more patiently and might have been able to get at least an extra pick, which could have been all the difference for them.
Yeah, I totally agree. By the way, the Jackal is banned, which is something I was going to talk about last round, but then I looked at the top and it says Maverick is banned. So the Jackal is actually banned, not Maverick. So what I was going to say is I was going to describe Sogs' playstyle, how he was going for that really deep roam, and that is only possible because that Jackal was banned. Otherwise, they would have had Tapson in the whole time. In the end, it didn't matter so much because Sogs was eliminated. as the first pick without really having an impact. I wonder whether TBD actually went to hunt down Sogs, or whether Sogs maybe went for his flank a little bit too early and they were able to shut that down. Because I wonder what would happen if Sogs just completely ignored everything. TBD would have to stick a player watching that flank the whole time.
10 seconds.
And I think that would really make it a lot more difficult for TBD to execute. Still, it's just conjecture at this stage. Difficult to really come to a conclusion on that at all.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Yeah, really good point about the impact Sogs could have had if he'd played more patient. Always a bit of a relief when you know that you've killed the roamer that was just hanging out off the map for most of the round. Interesting pre-play C4 as well that we just saw from Nasty at the front door there. Jack Daddy scans that section, of course. He's going to be able to spot that out nice and early and clear it out. Curious to see how LFO are trying to utilize that.
Well, I assume it comes out. Yeah, there you go. You can see it on the scanner right now. Just to the top of classical stairs. A little on the other side of that camera. I expect Jack Daddy will see that. Hopefully we get to see him spot that. He's probably looking, thinking, what is that over there? 18 meters away. FB style, likely going to be looking for it. I think he's underneath it. There you go. Takes out that C4. Good eye and good teamwork from TBD.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that could have been very sloppy. Jack Dad just taunting the cam a little bit. There's a chance, you know, with a bit of sloppy droning or sloppy IQ scanning there, that could have been missed. So maybe worth the attempt there from LFO. But it's a C4 that's not going to have a play in denial, which could be very important for them later in the rounds. TBD again being very structured, very organized and controlled with their attacks. It's seemingly a little bit different to what we've seen from them before, but it's worked out fantastically so far. I mean, they've had 4 rounds in a row now where they've won.
And very much like we were saying in the first half, LFO was looking unstoppable. Now TBD looking very much unstoppable. That flank likely denied effectively by that Claymore. Very difficult one to spot. The red lasers on the red stairs. There's map control taken quite effectively so far. Mango's with the first pick. Angmo goes down.
A bomb has been located.
Now a moment of quiet really is TBD just continuing to take this map control. No players on the top floor. This is typically where we see that floor opened up. Jack Daddy doesn't have breaching charges, so we'll have to rely on the rest of his team to do that. Strong presence in kitchen though. Memorial attempting to be cleared out. C4 blind, misses its target. Now angles on the bomb site being opened up. We can see the defenders running around. Sogs and Joker trade. And Mango's pushing in. What? How do you win that, Hills?
No. No way. Hills won a fight that he just definitely shouldn't have won. And that means Diffuser is down in laundry. Hills is going to retain that position. And the hatch isn't open. Mims takes a long shot onto Ippy as he tries to enter dining. It's up to Cutie and Jack Dad in a round that really looked like it was going to be TBD's, but some critical errors here.
No way!
Probably going to cost them.
10 seconds remaining.
Just Cutie left and he gets taken down by the end of it. Insult to injury. As LFO lock it out in the final moments. Echo drone's still up as well. So perfect. Those Echo drones, I mean, I would love to commend LFO and say that using that Echo is another great way to exploit TBD's late pushes, but it didn't even matter in the end because TBD weren't in a position to plant. And that was really thanks to, I think, Hills going for that aggressive peak really made the difference here. And that's this one you're looking at right now. Mid-reload and goes for that kill. Manages to down one of the players on this drop as well. So essential.
Yeah, there's a lot that went right for LFO. And as you said, it really did come down to that play from Hills. It facilitated everything swinging back into their favor. They're going to reattempt Aviator games, and I mean, they've lost it twice in their defense half, but they've both been relatively close. We criticized the second time they attempted it, where it was just a play from Mims that could have gone the other way, and then the first time they attempted it came down to a 1v1. So it's been really close both times that they've defended it so far, and I feel like they've identified, hey, this has been our closest attempt at the other failed sites. Let's go for it.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, on top of all that, we do have Mims getting on that Echo and Isn't Nasty on the smoke. So both of the operators that I was kind of highlighting as what I thought to be the key ones that LFO weren't bringing, at least at the start of their half, they have completely integrated into their lineup, and I really like that. We've seen the Mute be super effective as well at denying that drones previously, and the Cade, which we did see T-Stout earlier, I don't think has been super effective. I like the idea of going for that K trick, but with Thatcher on the board, we're just seeing consistently TBD double Thatchering any walls that they're opening with Hibana.
Yeah, given the way that TBD have been attacking with a bit more structure and patience, I like the idea of just focusing on things that are about delay and denial. We've talked about it a lot, TBD taking a lot of the regulation time for their attacks to get something organized. So the lineup that LFO have definitely feels on point to me. And I'm curious to see how that affects TBD. They've even brought the Sledge instead of the Zofia, which I think was to counter something, maybe just to have more ability to, you know, destroy some flooring, but I think that's going to come back to hurt them.
Yeah, well, maybe they were preempting a different bomb site. I'm not sure. Not a lot you could use the sledgehammer on here. But nonetheless, one thing I do want to be cautious of, if I'm Mims right now, I'm thinking about those Echo drones he's pre-placed and how every round TBD have Jack Daddy going downstairs and just clearing out all the util. That could be one of the reasons they went for the sledge. Using that grenade through the floor, it nearly takes out Sogs. No doc means that they're not going to be able to heal him up. Now, really cautious about these angles through the floor. But as I was leading to earlier, Jack Dad is downstairs and he's going to be looking for those yokai drones. There's the first one. He takes it out and maybe Mims will be kicking himself for not keeping that one in the pocket until late rounds.
Jack Dad has just been so effective on this IQ. He's really been using the scanner a lot. And I mean, like, of course, that seems like it should be obvious. It's not always the case. And I mean, he's been very thorough with it and he's been covered well by TBD to facilitate him using it. It's helped them a lot with these attacks. So I think there's a massive amount of credit to go to Jack Dad in order for TBD to be able to do so well.
Hibana pellets being used. Ooh, preventing that aggressive push there is a nice one. A shield also on the bomb site is relocated to prevent a different push. I like that from Nasty. Now he's protected from the A door instead of the B door. Hibana pellets completely exposed that position behind the bar. Despite that, we do have the aggressive peek there from Mangoes, takes down Mims, and those yokai drones won't be able to be utilized any longer.
Really important point because they were very helpful in the final moments of that previous round on Kitchen. Cutie going to be holding that flank nicely around 90. So this execute is pretty well set up here to go into bar. It's a matter of denial here. Nasty is going to be the key to that. He still has one smoke babe in the pocket, but it doesn't matter. Mangoes is actually in, and that plant is going to start going down now, Dev.
Joker finds that lead-off kill as well, but Mango's so low on HP, the kills are going his way, but he gets injured, and that's the diffuser on the floor. Surely TBD are going to fight for these kills now. Just Sogs and Nasty left. All on Sogs now, just low HP. This plant has to be forced down. It's going to go into the zero. The overtime of the round. Where is Sogs, and can he make it work? A C4 comes over, and he gets the triple kill. It's a 1 versus 2 now. Cutie, so low on HP, but peeking on through. TBD send us into overtime.
Oh, that C4 could have been massive if it hit the mark, but just a little too late. Plant did go down. TBD, as you said, have secured overtime. Whoa, it's neck and neck now, Dev. This has been a pretty insane map so far.
Yeah, honestly, right now, like I'm standing in my bedroom right now, and I've literally kicked my chair away. I'm standing up to cast this one, and my headphone cable isn't even long enough for me to properly stand up. So this is getting too intense, and there are physical constraints, and I'm just not okay with it, Raven.
Yeah, and now look, it's interesting because TBD are the ones that are going to be attacking in overtime. I mean, most people would be choosing defense for overtime halves, but considering the way this is played out, 2 defense round wins in the entirety of what we've seen so far is pretty surprising. So TBD going in with the attack is going to be favoring them in this instance.
Defuse as many bombs as they can.
That's a good point, actually. I need to update that in my spreadsheet. TBD, OT, start attack. Bam! So yeah, good point there. But that said, LFO are going to Kitchen Dining, which is the only bomb site that they were actually successful at so far in their defensive half. So they'll have to repeat that. Remember, this was the round where we saw Hills just go forth and delete Mangoes while reloading in that peak into Laundry. And I think that was one of the key aspects to LFO locking that round out. So I really feel like if you asked me which team has been closer and on their winning their defenses. I feel like there have been more close rounds for LFO. I don't know if that's tinted because TBD are so slow with their pushes and it always comes down to the last few seconds. But I feel like LFO are consistently a hair's breadth away from locking out these defenses.
Yeah, no, I'd have to agree. I think there was one flawless round, which I'm pretty sure was the stat trophy round. And LFO haven't gone back there since. I think they just admitted defeat, like, TBD were too good attacking that, let's not even try. Besides that, though, most of the rounds have been quite close. There was a couple of 1v1s, some really big post-plant situations there. And, I mean, even the round they did win on defense, that kitchen round, that could have gone either way as well. So, it's just generally been quite even.
Yeah, for sure. Now, there is this roam upstairs. It's mainly just Ungmo, and he's not supported by anyone. Cutie has a drone on 90 and also a peek from the 90 window, so I'm a bit concerned for Ungmo here. He's already died twice as the lead-off kill playing the Jaeger on this roam. He hears that rappel inside, and that just makes him want to peek so much, but I'm so scared for him. So it hasn't been working out recently. He holds this downstairs, might be able to go for a C4. Not sure what kind of information he has upstairs. There, that C4 does go out. Injures Cutie, in fact. No secure of that kill. But at least that's a lot of health damage. Even when Cutie eventually does get revived, will only be one shot away from death, and that'll make such a difference late in the round.
Yeah, that's going to stall out TBD a little bit as well. They're going to be a little bit more thoughtful as they progress there. Jack Daddy doing a great job again clearing utility. Over half the rounds ticked away. Not massive amounts of action. Again, TBD just being very thorough and controlled with their approach. Only just now taking statue, but Angmo fights back, peeking at the right time. That is Cutie down. Would have only taken one shot there from the Jaeger. LFO are looking pretty good at the start of this round.
This roam clearly pressuring TBD, but they're just going to put some nomads and some claymores down and start focusing on the bomb site. Mim's aggressive in laundry again. Second time Mangs has died to the same ploy. Holding this aggressive angle, and that's the third time that the diffuser has been dropped by TBD in or around laundry. Now holding this long angle, Mims is so confident on this one, deals a lot of damage, but Ippy Style finishes off Angmo elsewhere. Starts to push on in near towards China. 30 seconds left, and we're in a 4 versus 3. TBD need to get their act together here in the dying seconds.
I was just thinking, are they going to put any pressure from China? And that's where Ippy Style has gone now. But there's so much against them, and that's a nice shot there from Sogs means that all going in towards LFO. It's up to Jack Daddy to clutch this round out. He finds one, but time ticking away. He doesn't have a lot of it. He also is just going to back out, and that's not going to stick. And we're going to see LFO secure that first round of overtime.
Wow, Jack Dad, way to make that so anticlimactic, eh? I mean, that's the third round of defense that has been won this entire game, and Jack Dad just decides, no, I'm going to save the KD. It's also, interestingly, the first round that has been won by the timer this entire game.
True, yeah. We haven't seen that happen at all. Changes things a little bit there. And look, TBD rotating to Aviator Games now, which was a side that they didn't have success on at all in their defense half.
Yeah, moving on to Aviator is a scary prospect for them. In fact, they tried it twice at the start, lost it twice, decided, okay, better not. And then by the end of their defensive half, TBD were thinking, okay, let's go retry Aviator, and they did go there once again. But they lost it anyway. Still, LFO got the lead-off kill and the plant down to secure that one out. I'm a little bit surprised that there is the decision here to stick this Kaid. It was something that TBD had brought, in my assumption, to trick the Hibana pellets, like we saw from both of these teams that tried doing that. But then that Thatcher just kind of puts an end to that party, because you can just throw 2 EMPs and it ensures that that Electroclaw can't deploy in time to destroy the X-Kairos pellets.
They do have the additional wall denial there with the Bandit though. So they might be able to get some kind of tricking going on.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen a Bandit trick this whole game, and I'm pretty sure Bandit's been picked nigh every round. And yet all these walls do seem to be getting opened. But that said, TBD do play this slightly differently to how LFO do with a lot of shields, a lot of deployable shields, the Goyo, and previously 2 other shields, just the 1 other this time from the smoke, to hold top round and all the rest of it. But we haven't seen that presence top round be super effective. At least not when... I mean, it was a while ago that Alpha was attacking, right? We're talking the first half of this game, but you can hark your memories back to that. It didn't go so well for TBD. And like you alluded to, TBD haven't actually won this bomb site yet, this map.
Yeah, they attempted it 2 times in a row at the start of the first half there, all the way back. Feels like a long time ago, like you said. But they lost both. LFO getting the plant down in that first round as well. So that shows that they really had a solid attack to be able to get that control to get the plant down. Makes you definitely concerned for TBD. LFO have started to make some progress towards 90. It is Joker sitting off site there on red stairs, so they're expecting some presence and a bit of a push from the north side. But it actually feels like LFO are somewhat ignoring that side of the map.
Is there a possible trick of some kind with the C4 and impact? Not sure. But LFO do seem to really be trying to push up these brown stairs. They've got to worry about that angle in from behind the bar. Getting shot from so many angles. Sogs just funneling up here. Hills decides to take the initiative and go forth. There's no one at top brown. And, well, it was a bit of a struggle, but LFO do have this control. How much is it going to net them, though? An aggressive peek from Hills, who just keeps wide pinging that. And he does take down Jack Dad for it.
And there was a TBD player at 90 who just didn't re-peek. I feel like Ipisile could have easily got a simple refrag. That classical hallway is pretty long, bar door being at least a third of the way up. Missed opportunity there. It means that LFO do have man advantage now coming into this. And oh, he does trick the pellets, so it's a great job from the Kaid. Maybe the EMP's not used effectively there. Actually, they're all out, so no more angles to be held open, and TBD have regained the man advantage now.
Without these avenues into the bomb site from the Hibana, it's going to be so difficult. But Ungmo still has 2 X-Kairos in the pocket he could attempt to use. But maybe it's partly due to that lack of a Thatcher. It's just options are so limited, and if Style gets his second on the round. Now, this is well and firmly in TBD's grasp, and it'll have to be a desperate attempt through the study door. We're going all the way to the final round here, as both teams in an attacker-sided game win their defenses in OT.
Yeah, I actually can't believe we just saw back-to-back defense wins after the entirety of the regulation time. But it looked strong for TBD. I mean, LFO, they did a great job to get that early brown stairs control, and the aggressive peek onto site was fantastic, but they lost so much HP on a lot of different players in the process. So that meant that the subsequent gunfights were just that bit easier for TBD. They didn't have to have as much of a reliance on hitting headshots, for example. So I think that really worked into their favor. And Dev, LFO picking library.
Whoa. Or it had to be the final round of the entire game. We get a look in of that 4th bomb site that no one else has picked yet. But I had previously written down stats because that's where they had locked in. They can't go back to kitchen because they already won it in overtime. But here's a curveball to throw TBD's way. I mean, if you're picking Living Library, you're not necessarily super confident in your defenses for it. If you've gone 6 or 7 defenses so far and haven't picked it, but you're thinking, maybe we can be better at defending this than they can be at attacking this. It's a huge gamble for LFO going into this round.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they do have like a really well thought out pocket strat for this that TBD don't know of. I even wonder whether maybe that's why TBD brought that sledge on that previous attack round that we questioned it. Maybe they were expecting this to be picked out because sledge could be pretty effective for attacking this. But they've outboxed them. No sledge in this lineup, so verticality is going to come in the form of those breach charges, which they do have 6 of.
Yeah, I mean, on top of this, we've got LFO finally really playing into the... I don't know what the exact word is, but the kind of the heavy utility that needs explosives to destroy it. We've got castle barricades, maestro cameras, and Goyo shields. That is, what, 7 different things that can only be destroyed by explosives or the EMP, I guess, for the maestro cameras. And we only have just the 2 impacts on it style. So TBD's going to have to be very careful about where they use their utility to make sure they can clear out this defensive setup. And what is this setup? I've never seen anything quite like that.
Yeah, this is definitely out of left field, and I think that could really work in favor. I mean, TBD have been slow with their attacks already, and they're going to be droning this out, and they're probably thinking, what? And I'm sure they're going to be working it out as they go, but I just think that's going to create some stall points, and it really could be the make or break of TBD here. If they stall out a lot, and LFO manage to hold on to at least an equal man count, then the late round could be really towards LFO.
I really like this setup from LFO. Ooh, close angle Mims. Just looking for that head. But these breaching charges going to be mincing up the floor and exposing the positions from LFO. They'll just try to sit pretty downstairs. LFO has essentially turned the entire of this bottom floor into their territory with these castle barricades, but the Hibana is going to deal with that nice and swiftly. Zogs decides he's going to commit. He's not going to back on out with that being destroyed. He's going to hold here and hope that he doesn't get droned out. Looking for a drone now, aiming at feet level, but I don't think Ippy Style's aware. He does whiff 2 shots and sees Ippy on the cross, but I don't think Style is aware of it, and this flank from Sogs could make the difference. He gets one onto Ippy, waiting for the repick. I think that's Jack Dad, but he is taken out. Traded there by Mango's Mims with the C4. There's still a minute to go. TBD are down to 3 players, but so are LFO.
Yeah, and TBD have started to get a lot of good control that's coming from the vertical holes there, and they've now pushed down around Library. So they're in a pretty good position to be able to get some kind of execute happening. Mango's is in fact on site with Diffuser. So that could be something that happens soon. He's getting zapped from an Evil Eye, I believe. Just lost a bit of damage. And the ping's coming out. So the position's known here for LFO, and it's going to come down to this retake strat in this final 30 seconds.
Cutie for another one. Still that plant not going down. Just 20 seconds ticking away. Mangoes tries to stick it. Just leaves it on to Cutie and Joker to cover. Cutie's so far away, so it's really just Joker. But there you go, the plant denied by Ungmo. 13 seconds, someone has to replace him, but Ungmo for the double. All on Cutie now, finds one. 1 versus 1. Cutie versus Hills for the map, for the end of Villa after these 15 rounds, and Hills is just waiting. He hears that plant goes down, and he knows this map is his. It doesn't matter if Cutie sticks it or not. And there, LFO edge out, map number 1 in this series.
Oh, what a series it was. Coming down to 1v1, that really felt like it was fitting to how everything played out. A solid map from both teams in the end, neck and neck. And Mims backing up a big week 1 MVP effort. Actually takes out the MVP of this map as well. I saw him joke on socials he was probably going to drop a donut. No, actually, Mims, you're not going to drop a donut. You're actually going to finish top of the ladder.
And in fact, we saw the 4 players from LFO all above 11 kills. 11 and 13, I believe it was. And poor Nasty just on 4. But we saw some good impact kills from Nasty as well. Wow, what a wild ride that was. We've been treated to some amazing siege so far tonight. And that's only map 1 of 4 of what we got. I don't think I've ever really seen a setup quite like that for Living Library. And what a way to close out the map with style.
Yeah, it was a really cool setup, and it seemed like it did the job. I mean, it stalled out TBD a little bit, and they had to really think through what they were doing, and even just simple mistakes in their process. Once they got down towards the pottery room and they started to clear out piano, for example, and those castle barricades, it's like they just forgot to re-drone the room, or maybe they didn't drone it in the first place. And that can just come down to being a little unsure of your attack, you know, not as well drilled on it. So simple things like that sometimes just get left off the radar.
Well, so far, you and me are both looking good for our predictions on Snowball. I said LFO for both maps. You said LFO for 1 and TBD for 1. So I think... Oh no, a couple of people said that there was going to be a draw here. So but our predictions are still alive, which is really all that matters. And I'm hoping that LFO could get the next one. Not because I'm biased, but just because I want to be right, obviously. So...
Yeah, of course. Yeah, man. But I mean, like, it's well within the realm of possibility. Considering how they played on Villa, I'm super excited for Cafe now.
Yeah, totally. One thing I will say, though, is I was a bit concerned. I mean, going into the first half of that map, I thought, damn, like, this looked to be a good map for TBD. LFO, I actually thought it was probably going to be a better map for LFO than TBD, but sorry, other way around. Better map for TBD than LFO. But LFO, they picked it, right? So they know more than I do about it. They come out of the gate, 5-1 in the first half. I'm thinking, okay, LFO have got this. TBD show us what they're worth on their attacking half. We go to overtime and then our heads explode, whatever. Cafe is another map where I could totally see a strong performance from both of these teams. I've written here, Cafe, best map for LFO. And we know TBD is pretty good on it as well, and they picked it.
Yeah, and on top of that, they actually struggled a little bit last week against Kangar. And if Villa showed us anything, I think a big takeaway for me was that it showed that LFO have clearly done their prep work. And that's probably a bit of an alarm bell for TBD because they showed a lot of weaknesses, you could say, on Cafe last week.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to exploit for LFO. It is 1 map to LFO, 0 maps to TBD. We have Cafe coming to you in just a minute, so don't go anywhere.
Attackers just dropped the bomb. 15 seconds remaining. By attacker. Bomb diffuser. Go. Attacker recover the diffuser. Bomb located by attacker. 10 seconds.
Are you like Caden, who loves to make the most of the slow loading times of his HDD?
yeah. Ay, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your coach getting severed. The industry tries to.
Welcome back to Upsetty Spaghetti Central here in Six Masters. We have a crazy game that we're in the middle of right now, and I can't wait to get stuck back into it. I'm Dev. Raven, someone's got to save me because I don't know what the condition of my heart right now. It's too much to handle.
That was a very close map. I mean, 8-7, it couldn't have gone any closer in terms of round count. And a lot of those rounds came down to the wire. And the last round was a 1v1. It was perfectly played out from both teams. Totally enjoyable. I loved it.
Yeah, I think there's the one thing for sure. It's that our emphasis before this game of how close this is going to be and the audience's impression with that Twitter poll vote getting so close, it's just a perfect reflection of this game that we're in the middle of so far. And what's more, I think we're treated to some really good maps to see these teams. I think both maps where both of these teams show their A game, which gives me an impression that Cafe is also going to be a really good and close show.
Yeah, and I mean, the first map, Villa, was LFO's pick in the end. So they brought that map out on their own terms, which I think showed they had some fantastic attacks, and that library living strat was just out of this world. I think it was pulled out at the right time.
Yeah,
so,
100%.
I mean, I'm curious to see what TBD have on their map pick being Cafe. We've said before that it's also a strong map for LFO. So you have to think that if TBD have done their prep, what have they got on this that's going to be different to last week?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, giving some context to this, like when I was breaking down the maps coming into this game, I looked at Cafe, LFO's experience. They beat Sinister in the LPL Grand Final, the Let's Play Live Pro Grand Final. They also beat Eura twice coming to the qualifiers for this event, and I think it was PC 419 as well, which is another pretty good team that's not in the Six Masters when they were qualifying for this event as well. So that's a current 4-0 record on this map for LFO. And this isn't LFO's map pick, this is TBD's map pick, who played it last week and just edged away a victory 8-6 against Kanga. Now, I mean, I think a lot of evidence points to this being a strong map for both teams.
Yeah, it really does. And I think when it comes down to it, Villa was pretty much the same, and we saw how that turned out. So I think that does just make Cafe all that more exciting to see. The big question mark for me on top of TBD is what have they done to fix the issues they faced last week against Kanga? And I mean, Kanga haven't been a team in fantastic form either. They ended Pro League in pretty poor form, and they played okay against TBD, but they got flawless 3 rounds in a row. That also says something. So I feel like LFO have a chance now to really exploit a lot of stuff that TBD have struggled with.
Yeah, perhaps there are some flags from that last week's game from TBD on Cafe that LFO can exploit. We've got to be a bit concerned about that, but let's bring it back in for a second and talk about where you guys thought this series would end up. We're currently sitting 1-0 up in the series towards LFO. One map remains in this best of 2, and we can see, again, the poll vote very much gunning for that draw. A slight favor of TBD. Now, 39% of you, I'm afraid that's just not the case anymore. It's either going to be an LFO 2-0 or we're gunning for that draw. Have you changed your opinion of where we're going to end up, Raven, or are you still sticking to your draw?
I'm still going to stick the draw, but it's so hard to call because, I mean, TBD are a very experienced, strong team. They finished in 3rd place for ANZ Pro League Season 11, and only narrowly at that, close to Fnatic and Elevate. So considering those performances, again, you would really feel like they've got it in them to not only just beat LFO in general, but also to be able to come back from the way that first map played out. But LFO also have it in them to probably create another upset, so I am torn.
I mean, I love championing the underdog story personally, but if we look at TBD for a minute, kind of break down their Cafe, we talked about their match 8-6 against Kanga last week. I'm sure there's a lot that LFO could look at from that VOD and learn to kind of give themselves another leg up over TBD on this map. But TBD, they picked this, right? So they expected that coming in. That was a factor in the back of their minds. TBD also lost this in Pro League, which was only, a month ago, just a bit over a month ago on 26th of March, to Elevate. Now, that was a bit more of a significant loss, 7-4 against them. So I think it's indisputable that there are some blatant weaknesses from TBD's previous form on this map, but they're the ones who picked it, so they're confident that of all the 5 maps that were remaining in the pool, this is the one they want to take LFO to.
Yeah, and they really leaned on some strong defenses last week, and that's something that Centis, their new coach manager, pointed out in the interview, was that they feel comfortable and confident in their defenses. So if I'm LFO, I would have been working pretty hard to figure out some counters for that, or just to feel more comfortable in attack, because it was the attack of TBD that showed a lot of those weaknesses to exploit, and if LFO can hold their own in their attacks, well then I think they're going to put themselves in a really good position to be able to close out the map.
And it was the attacks that we talked about on Villa being so strong for both teams. It was totally attacker-sided map where we had 10 out of the 12 regulation rounds go the attacker's way. And ironically, none of the overtime rounds going the attacker's way at all. But we've seen strong attacks from LFO. We have a decent amount of recent VODs from LFO that TBD could be looking at for their cafe strats. But that said, it wasn't necessarily VODs where LFO were playing against equal caliber teams. We're talking a 7-2, 7-2 against Eura, a 7-5 against PC419. Now that's a close one, but I haven't checked whether that one was streamed personally. So there's a potential there that TBD don't have a VOD to go through for that one. So I've got to say, I'm not just saying this because I predicted at the start, but I'm leaning towards LFO to take the series here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. It's hard to call either way just because of how that first map played out in particular. And I mean, you talk about LFO's matches against Eura, quite dominant wins. And Eura is a relatively unknown team, but I mean, they had experienced players on that team. And even though it was in quals, that still counts for something. I think that really just shows the teamwork and the coordination that LFO are bringing to the table is pretty effective.
Well, let's jump straight into it. No more conjecture. It's LFO versus TBD, map number 2. This time we're on TBD's home turf, but they've had rocky performances in the last few weeks. Let's see if the underdogs can make the upset of tonight.
Yeah, let's see what operator bans do, because one thing that could have thrown TBD's defenses right out the window was that clash ban. We will never know how much of an effect that really did have in the end. Maybe we can get some insight in the interviews, but again, LFO pretty good with their bans in terms of how it has actually affected.
Well, Thatcher is the first thing to go, and no surprises here. I mean, even before Thatcher bans were global meta, ANZ was doing it, especially on Cafe. And Ying taken out as well for TBD. That's just a consistent ban on last map. So maybe TBD going with comfort bans rather than the counter bans. But look, I don't have a problem with that. And it got them so close to a victory last time. And Mira again. So exactly the same bans from the TBD perspective.
Yeah, no dramatic changes there from them. And my ban on the defense. That's not as common.
Whoever is doing LFO strats, I kind of want to marry them right now. I love the unusual, and you're talking about doing a living library open retake strategy on Villa, and then you're banning, Clash and Wamai. These are counter bans. This is the stuff I love to see. And I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna work out well. I'm not saying that it's a guaranteed victory here, but this is something that I was about to say Mind Freak. They haven't been Mind Freak for a while. TBD, they're going to have to take in their stride here. We know that TBD, especially on the defense, and we'll allude to this more when we get into the second half when they are on defense, but TBD are one of those teams that loves to run that Goyo with the Wamai and really try and protect those shields, but they'll have to adapt a bit when we eventually get there.
They will. I mean, we saw Mango's playing heaps of Wamai on Villa, so it seems like something that TBD have brought quite into their strategies and their playstyle. Have to make an adaptation there as they get into their defense half in the second half, but it is going to be LFO starting out on defense. Traditionally, we didn't talk about this much on Villa, but traditionally Cafe has been defender-sided. I mean, that was the case last week for TBD Kangar. It was a 5-1 half to start it off.
And what, that was 3 of those were flawless, yeah?
Yes, that's right.
10 seconds to insertion.
So, sorry, did you say that TBD were attacking on those on that side or defending?
No, defending.
Defending, yeah, right. So,
Attackers are heading out.
but we're expecting the defense to be the favor for TBD. This is looking for drones from Ungmo. A risky play to run out, look for drones, but I like that. If he did manage to score one, would have been a lot of information damage dealt. And it is the kitchen picked up first. Not the primary bomb site for a lot of teams. Most do tend to lean into that bar, but we've seen LFO aren't afraid of running those castle strats. It looks like what they're doing, they've made a lot of open strategy, open holes to rotate to red hallway from the kitchen and the bakery as well. And I guess that means that the Maverick from Mangoes won't be quite as impactful because those key walls that you would be Mavericking open are either already rotation holes or they're just not as relevant. So, interesting changing the environment from LFO.
Have to see whether they are able to change their pace as well. It's something we highlighted as an issue on Villa. It was an issue last week as well in their Kanga match, so have to see whether they've made some changes. Looks like LFO are just spread out on the first floor here, not looking to roam too heavy. Ipistar is going to be the opening death, so again, he didn't really have a massive impact on Villa, not the kind of impact we've seen from him before, and it seems like he might be starting out with a struggle on Cafe.
Ipistar is that player we expect to be getting in a lot of those opening engagements. He was in 3 of them on Villa, but he only won 1 of them, so that makes his KD for this series so far -2. Hasn't been quite on point just yet, but he's got plenty of time to redeem himself.
So far, TBD are leaning into that again, slower, more methodical push. Hill's probably only just emphasized that by getting that opening pick. That generally will slow a team down. Usually advised to accelerate after that. So this is a pretty effective start from LFO in the way that they've neutralized the pace here. Cutie does have a lot of holes with some great vertical play that he can use. LFO doing their best to stay out of them. And again, just staying patient. They're not overpeaking either, which is also a really big plus for them.
And you know there are so many opportunities here for TBD to pinch these attackers on the bomb site with all these holes open and vertical. Mangoes is the first one to find that kill through that open rotate in Freezer. A lot of information from the defense, and Sogs uses that to get himself a kill. Tries to run away from that grenade, but it doesn't work. Mangoes is good for 3 this round so far. Only 2 left, but as we know them, TBD are taking their time. A trade? No! Somehow Joker wins that fight. Ungmo takes down Cutie. It's all up to him now. But time is on his side. Can he deny this diffuser? Plant going down. All he has to do is deny that plant. He does it! And he clutches the rounds. Ungmo doing just the bare minimum he needs to keep his team on top of this series.
Oh, another close round, Dev. I feel like that's... I don't know. I feel like that's foreshadowing for the map, you know? Just the way that Villa played out. And now that round, far out. Couldn't have gotten any closer. Successful defense of the kitchen bomb site starting it off. TBD looks like they were in the box seat, but just slipped away.
And look, was that was a 1v3? Was it 1v4? Surely it wasn't just a 1v2. But man, I mean, you're thinking if you're angry, that should not have happened. That was nuts, man. That's exactly what these guys need right now.
Yeah, totally. I think you could call it a 1v3 because as he got a pick, how his teammate died. But either way, stepping up, really important. And I think a big takeaway as well for how LFO have been playing, not just this week, but last week, they're handling pressure really well. And I don't know whether it's just that they are minimizing the effects of it or they're just not feeling it yet. But I highlighted in pre-show, I thought that after the way they played against Elevate, maybe they would be starting to feel some pressure, given expectations of them are increasing. And TBD, another big team, I mean, that's going to be pressure to back it up, but they've just not seemed affected by it, to be honest.
5 seconds remaining.
That pressure, while you'd think that maybe LFO, the expectation is increasing with that victory over Elevate last week. Like, these guys are still the underdogs, and I think a lot of people are still expecting them to end up at the latter half of the ladder come the end of this season, but already taken one map off of the top-seeded team. Now they've taken a map off the second top-seeded team. I mean, this is just getting better and better for them. And that lack of expectation, that lack of pressure perhaps that they're feeling is helping them out tremendously. That said, Heel's the first one to fall this round.
A little over-aggressive there from Heels. Just looking to get a big run out or something there, but it didn't work out. Looks like it would have been refragged anyway by Joker, so nothing going. TBD, start that one strong.
Yeah, and Jack Daddy repelling there. It was possible that Hills could have peeked into a position where Jack Dad couldn't have peeked around the corner and looked to his right far enough, but nonetheless, it's a good early start from Jack. Looks like there is a lot of presence on these east windows. Nomad and Claymores to help secure those players, prevent them from being exposed to runouts, but it's not really typically a place where you see a heavy push from on these east windows on Cocktail, but just having that one player there does really help and put some pressure on these Cocktail players.
Yeah, it's often a very neglected part of attacking Cafe. I mean, it's a big comfort of people to open the red stairs hatch, that new hatch drop, take into Piano, but they never have a lot of pressure on Cocktail. That means that those Cocktail long angles can be held, and then the rotate through Freezer can happen. So yeah, having some pressure over there is going to be very important. Joker was that man, but he's actually repelled back onto the roof now as this attempted Maverick trick is going to happen. And this was a very popular plan spot for TBD last week against Kanga. I have to wonder whether LFO have read into this and whether they've got a really good strategy of denying it.
I think a bit cautious of whether this is a Goyo shield, but no. Fortunately, just normal deployable shield. But Angmo is so close around this corner! He manages to kill Mangoes and then get out scot-free, but there is a wide peek from Ippy Style unpunished, and that control taken into washrooms as well. No one playing at White Hallway to refrag that one. That risky play from Angmo is eventually punished. Ippy Style for a second now. And this aggressive push does refrag him eventually. Just Sogs are nasty now. No C4 on either of them, but they both used them. But Sogs for another kill up at Pixel. Pushing up through bar now. Jack Daddy securing that diffuser, and it's Joker. Oh, both of them get knocked down, and Joker secures that one. Bit of comedy there for your Tuesday night, but we do have TBD getting that attack.
Yeah, that air jab could have been bad if Joker had lost his gunfight. Well, then LFO probably would have been able to close that one out. Not to be. 1-1, and again, Dev, I think this is really trending towards what seems like is going to be another close map. And this aggressive peek from Angmo, I mean, he took a lot of damage, but to have it completely unpunished, it's just something that LFO have seemed to be able to do so well in this series.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, LFO have continued that aggression despite seeing that Nomads, despite seeing a lot of that Claymores, and very often we are seeing the aggression from LFO get punished. I mean, reference that first kill of Hills getting taken out, running out on that east side. Jack Dad just polishes him off nice and easy. So there is mixed results out of these aggressive plays, and for LFO, it really is a difficult judgment game of when to go for them and when to just sit back and maybe just chill out for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to repeat the Bar Cocktail bomb site, which, I mean, I'm kind of surprised about. It got a little close towards the end, but I think in general, TBD's attack was quite good. And most teams continue to rotate through bomb sites as they lose them, leaving it open to come back to. So this is kind of against the grain for what a lot of teams like to do.
I know All Mate Monkey Fist would always say 2 and move. You try it twice. If that doesn't work, then by that point, you move on to something else. We haven't reached that threshold yet. Maybe after the next one, we can be pretty critical. But no, I don't blame you, especially when you've got a bomb site like Library. I call it Library. Everyone else calls it Reading. Reading. If it's Reading, like, that's a great bomb site. So you're not really losing much just by heading onto that instead of Bar. By the way, we are just having a quick rehearse, so we'll be back into the game before a minute. But they, like you said, Bar Cocktail's locked in for the next bomb site. I don't know, what do we got to see from LFO to prevent TBD getting that control and having as dominant around as they did just then?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, a factor is simply just Hills dying early, probably getting a little over-aggressive. And it's interesting because they didn't do that on Villa. They've played more disciplined with their defenses in general, LFO. I don't think this is the right time to try and be over-aggressive either, because TBD have been pretty organized with their flanks and runouts. Their drone placement's been pretty good. They've brought Nomad so many times. So I think for LFO, I would just play into the strength of just delaying TBD as much as possible, and then just countering the execute.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing we talked about, that delay tactic. TBD tend to be really late on their executes, and so often are they trying to force this plant down with less than 10 seconds remaining on the clock. And if you have LFO set up in a position to emphasize that delay, make sure TBD can't be put in a position to get that plant down until those dying moments, and then have some kind of ability to deny that plant, whether it's just Angmo jumping over and killing someone, that's one option, but C4s, echo drones, smoke grenades, these are other options that you have available to you to try and deny the plant in the dying seconds, all of which are available. Like, Echo hasn't been banned here, I will remind you, just Mira and Wamai. So we've seen Maestro picked a lot. Echo's also available to deny the last minute plant. C4s, roam downstairs on that second floor, C4 up. There's a lot of opportunities here for LFO to be playing into that kind of weakness that we've seen exposed from TBD.
And we saw that the Pulse was 6-picked onto just before we did the rehost there for this second attempt. So I really do feel like LFO have read into that a bit. That Pulse is going to be really helpful, maybe playing below. And again, if they can stretch TBD out in how they take their map control, it's going to slow them down a bit. They're not going to get it for free, and they're not going to get it quickly. And for that fact, they might not get it thanks to how strong the roam is. I mean, they could get a pick or two out of it, and that could give them that man advantage leading into the final moments of the round. So I'm curious to see how that Pulse will play out. And also they did have an Echo, I believe. Mims has been playing a pretty good Echo so far, definitely on Villa. So yeah, I think just getting TBD to that late round execute phase is going to be the strat for LFO in terms of securing these defenses.
Yeah, and one thing that is difficult if you're in LFO's shoes, it's not as simple as just, all right, pick Echo, you win, pick a C4, go pulse below. Because TBD is a vigilant team, right? They're going to see, they're playing so much IQ, whether you've got a pulse or an Echo drones, like, they're going to know about it, and they're going to come for you. If you're roaming downstairs, TBD will push players in there and try and hunt you. They're not afraid to do that. And that's something that you just have to be wary of. No strategy is flawless. And I think it becomes a bit of a game of, picking your battles, where you're going to try and fight the enemy, try and fight them on a territory that suits you the most. I don't see that kind of presence around Pixel spot being really successful moving into the future, especially with the Wamai band. You're really exposed to having any shield destroyed by Zephyr charges or what have you, unless if you stack all your ADSs there. I'm not sure whether... sorry, Thatcher's banned, so you could actually stack all 3 ADSs on Pixel, but TBD will know about it. They'll have their IQ go and spot all 3 ADSs, so they won't waste a lot of their utility there. And that's just a lot of utility to invest in one spot. So there's no one answer fits all here for LFO, and it's a difficult guessing game of which one's going to be the best option.
Yeah, and like you were saying, there's downsides to dumping all that ADS utility at Pixel, because if they drone that out and identify that, then as you do your main push through bar, projectiles are free game. You can just lob nades through to Cocktail, through to Freezer, from the Skylight, or from Cigar. Either way, you can safely do that to help clear out those positions, which gives you easier control of bar, or even Cocktail. So yeah, they are things that you have to consider. And the way that TBD have been attacking, and the way Jack Daddy's been using IQ on top of that, I think has been really effective. I think a lot of the denial should come with maybe playing more Mute and Mozzie. I think the Mute was quite effective on Villa. I feel like that will continue to have effect on Cafe if they were to stick that.
I'm not sure whether it was Sogs who played the Mozzie last round, but there was definitely a Mozzie player last round, and we saw some utility being placed around the mining area, and like train, maybe trying to use C4s, lobbing it up through. We've seen a lot of people lob C4s through an open hole in the floor in the roof of train, and then that lands in Cigar, kills any players funneling through that point. But I think TBD have been very aware of these. Of course, we weren't spectating that side of the map a lot last round, so there's potentially something that we missed by not getting a chance to see it. But like you said, it's just another opportunity there, a strategy that LFO could employ, something that TBD is going to have to deal with Dude, I don't know. Is it just me, or is LFO and TBD like the fact that they're both three-letter like initialisms?
Yep.
It just keeps messing with my brain. Oh, dude.
Yep. I was definitely getting that vibe earlier. It was a bit of a struggle, but you're right. And in terms of the Mozzie use below, I mean, that's going to facilitate maybe the use of the pulse in this coming round, because TBD would have known, oh, there's pests down here. Maybe they decided, we didn't see any players rotate there. We can skip that because you have to think about the utility clear. And now that's going to create a bit of a guessing game. They've got a pulse. You're going to have to hard drone it. Oh, there's Mozzie pests in the way. We can't just EMP those, have to clear that to see if the pulse is there. So that could be quite an effective time delay with that strategy.
Yeah. I think that the fact that LFO banned the Thatcher, it kind of emphasizes they're going into a specific playstyle. They want to utilize these operators that the Thatcher would counter, like Jaeger, stacking up ADSs. Thatcher's the perfect counter to that. Or your wall denial operators like your Bandit, your Mute. We saw Mute going on the walls. It doesn't matter when Mangoes is just going to bring the Maverick, though. And that's the real struggle. I think TBD are doing a really good job of countering this Thatcher ban. It's been meta for a while now, so they know how to deal with it. They bring that Maverick. And I feel like LFO, maybe they're kind of, with that, let's say a Mute Jammer on the wall from Freezer or bar backstore into Piano, right? That Mute Jammer isn't going to have a lot of effect if Mangoes is just going to open that wall using his blowtorch anyway. So sometimes we maybe have some mismatched utility where there's utility being brought by the defense and it doesn't even become relevant because of the way the attackers tend to address that particular part of the map. So maybe there's an optimization that we could see there from LFO. So difficult to know what the right answer is there. So a lot of players just start filling it out.
That was a real missed opportunity, actually, that you bring it up, where I can't remember who the shotgun player was. They peeked out from the bathroom and they killed Mangoes on the Maverick, and he didn't actually have holes through into Baxter at that stage. They really had to protect that white hallway better because it was Ipistyle who saw that opportunity, aggressed onto the bathroom, and then he had that control with a long angle through to Cocktail. If they had better protected that white hallway after that pick, then I think TBD would have had a very different round to face.
We'll get to find out how LFO deals with that and how TBD give it another crack on bar backstory in just a few minutes. We're going to go to a quick break, guys, so don't go anywhere. We've got another repeat of that round coming to you real soon.
Maybe you're like Caden and Hank, who get a real thrill from the speed of their HDDs.
I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the tide was looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
Hey guys, welcome back. We're here again. We just had to deal with the little thing, but now we're all good. So you get to see our beautiful faces again. I know, I'm sure you missed us. We missed you guys too. Raven, in the middle of this game, we're 1 round in, 2 rounds in, on our 3rd round, coming right up.
Yeah.
We're talking about bar and cocktail. What do we need to see? What do we want? What do we want to see?
I want to see some changes from LFO in terms of just stalling out TBD a little bit better and thinking more about the map control that they need to hold on to. The point I was making just before our quick break was that the white hallway became very critical once they killed that Maverick. It meant they could no longer Maverick trick into backstall, for example, or even have a line of sight there. So I think if they can think more broadly about that, they can secure themselves the round.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was. I think it was Nasty potentially playing near the tarps and near the wood stack in the white hallway, but not clearly not covering the angle that Ippy Style pushed through to kill. I think it was Angme in washroom. So I would like to see a bit more presence to cover off that aggressive peek from Pixel into white hallway and then pushing into washrooms. Perhaps a player on the white stairs themselves, or just peeking from on the left side of your screen here where you see the wood stack at the top of the stairs. So I don't know, hopefully we see that. That's such a minor, like, little niggle. It's not like, okay, you need to bring this operator or you need to put this utility here. It's just like, you need to watch this angle at all times and ensure that at minimum you get the refrag. But like that's what makes the difference, honestly. It's so important, and we need to see LFO fix that.
Yeah, at top level of Siege, that's all it comes down to sometimes is just really small things. And it seems like it's small, or we can make it sound like it's really simple, but of course it's never quite like that. And I mean, a big part of that is Hills. We talked about how he died early. That spot at top of White Stairs, the Tarps area, is a pretty strong spot for a Jaeger to play late round, because he's just got a strong gun at range. He can really contest those attackers trying to peek from Pixel. So just having him alive could be another simple just difference for LFO to have a better chance to close the round out.
Well, have to wait and see whether LFO do make it happen. But for this round, if your style rotated over onto the Ash instead of the Zephyr, not sure the thought process there. Bit of a comfort pick maybe. Maybe he doesn't want the ACOG and he just feels more comfy with the Holo and the R4C. Or maybe he doesn't see the stun, concussions as useful, and he'd rather just get one extra projectile with that stun, potentially better for wasting ADSs. But at the moment, he's just turning his attention to this pulse roaming downstairs, who he has droned out, and Sogs drops all the way down to the basement.
Yeah, Sogs is going to wreak havoc a little bit, move around. We saw him do this on Velo, actually. He was playing the Mozzie, and he was often the one for LFO, down around the basement, hanging around bottom of red stairs. Drone of Ippy is actually going to see him in towards kitchen service area there, and it's Jack Dad on the hunt. The perfect operator to counter this pulse, in fact. He's going to see Jack Dad, and D4's coming out. Not going to be any effect. Gunshots, but no actual trade of HP yet.
Dangerous to be using the pulse scanner, and Ippy Style does secure that one, Jack and Ippy. Nice job to pinch that player downstairs, and that's one thing they just don't have to worry about from now on. Nice way to deal with the thing that we were talking about. You know, we mentioned so much during that break about how LFO could be utilizing this vertical play with the C4s and how TBD wouldn't just lie down and let that happen. In fact, we were correct. It hunted down Sogs until he was dealt with. Now our attention mainly turns down to Angmo, who's playing around this pixel area and into backstore as well. That was such a cool wipe transition there when Angmo looked. We switched on to Nasty, who was using the same weapon. So trippy. I love it.
And look, Hills is alive this time, and I said that maybe the top of White Stairs would be a strong position for him to play. He's decided to forfeit that. He's going on a flank instead. And this is, again, the critical point, because now there's a lot of pressure happening on this bathroom. The smoke had no choice but to get aggressive there, and because there's no one backing him up, not too difficult for TBD to shut down, and that is really ill-advised from Nasty just to jump straight into those Maverick holes. So this is not looking great at all for LFO, in fact, in this round.
And Hills maybe a little bit too little too late. Doesn't seem to be aware of the player on the other side of that door, and Ippy Style second on the round, and that's a flawless one for TBD. That break seemed to work for them like a charm. Very nice.
Yeah, really good attack from them. It was a bit of a shame because I felt like the Pulse did a reasonably good job on the roam. I mean, he delayed half the round. It was about 1:30 by the time they cleared him out. took a bit of time and a bit of effort, and it meant that it was stalled out. So that was already a good start for LFO to set it up. Unfortunate they didn't get a trade at least, but regardless, the time was there. But then there was just some big errors towards the late round, just giving TBD too much control and clearance of bathroom. And from that stage on, it was just too much for LFO to handle.
Now, I am a bit befuddled as to why there were no ADSs at Pixel, which is where that deployable shield was, where the smoke was playing. Because we saw a stun grenade get thrown there, I assumed to waste the ADS, but no, it just detonated. And with Thatcher Band, you could stack all 3 of your ADSs there and play Pixel until your death. So I'm a bit unsure what's happening there. So we are having a bit of a snap at Nasty just there, saying, let me through, mate. But yeah, this is what we've seen from LFO a lot tonight, using the castle to rework the bomb site, and it did work out for them on their first defense here on Kitchen. The one they've won so far. And now that it's been 2 rounds since, they'll retry.
And that was a close round as well. I mean, TBD were very much in it. They had a chance at a plant, and they were sticking plant at 0-0. It just happened to be denied at that stage in a 2v1 situation. So it's not like LFO won this comfortably.
No, that's true. Yeah. Really, in fact, if you think about it, LFO shouldn't really have won that round. In a way, we're kind of 3 up for TBD at the moment. Doesn't bode well for LFO here on TBD's map. The high chance here of evening up the scoreline between these teams and settling it with a draw on the series, but early days. Just 3 rounds in at the moment. We had 15 on map number 1.
Yes, we did. And I was critical, or I had a question mark over TBD's attacks for this, because that's what they struggled with last week. And so far, their attacks have seemed a lot better. It's hard to say whether that comes down to just LFO aren't playing it as well, or whether TBD have cleaned things up. I mean, for me, I think TBD have been quite thorough. For sure, LFO have made mistakes, but generally, TBD have been really thorough with these attacks. And LFO, again, just need to play into some time delays in order to give themselves a really good chance to close the round.
Hopefully not give TBD some of the freebie opportunities that they have so far. Like in that last round around washrooms, but nonetheless, TBD got some good map control, half the round down, just moving in, clearing this middle floor at the moment. Joker on the entry, ARX in hand, Ippy style to pinch, the drone clears it out and they can chill for a minute. I think that was the mute jammer, but face check as well. Sog spots out the drone from Ippy style. Ooh, eventually takes it out, but he's going to chill at VIP for at least a little while. Still, it does have, I think there's a crossfire. I'm pretty sure that wall of freezer was, yeah, there's a rotate there. So Mims can help support him as well. And this lack of aggression from LFO, it's something you were talking about. I think it can definitely help them play into that time delay of TBD.
Yeah, and Sogs has done a great job of just shooting these drones, so they never have quite the live intel needed in order to deal with him. He can just sit here in VIP, deny this hallway with that crossfire, as you were saying, and there's not much they can do about it. They have to try and hard clear that. The brown stairs is also covered from his back. Heels looks like playing around that bar area, so this is a good strat, and I like how they're playing it. And look at the time, down to 40 seconds. TBD haven't done an inch of damage onto LFO.
As you say that, Joker does find the opener, and Sogs is eliminated. Yep, cursed it, mate. That's VIP control as well, but we do have a player aggressive around the bar. Here heals the bandit, and he has a great gun to be taking these kinds of fights. Mims as well, just preventing this push on in. 15 seconds left. And they'll just have to file on inside. Caught out while sprinting. Another player likely to be pushing in through this double door, and Hills is good for that one as well. Diffuser on the floor, and poor Jack Dad's got all of this to watch out for, and he just saves a KD there at the end. LFO, just on the back of some good time delay and holding out their positions, do manage to get their second defense here.
Yep, was their second defense of Kitchen. That one looking a lot better than their first one. And look, I think that was really good evidence of what we've been saying. You know, just that time delay is going to work so well for LFO. They stalled out TBD for ages on that attack. And they had such good positions to deny the white hallway push into Freezer. And TBD gave themselves about 25 seconds to try and work picks and get an execute.
I think it was about I was 5-on-5 from about 30 seconds left, which is just so tough. Especially when you're talking about a bomb site where there are so many of those funnel points where the defender's just going to sit there with their crossfires. Like, what are you going to do? And Hills decided to get aggressive inside of inside of like the bar downstairs. I don't know what you would call that other than like the restaurant bar, but like he got aggressive around there and just sat there until the players started to move up. Now, 15 seconds left, no time to drone out. Hills caught out while sprinting is the player who was Joker. That's it, who was playing the Nomad. So I've got to say, LFO, I think that was the right kind of read there. Question is, can they translate that kind of thought process onto the other bomb sites? Because I'm not sure if that same strategy is going to work the same way. Just the nature of the bomb site being pretty different, and especially on that top floor, TBD is really oppressive with that Maverick, and I think LFO was just feeling like there was no anchor positions they could sit in.
Yeah, top floor doesn't work out as well in terms of sitting and just turtling as the bottom floor does. But there's still some adaptations that LFO can make. We talked about it after that first, or the reattempt of Bar Cocktail, I should say, where they just made some poor decisions in the mid rounds in terms of trying to flank or try to do something in terms of instead of holding critical positions. Because even if TBD do get a line of sight into backstore, what they're trying to do is actually do the Maverick trick in towards, people call it trash bags. It's that corner in between Cigar and the backstore doorway. That's where TBD traditionally plant. They did it constantly last week with Kangar. They've shown that intent again tonight. So I think that's what LFO need to think about, is just stalling them out. That's where they want to plant. How can we deny that? Trying to get flanks or be a little bit extra aggressive is probably not going to work out as fruitful, or it doesn't have as high a percentage chance of doing so.
I feel like if I'm LFO trying to deny some of these plant spots, instead of, say, roaming Pulse downstairs for the entire round, just trying to hide until I can become relevant and C4 a planter, play on site Pulse. Like, just have someone sitting white stairs the whole round. Late round, you can push downstairs and go for that C4, and that's another thing that TBD is going to have to worry about, especially if they're stacking so much around that piano. We've had at least 3 players there. You're running out of players to kind of have someone go below and contest anyone going for that C4. You could use Smoke Babes, throw them from a safe position on Cocktail. There are a lot of opportunities there that I feel like LFO could incorporate into that top floor. Honestly, I feel like we've talked Bar and Cocktail as a bomb site to death at this point. We are just finishing up another rehost. As you can see, I promise this is going to be the shortest rehost you'll ever see. And I've probably already broken that promise because I think I've seen rehosts shorter than this before, but that's okay, because that's okay. It's just okay. All right, it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, what I really want to see is LFO probably try and attempt a different bomb site. So A, we've got something else to talk about. But B, just try and keep TBD guessing, because if they try and attempt Bar Cocktail again, that's going to be 3 of their 6 defense rounds on that site. And if they don't win it, that's going to not feel great for them.
No.
And also maybe have some misplaced confidence.
Yeah, I would like to see reading and dining pulled out. I feel like the kind of strategies that we saw from LFO, particularly in the last round of Villa, where they very much were emphasizing a retake strategy on that living defense, that kind of mentality, that kind of retake emphasis works so well on a reading dining defense, in my opinion. As long as you have some strong presence around top white stairs and Cocktail, like we've seen so many teams, very on meta at the moment, maybe just shoot a lot of drones. And maybe have some mute jammers or Mozzie Pester support. Once you feel like you've done enough utility damage to the attackers and they start mavericking your wall onto the Cocktail, just drop downstairs and then play on the bottom floor and play for a retake strategy. There are so many ways you can deny plant in dining and in library as well. If you have some horizontal control, if you keep presence around mining, there's a lot of opportunities there. So that's the kind of thing I'd like to see from LFO. Yeah,
and I think a point you kind of touched on is that it does feel like it might play into their playstyle better, because it gives them the option. I mean, a team that I've seen do this really well is SSG. I mean, they're world champs, but they do a fantastic job of just stalling that top floor take when they're holding reading dining. They sit in Cocktail, they bring a lot of anti-utility, if you want to call it that, and they just delay. And then most teams have less than a minute at best by the time they finally clear out that Cocktail position. And for a team like TBD, where their weakness is not having enough time for a late round execute and not being set up well enough, I think that's something that LFO could execute well, and therefore kind of punish TBD on with these attacks.
Definitely. I mean, it's hard to speculate any further than that. There are so many opportunities on that reading and dining defense. If you want to do a hard top floor hold, you could even potentially not contest top floor and just go for a kind of a horizontal hold, but maybe a bit more risky there, especially with how efficient TBD can be when they put their mind to taking ground. But I definitely think there's a lot more versatility there that LFO can experiment with rather than on that top floor defense. On for TBD side for a minute, I've got to say, this is the TBD that we know and love. Like, they are just clean, concise. So these guys are making the work look easy. When they're attacking bar cocktail, it's never a difficulty getting control of piano. They never have difficulty getting control of cocktail. They never have any problems dealing with roamers. And even that fight around pixel and into like washrooms and freezer, like there's almost never any contest there as well.
Yeah, like you said, it's exactly classic TBD. I do feel like they've been a little less aggressive than normal, and I don't know whether that's a conscious effort of them trying to rein it in a little bit, because it can, of course, have two effects. It can be really good, really effective. Aggression works against some teams, and sometimes it doesn't. And in this instance, I mean, I feel like they need to step it up a little bit just to put that extra pressure on LFO. They're already doing a great job at the top floor, but we just saw it with that kitchen site. They lacked a lot of pressure onto the defense. They could just sit back really comfortably, and they just kind of let TBD do their thing. So yeah, in terms of the TBD side, I think they just need to play with confidence again. Maybe they're not lacking confidence, but it still looks a bit different. And that was definitely apparent on Villa, and it still feels that way a bit on Cafe.
Despite that, they are seeming to be in the lead. I mean, we are at 2-2 even Stevens, but now that LFO can't return to kitchen in this half, this is really where the pressure mounts for them, and it gives TBD an opportunity to break away. This is on their attacking side, and we would typically regard Cafe as defender-sided. I know that kind of doesn't mean a lot when we had Villa go, 10 rounds out of 12 in regulation be attack rounds, but I mean, you specifically highlighted, Raven, that TBD, it's their defenses that are really, really solid. So if TBD can rack up a few more attacks here, they're going to be in a really strong position to close it out on their defensive half without letting it slip into OT.
Yeah, that's a really big point, and LFO need to dig deep and pull out some big rounds, because defenses is where they need to be excelling to stay in touch with TBD here. Unless they back themselves on attack, I mean, we don't know what LFO is like attacking this against TBD. Maybe their attacks are incredible. That's yet to be measured, but regardless, I just think LFO need to set themselves up in a strong defense half. And I like it. They've done what we said. They've gone to reading dining here. I think this is a great start for that. They got 2 rounds to try and edge ahead and put the pressure back on the TBD.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Changing that bomb site, it's exactly what the doctor ordered, or at least what we ordered. Not that we are qualified doctors or anything like that. Reload. But
Bomb
lovely.
located by attackers.
TBD, let's go. It'd be style on the Ash still, so it's completely abandoning of the fear. Seems to work. Extra bit of mobility. Really emphasizing those close range gunfights, which is what he's been getting into. Always first man in the door, especially when these drones keep failing. Let's have a look at this presence on the top floor. It looks like Hills is playing at Cocktail Balcony. And as expected, most players from LFO are residing on the east side. Sogs is upstairs as well, but we do have Joker repelling. Also the shotgun on the pulse of Angmo, something that's been coming more and more into favor.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot more of the shotgun on pulse. It's not too bad, but it can be a bit of a pain to use. Bit of a niche use, but either way, so far it's the first minute gone. Been a pretty good stall. I mean, these players in Cocktail haven't shot too many drones, they haven't been under as much pressure. Maybe we're seeing more of a horizontal push here. I mean, Ippy style is putting a lot of pressure here in the mining area, just to deny that play around the 90 hallway and train as well.
Seems like Ippy Style's main focus is just to cut off rotations, but as I say that, he jumps inside. Thought there was a player near train, but perhaps not right now. Drones are clearing his other side, and that pulse scanner gets whipped out completely unawares. Surely the shotgun doesn't work. And Ippy Style skates away without a scratch on kill onto Angmo. Way to kick it off here. And that's a lot of control as well. Never underestimate what that train control could do for you. It's a lot of the lateral presence established by the attacking side, denying those angles from LFO. Which means LFO, it's all the more important they hold on to this top floor presence as long as possible.
Yeah, super critical, and that hollow housing is going to totally block his sight of Mangoes. So, not a great decision to peek out there, and this is a really good clear now from TBD, giving themselves solid man advantage. Heavily solid now, in fact, and it's all up to Mims.
Mango's going to stick that plant, forcing Mims into a near unwinnable situation, and there you go. Just one kill on the round for LFO, and TBD clean house here. We talked about how maybe that was... Yeah. You can continue, Raven. I don't want to interrupt you.
I was just going to say, it was looking good early. I mean, like, they delayed a bit of time, and the benchmark that I said was holding on to Cocktail until just a bit past that final minute, which they did. But the big difference there was that Ipisal had been allowed to take train. And as you were saying, that map control cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, for sure. And not only was it map control, but it was numbers advantage. Really made TBD, allowed TBD some freedom with that top floor. And once they cleared out that top floor, not only did they clear out, like they got control of Cocktail, but they also killed both of the players who were holding it. It wasn't like a LFO are going to sit at Cocktail for a little bit and then drop downstairs when they're a bit worried. They really held on for dear life up there, and it cost them. Now they will try Wild Cocktail for the third time here. And not a lot of changes really in how they seem to be adapting, but they're bringing the Valkyrie. We saw one Valkyrie camera thrown onto the objective. We talked about how good Jack has been on the IQ for TBD, clearing out that utility, so I can't imagine LFO's Valkyrie cameras and Echo drones will be alive for very long. I like this adaptation though. A shield inside of the bar backstore and not fully reinforcing the wall into Piano. Knowing that that wall is vulnerable to the Maverick and there's nothing they can really do about that. We can see that shield there. Just another way to fight against that kind of push that we expect to see from TBD.
It'll be interesting how that takes effect to counter TBD's attack. And again, we talked about it a bit with this bar Cocktail in that TBD are able to get this piano control pretty swiftly and pretty freely. I mean, there's not any hard contest here from LFO in the slightest. That is an error. I think, yeah, because even if you're just there to shoot some drones and then pull back to Pixel, that's pretty important because it's just going to create a stall point. A big part of TBD's attacks working out is this early East presence from Joker. We saw Hills try to deny that, and that didn't work out. I don't think it's the play to jump out, but either way, it's going to be tough pressure to deal with.
And now LFO finally seeing this strange setup. They're going to spend a drone to go and check it out. No drone denial here. They spot out the player in the freezer as well. Drone eventually gets taken out, but there's a lot of information gained about this setup, and now TBD are going to be having a conversation about how they want to deal with this. The Maverick a little bit less impactful now. He'd be very vulnerable if he decided to go for that wall into the back store. We might need to see instead the Sledge or the Ash get rid of that soft wall.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be risky to approach in general if they've got the intel so wall-bangable. Way has created a bit of a stall. TBD just deciding exactly how they're going to deal with this. Sogs has taken a position below there. Can see his outline. It looks like it's in train. So if TBD have lost track of that and are unaware, that could be devastating. A C4 could really change how things pan out for TBD on this round.
Speaking of Sogs, he was the player who played the Pulse previously, so it's really not a huge change. Moving over to... Oh, hello. All right. Hills does get the refrag. Sogs taken down right when I'm about to make a point about him, but then there's a good refrag from Hills onto Ippy style, and that's super essential. Now let's see whether Hills can make good for another kill. Oh, just misses that angle. And now surely they're going to be aware of this position. A peek from top white. That's nasty with a nice shot. Mims as well jumps in the fray. And Mango's going to get aggressive in a desperate position, finds one. Can he find another one? Back at the back of Cocktail, but no, LFO is very aware of that. Nas Diffuser as well now, firmly in LFO's grasp, just up to TBD's Jack Dad to make things happen now.
15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and he's all stuck on red stairs, not going to be able to get Diffuser, so he's just sitting patiently trying to at least get this pick onto Hills, but he's actually going to jump to his death. Hills closes it out. That means that's a 3-3 half dev, and it's really a telling story of this match.
They finally did it. Finally won bar, and I mean, it proves all the haters, including us, wrong. We were saying that maybe they should have just stuck with Library.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean, it worked. I can't think of what there was a specific thing. I feel like it was more lots of little factors kind of made it work, and it started, I guess, with yes, Sogs was taken out on his roam trying to play for that C4 below, but there was an immediate refrag from Hills.
Yeah, I think the strat that they had around backstore and the piano wall into backstore was probably the biggest difference. It was a strat that TBD wouldn't have been ready for. And it's not like it's a small adjustment. I think that's quite a big deal because it means that they can't as comfortably play around in piano. They're effectively flipping the use of that wall on its head. Because traditionally what happens is the attack takes piano, they open that line of sight through backstore, and that means the defense can't really play through there because it's cut. But because the defenders opened it themselves, they could then effectively use that against the attack in taking that ground. So I think that was a really good adaptation for LFO.
Yeah, for sure. And hey, let's see whether TBD can have any more success on bar than we saw from LFO most of the time. They do in fact decide to go for that full reinforcement, not doing that kind of shield strategy that we saw LFO do.
10
But
seconds remaining.
LFO are bringing the Maverick, so in fact they're bringing the Buck, which isn't something that we saw from TBD. I think Buck may be coming up. He doesn't fit into most compositions quite as easily as he used to, having lost those grenades. You can still use him to clear ADSs with flashes, or I guess you could think of Claymore if you want one. But that Buck could be used to flush out those players at Cocktail vertically, and I wonder, is that perhaps why we see these holes in the floor here from Jack Dad to prevent any kind of player like Mims going downstairs? And alright, don't mind me, if your style is just going to go and kill Hills, that's cool.
Yeah, something we didn't see from TBD was the early round aggression on defenses, and that's where it's going to be. If your style actually finds a double, that's going to be devastating to LFO. Having a 3 versus 5 so early in the round is never easy to come back from. And not exactly sure where that second one was from. I mean, the first one must have been an early peek or run out, but looks like he was back on the top floor.
I think the IQ was repelling on the south side and got shot through the window. And then, yeah, I don't know about that second one. Thank you, MC, for looking for it. But it wasn't on the west repel because there's no body there. But Ippy Styles feeling pretty confident in his shot, so he's just going to keep on peeking this, and that might help out Angmo. But how does Ippy Style land that first bullet? He's taking a bit of damage for his trouble, but you can see how scared the Nomad is of that terrible Jaeger.
LFO burning half the round now, droning it out Ippy Style in that aggressive position. He's just trying to bank on those early 2 picks there. Playing the pixel spot with the shield is definitely hard to flush out, and I mean, Nasty has some utility there to do so, those frag grenades, but if he has the ADS is still up. And actually, he's just going to get aggressive straight through into bar. LFO just going for broke in this round now.
Yeah, not likely to pay off, just Ang left, and he's low HP at B-Star for the 3, and that's a flawless round for TBD as well. Very, very nice, and man, I've got to say, there's quite a difference there, quite a distinction between how LFO, we kept talking about how they never seem to hold on to Pixel, they don't seem to get much out of that position, they don't stack ADSs there, and then we have a Jaeger who gets 3 kills from that single position for TBD's side. I mean, that is a bit of a red flag for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that really, really helped Ippy Style with that was just the early picks that he got meant that he knew that he had less to deal with, or that LFO had less to push onto him. They had less to use to clear out his utility, all that kind of jazz. And I think that just gave Ippy Style that confidence to play it aggressively, whereas LFO played that position, you could say, passively. They had that shield there with no ADSs, so it was hard hold it. And often they just had that smoke player rotating between the bathroom and that position, and there's only so much you can do from there with the SMG-11.
Yeah, and that's why, in contrast, TBD, I mean, I didn't see how many ADSs were put there. I've got to assume at least some. But they stick a guy who's confident in his shot, Ippy style, and they give him the 416, the highest KPR gun on defense, at least from what I've heard. So looking at Ippy style individually, though, right? I've been tracking some of these opening kills. He's gotten 4 of the opening kills in this game so far. So that was 3 on the attacking side and then that one on the defensive side. Keeping in mind that he actually got the first 2 opening kills in that round. And with all that in mind, he's only lost his opening engagement once in this map so far. And if you compare that to the first one where he was a lot more touch and go and he tended to be in the negative in the KD. But just on Cafe, man, Ippy style has switched on and it's really helping get those early leads that TBD can convert.
Yeah, I think Cafe is definitely just more of a comfort map for Ippy style. He played quite well on this map last week against Kanga as well. In similar vein, you know, playing very aggressively in the early rounds and just all throughout the round in general, he tends to just take it and run with it. It's kind of his play style, and very much so on the Jaeger at that. So giving a strong gun onto a player that's feeling confident and happy to frag out in those kind of instances is going to have a hit or miss effect. I mean, sometimes you'll look at that, maybe he gets shut down and you'll say, wow, he's really struggling. And then you'll look at it and you'll say, he's having a massive impact. That's just generally how the role works. I mean, on top of that, he was playing the Ash on their attack half. So he really has transitioned back into this Ash Jaeger main kind of mentality.
Mm-hmm. And hey, it's working for them. And sometimes, especially I think on the attacking side, we were talking about TBD just needed to get their leg in the door, right? Make an entrance onto the map and start to have an impact. And especially because LFO were not really just falling back. They weren't really doing the whole shoot drones and fall back thing for the most time. They were always sticking there, which meant that TBD needed to have a man who was keen to just get peek, be the first man in the door, just go for some peeks. If your style was that guy, got the first kill for half of the rounds when he was attacking, playing Ash every single time. So, I mean, credit to him so far. That said, like you were saying, it's not a reliable strategy. Just, okay, Jaeger is going to get a 3k this round. That's our strat. No, that's not quite how it works. And there was a lot more complicated factors that kind of played into that round. But it's a good start for confirming what you had already said coming into this game, which is that TBD have good defenses on Cafe.
It's going to be even more important now that LFO adapts quick, because I think it could really start to fall away from them fast here if they don't adapt to the way that TBD are going to play these defenses. They're going to have to be very thorough with their early drones, especially the ones in prep phase, and think about where they're spawning, how they approach, all that kind of stuff. That's going to create a bit of a stall. So that means that mid to late rounds, they're also going to have to be generally thorough. So the way that TBD have now set this tone is going to be tricky for LFO to come back from. They're going to have to play with some confidence, a very thorough, disciplined style of siege.
And it really does put so much more onus on LFO to think fast and get this done quickly, because if they're losing their attacking rounds, what that's going to force is TBD to then rotate between different bomb sites. So let's say LFO are thinking to themselves, oh darn, the one thing that happened that lost us that attack onto bar was this. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant for the next 2 rounds, because now you've got to worry about, okay guys, stop thinking about that round. Maybe we can learn a bit from the playstyle of the enemy team, but we need to be thinking about a kitchen attack or a library attack or potentially a mining attack. And that's what you need to be focusing on. That's what you need to be using your operator selects, this extra break time while we're going for a rehost. You need to be spending that time talking and getting on the same page, getting yourself hyped up as well, and ready to attack kitchen. Because let's say we see TBD go to kitchen now and they win that, LFO's got to rotate once again onto attacking a different bomb site. And that lack of kind of just being able to immediately address what went wrong right then can be seriously challenging for some teams.
Yeah, and you're combining that as well with the round differential pressure, because if they're going to be 2 rounds below, TBD up on 5, so that this is assuming they lose the next round, well then TBD is 1 round away from at least forcing overtime, and that starts to put pressure, and you have to think about the comeback on top of the fact, like you're saying, they have to be adapting to these different bomb sites, so it can really snowball, can really add up. It's really important that LFO swing this back into their favor, or at least stunt some of that momentum.
So while we might think that it's just a 3-3, TBD are definitely in the advantage right now, and the onus is on LFO to get back in this game. We're going to go to a quick break while we finish this rehearse, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back in a sec.
Are you like Caden, who loves to make the most of the slow loading times of his HDD?
Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone.
Hi there, we're back. We're finished with rehosting and we're getting straight back into Cafe here. Raven 4-3 on the second half here on TBD's own map pick. And I think I'm starting to realize why it was TBD pick this one.
Yeah, they've started their defense half really strong, and that's going to be alarming for LFO. We talked about it before the break, that there's a massive onus now on how LFO adapt to this, and that comes with its own challenges. The fact that Ipistar was able to get away with 2 really early picks in that first round, it sets the tone for at least a few more. LFO are going to have to be thorough with drones, and even if Ipistar isn't there, he can play mind games, he can tease them. If he finds a couple of drones in prep phase, they're going to be thinking, oh no, he's going to do it again. We're going to have to drone out this bottom floor or whichever floor it is. And he might not actually have to be in that part of the map.
And something that we didn't talk about a lot in the first half because it didn't seem super relevant for the way that LFO was setting up their defenses. But Thatcher is banned and LFO are the ones who banned it. Now, TBD, they like to play into that by stacking ADSs, by using shields, playing that whole game. And that didn't seem to make any real difference on that first one just because of those early picks. But here on the second bomb site, probably going to be Kitchen. This is where it can really come to fruition, and we're likely to see that Maverick being a pivotal element of the attacking side. Maverick in particular, with those grenades that he now has instead of the flashbangs he used to have, that's another thing that really Maverick can bring to the table in terms of clearing out shields or other utility. But there is one thing I want to flag, and it's LFO went out of their way to ban Wamai here. And TBD, now they're on their defenses. This is clearly what LFO were targeting. We didn't see it be effective or impactful in that last round, but maybe is this the point where that Wamai ban starts to come into play?
Yeah, it could be, and we don't know what struggles LFO might have faced in that first round, other than the fact that Ippy Style got super aggressive on them and they lost 2 picks. You could almost say that the round was close to a write-off at that stage, given that there was so much time in a 3v5 on the top floor. It's not easy for any attack on Cafe. So yeah, I feel like we haven't had enough of how this half has played out to see what LFO is going to bring and whether that Wamai ban does actually have an effect. I mean, I feel like there are going to be some parts of it that will, but seeing that TBD are probably going to go to Kitchen, I mean, we're assuming, but that site is going to be strong against the way these bans have gone. As we saw LFO, I mean, they won it both times they tried to defend it, and especially the second time, they hardly had to move.
Yeah, in fact, that was a... Oh no, sorry, I got that wrong. I was going to say flawless, but no, that was a different round. But yeah, you're right. It was very much just holding out into the last few seconds and forcing the attackers to file on through. Something to talk about if we end up going to Kitchen. We saw from LFO's side, they very much had an open style hold, not just heavily reinforcing all of the, the freezer wall, the bottom red hallway wall onto the bomb site, the bakery wall, having rotate holes instead in all of these positions. And I feel like maybe that's the kind of strategy we'll also see from TBD. And I think the thought process being that if you're a defensive side and you just leave all those walls fully reinforced, then it comes down to the attackers likely just opening up all of those walls with the Maverick trick, one little line at the top, one little line at the bottom, a bit of soft breach to destroy the soft part of the wall, and those walls are freebies. And it's very difficult to counterplay that from the defensive side. So instead they think may as well play aggressively off that and just have a rotate hole there instead. Is that what we're expecting?
Maybe. I mean, LFO have been pretty good with their own little ingenious strats. Haven't seen as much of that with TBD. And of course, TBD very freshly played Cafe. So I just think a lot of what LFO have done has probably been to, like you said, try and counter the defense here of TBD with that Wamai ban. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious how it's going to affect it and what we'll see in these subsequent rounds, because we've only seen one so far, and I just feel like because of the way it started, it's hard to judge exactly whether that is LFO struggling or whether it was just TBD getting a big reward.
It's totally okay to just have a write-off round like that. It's really getting back into game now. Where is LFO's head at? It's glug glug time, I suppose. Just chugging some water so that they're ready for the game. Carly, hey? That's going to be a 6-pick.
I mean, maybe not,
Surely.
Because that is a good counter to utility. But
get wrecked.
It is.
I mean, there's quite a few operators in this lineup on the attacking side that aren't as on meta right now. The Bok and the Capital. Bok losing his nades and Capital coming out of favor, at least within A and Z. Maybe on this map in particular, I would think. So, a bit unusual there. I'm not sure what the idea is. And in fact, it's not going to be the Kitchen bomb site chosen by TBD, but in fact, Library. And look, this one didn't work out so well when we saw it attempted just that one time by LFO. I do have some faith in TBD that they've got a good strategy for this and they can hold on to Cocktail a bit longer. Information on Bar as well. Reinforcing that hatch as well. I like that hatch that covers mining, allowing TBD a little bit more lateral play.
Bomb located by attackers.
Bills was also onto the Capital, which is not an operator we've seen a lot of play on. And I like that because, I mean, I think Capital's great. His fire arrows in particular can be so effective. And they could be using that to try and help themselves take Cocktail here, or even just deny some of the site moving or rotating, if you want to call it that, with those fire arrows, because it's a massive amount of area denial. I'm really curious how they're going to do it. In fact, they look stacked up on reading. This might be a rush here, Dev.
Couple of drones going out. I think you're right. Ungmo's going to open up the doorway, and the player on site gets on the camera just to see everyone filing inside. But Ungmo falls and Mangoes for 2. Where did he come from? Cutie comes to that flank, gets taken out, but Jack Daddy finds yet another kill. It's all falling apart. Mims hanging out upstairs. I guess the top four might be clear now, but they have information on him. Whiffs a few shots. Finally gets that one. Thank you very much. But 4 players to find Ippy Star's not going to give him any room to breathe. There you go. Very nice.
Well, it was a brave attempt, and I mean, it could have almost worked out. That player on site just saw it at the right time on the camera. Maybe 3 seconds earlier, things could have been different. TBD, though, are going to be up 2 rounds now. They are on that 5. We started to talk about how that round differential can start to add a lot of pressure against the attack and against LFO. Have to constantly adapt as TBD go down to kitchen.
I guess another bit of a write-off round. LFO, I'm not sure what the go is here. They, instead of kind of just doing their normal strats, do they feel like they need to cheese these rounds? They kind of did something similar the previous round when they were attacking bar. After they lost those 2 players, they just dropped a guy down Skylight, got someone to rush bar, and that didn't work out. I think the proof is in the pudding here. LFO, you can't cheese TBD. You need to play the long game. You need to play it proper.
I think on top of that, I mean, there's a reason that TBD have chosen this map, right? They played it a little average last week against Kanga, but they've still chosen it. I mean, that in itself makes some kind of statement in that they feel confident in the way they play it or confident in how they've reworked it. That's going to be a free drone there, so nicely done. And yeah, so far, LFO have really failed to adapt to TBD's attacks, defenses, sorry. It's only been 2 rounds, but yeah, been, like you said, 2 essential write-offs.
Well, I'm not sure what their go is here for this third bomb site. Looks like, from TBD's perspective, they haven't fully, they have rather fully reinforced the bakery side double walls, but they have got that rotate in red. And you mentioned that was a free drone as well in the prep phase. 2 drones, Ungmos and Mims, were both taken out in prep phase. And it's quite essential, especially if you're thinking that maybe Hills and Sogs are probably some of these entries. You need the other guys to be having their drones in the pocket ready to live drone these guys in. And it also reduces the number of drones that are actually set out on the map or ready to be flicked in pre-placed positions to cut off rotations. Ungmo sends in his final drone into Bakery. This is his last drone, and he's meant to be one of the primary droners. We check upstairs, and it gets muted. He's no more drones for Angmon.
Yep, that's working out pretty well for TBD.
Yeah, nice drone denial from Joker.
Ooh, D4. Not going to land. I was about to say, on top of that, Joker was really the only one off site to delay there. And the rest are sitting pretty down on that first floor. But now they've flushed him out, they can start to progress a little bit further. And put pressure on site. But I'm curious whether TBD are going to play this similar to how LFO did, very patiently. Whether we might start to see some of that aggression, say, from Ippy style.
See how Hills does this one. Working a drone up, spots out that bandit and shield. It'll be difficult attack to Goyo shield. And there you go behind it, Cutie as well. A lot of information for the defense as well with that drone, but here we go. Some of the holes, this vertical play coming into effect, and that is really the vulnerability of this bomb site. But can the C4 find its mark? No, it just opens up another angle for the attackers to use. Whiffing a few shots from the drones, Mangoes falls back to VIP. Still a lot of really good control from the defenders, but the attackers are starting to work this bomb site.
Yeah, they're starting to give themselves a pocket there where they might be able to get a plant down. The most important part of that is they've got to control that red hallway, the long one, past Pochek, which is where Ippy is playing. He has a chance to be able to deny or just generally flank and be a thorn in their side. If they can be thorough with that and hold some angles above as well, they might be able to get this plant down. I mean, TBD actually lack a bit of denial there. They have C4s or had C4s, but I'm not sure how many have been used. Quite a lot of them, in fact.
All of them.
Yeah, all of them. So there is no distance denial here for TBD.
Hashtag thanks MC. Jeff Daddy on the long angle spots that player inside, pre-fires to the wall, doesn't find its mark. Ippy Style finds one, and Jack whiffs just enough shots to lose that gunfight for him. 4-on-2 now as an entry into the bomb site. Miz going large, but Nasty forcing that plant down. Cutie's waiting for a pick, and this could be denied. It is! 7 seconds left, but Mangoes is the last man standing against 3 players. Can a safe place be found to plant? No one is forcing Mangoes out. He's just going to keep looking for this plant spot. He knows that's his only opportunity, but he Doesn't get it. Wait a second. What? Did he just pull off the plants?
Uh-oh.
What?
Oh, no. Fatal error there. Not sure what
Oh,
happened,
no.
but that's unfortunate for LFO. They had that round in the bag, but means TBD are going to be up 6. That is match point now for TBD. 3 rounds behind are now LFO.
But it was looking so good. I mean, for the most part there, I felt like TBD had some strong positions on the bomb site, but after opening up that main wall from Bakery, LFO just made a really strong entry and nailed all their shots into a 4 versus 2. Just strong position to be forcing down that plant. It did have Mangoes to worry about upstairs. Didn't matter in the end, I suppose. Trying that plant was really helpful.
Locate and defuse bombs.
But guess what? You get to see our beautiful faces. Hi.
I bet nobody is sick of our faces, you know?
Nah.
How could that
Well,
be?
why don't we just plug the merch? So tell me what you're wearing. And I did not
so
mean
this
that
is
in a
a-
weird way.
Rainbow Six esports jersey that is pretty cool, you know? It has little operator icons. I don't know if that comes through on my camera, but you can see the
it's way
operator
too
icons
compressed.
all through this thing.
Yeah, no, it's very cool. I've seen that one in person a lot. Very popular at events, that one. I actually don't have one of those. Got a couple of Siege
Super
shirts,
comfy.
but that's not
I
one of them.
highly recommend.
Yeah, it's very much a jersey. So let's say you love watching Rainbow Six Esports, you don't know which team to support, go get that jersey. It's also, I think, probably quite a bit cheaper than most teams' jerseys, most Tier 1 teams' jerseys. So maybe a good entry-level jersey before you start, varnishing out your collection of Wildcard, Fnatic, etc. I'm wearing a. You can't tell. It looks like I'm wearing a plain black shirt, but I'm actually wearing some of the merch from SI. With,
yeah,
Nick.
nice.
Don't know if I'm saying that correctly. You'd be my Danish expert, right? You speak a little bit of Danish.
Yeah, you said it pretty well. Nook. It's
Nook?
yeah. It's just not knock. That's the most important thing. It's not knock.
Okay. I'll take it. Yeah, I remember when Phantom Sight was about to release, I was talking with my Danish friend, and when I was first heard about the operator releasing Nook, he was the one who was like telling me how to say it. He's like, it's not knock. So
Yep.
that's the one thing that really kept in my brain. All right. So, man, I don't know what happened there for LFO, but that does put TBD on match point.
It does. Yep. Being up 6-3, pretty strong. They've won 3 rounds in a row now, which was more than we could say for the first half. I mean, it was generally trading rounds in that first half, but the second half has just been all TBD, and that's putting a lot of pressure on LFO. They looked pretty good in Kitchen there, but weren't able to secure the round. If they go to Bar Cocktail in this next one, will they get a chance to redo what seemed to be a pretty big fail in that first round of the half?
I feel like LFO is sitting here and they've just lost 3 rounds in a row. Every one of them was totally winnable. Like that first one, bit of a throwaway round. That second one, absolutely a throwaway round. That third one, I don't know what to say. Let's recap the standings. Let's have a look at where these teams are currently sitting, because we've got the results from that first match earlier today already chucked on in here. And that puts LFO nice and square up with TBD and Wildcard, the only teams who have won 2 matches so far. And if LFO can make a comeback, reverse sweep here against TBD, they'll be at the very top of the standings, very bottom seed at the top of the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. And the position of LFO at the moment has surprised everybody. And I mean, these first 2 games should have been their hardest, right? In theory, based on how the seeding works, performances of those teams that they've been against. But you're right, they have a chance here to potentially take top spot. And who knows how the other matches will play out, but they could potentially hold it, or it could even be a top 2 spot at the moment. And yeah, given the caliber of the opponents they're up against, that's a massive surprise.
Yeah, Wildcard, I feel like we expect to see them at the top of the standings, and their round difference is what's keeping them there against TBD and LFO at the moment. They dropped less rounds to Sinister than we saw from TBD and LFO in their previous games, but keep in mind, seeing LFO in that position, and TBD to some degree, they've played 50% more games than the rest of these teams, so we expect to see a lot more of a shuffle, especially after Knights and Sinister play later tonight. Possibility for Sinister to really get themselves up, pick them up off the bottom of the standings. we haven't really talked about where we expect this season to end, but do you want to kind of feel out through where we predict these standings to kind of land?
Yeah, I mean, I'm troubled now because LFO are really showing up more than I expected, to be honest. So that's going to be the biggest change. But I really expect Elevate are going to climb back up there. I felt like last week was a bit of an anomaly. And I mean, LFO have definitely surprised everybody, no doubt. But on top of that, I just watching Elevate, they didn't seem like they were playing their style of Siege or what we could expect from them, besides the fact that LFO were playing well. So yeah, I really think they'll climb up. And after what I saw of Wildcard last week, at least, they seem like they're regaining some pretty big strengths. I feel like they're going to close it out in second. I'd almost dare say that my predictions is put Elevate at the top of how it currently stands and chuck Sinister in between LFO and TBD. And that's pretty much where I think it'll end.
Yeah, that's actually almost exactly what I was going to say, to be honest. So that's, it sounds like we're pretty much in sync. I think the expectation here is that Elevate are the number 1 or number 2 team and Wildcard the same. TBD is still a very strong upper half middle pack team, and Sinister we're thinking will kind of reach there as well. Maybe that's partly biased by their streak at the end of the Pro League season, getting victories over Pittsburgh, Ferox, and Kanga in the subsequent 3 weeks. But I know there's still a lot of room to maneuver. Obviously, we're only in the 3rd Playday here. A team we haven't talked a lot about is Kanga, and they started last season really strong, but they were just absolutely pillaged by roster changes. They lost people like Worthy to Elevate. They lost Pat to Wildcard. And I think they're yet to recover from that. This is an opportunity, though, to show us that we're wrong about that later in the season. But hopefully we do see a pick up from them. Because that roster has proved to be a breeding ground for talent.
Yeah, and even last week against TBD, while they had some terrible rounds, referencing again 3 flawless rounds in a row at the start of Cafe, they still brought that back to an 8-6. There were some big rounds from them. And I also talked about one of their players that's really stepped up, especially since their roster change, was Leb. And he had a massive clutch. I think it was a 1v3 clutch on that Cafe. That was huge. There's definitely some good signs for them. And I think Six Masters will be their best opportunity to find some form and bring it back. It's just unfortunate that it's so soon after these roster changes still, and a lot of these other teams are really hitting some good form.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say, but I think we've given a pretty good overview of where we expect the kind of season to roll. And that's the reason you have expectations isn't to be right. The reason you have expectations is for them to be either met or broken. And that's what I'm excited for. And I think that's the story of this matchup as well. There was a lot of split. I think the safe bettors would have said TBD is going to be the top dog here. Maybe if you're kind of tempted to the idea of an upset, you'd say you could trade maps. And then if you're, hardcore like me, then you're going to say that LFO is going to win it. And I'm not sure if I'm going to stick behind them at the moment with how Cafe is going, but hey, we're not done yet. But hey, I think that, Raven, let's take a second to talk about something fun that we kicked off last week on Friday night with Late Night Siege. For anyone who has been following the ANZ scene, the Oceanic scene, maybe this is something you're interested in, or maybe if you're just interested in improving Rainbow Six and your skills at it and looking for some extra content, we have weekly streams every Friday night from 8 p.m. Sydney time. And Raven, why don't you give us a bit of an overview of what we do every Friday?
Yeah, so it helps give a bit more of a spotlight to the community. We're going to have special guests on. Last week we had Vinny from Team Sinister, and he helped us go through map tips, operator tips. He spoke about IQ, different uses of IQ, different strategies to use her in, as well as some strategies on Clubhouse and how sites play out, a couple of neat tips and tricks in general, so you can help improve your game and also connect with the guests that we have on. We got to see a unique side of Vinny that you don't get to see of these pro players while they play, of course, because they're just in game. So yeah, it's a great time to just hang out. The show goes for a couple of hours, so you've got a chance to ask some questions, and we try and go through those on the show.
There were some really good questions this week. I think my favorite question, which we spent so long on, was at what point did you go from casual to ranked? And I know there's a lot of people who play this game don't even play ranked, and that's totally okay. But it was interesting I shared my experience, you shared your experience, and Vinny shared his, and it was so different, each of us, and kind of how that changed the way we play, and what we get out of casual or quick match, I should say, versus what we get out of ranked. And I'd love to hear what people are interested in talking about and making that as topics for the show. So anyone who is interested in that kind of content, feel free to go over to Rainbow6 ANZ, Twitch, Twitter, wherever it is. We stream on basically everything. So drop by this Friday night and we'll be talking to someone, unannounced guest.
Yeah, and you should be excited for it because it's going to be cool. And I'm also excited because, Dev, we are back in Cafe at 6-3 on match point for TBD.
Wait, sorry, are we in the game? Is this
We
the
are
game?
in the game. This is the game.
It's the game! We're playing the game, Raven. All right. Time to get ready to rumble. It is top floor defense. And, well, TBD's been around the world thus far. They won top floor, they won library, they won kitchen. Is this going to be a straight set of defenses sending them to the map victory? I don't know. Let's see if B-Star can just hang around Pixel and tap heads like he did last time.
Yeah, I mean, if LFO can get all 5 of them to the building and safely on the roof or into the building, then we will have a game on here. That's 2 ADSs. I mean, we put a highlight on ADS at Pixel. That's 2 that just got put there. So that's good use of utility there from TBD. It's going to allow Style or whoever wants to play Pixel. They can play that pretty aggressively and sit safely behind that shield until those are cleared.
One thing to note is that... oh, sorry, you continue.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think TBD is setting themselves up to be able to hold piano strongly, which is something that LFO weren't able to do.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That Pixel was really a weak point for LFO, and I do want to point out that the ADSs that were placed at Pixel, I don't believe they're going to protect that Goyo shield. So if we see Sogs or with his impacts or Nasty with a grenade to try and clear that shield, that shouldn't get caught by the ADS just because the ADSs were placed behind the shield. But those ADSs will still help prevent any kind of utility being thrown at someone playing in that position.
Attackers recover the diffuser.
That it will, and we have seen LFO officially survive the first minute here with 5 players up. So Style hasn't been able to wreak havoc just yet. He could still do so on a devastating flank, see how they decide to play it out. But regardless, LFO now have a better chance in this round to clear out some of these players and get an execute. But Style is in piano, and that's going to take a bit of effort to push him out.
Yeah, and Joker's just come over to help as well. Mangoes is moving up his Echo Drone more aggressively to enable this position. That drone being taken out, not sure if it saw Style, and TBD have totally focused on this piano take. No way! Style, he lets his teammate die! And then he gets the refrag, tried to play it smart, but I don't think that was the play. And that gets refragged out, netting LFO the man advantage.
Oh, looking good for them so far. They've got quite a bit of time as well, so it's going to put a bit of pressure back onto TBD, but they have great operators up for late round, especially the Smoke and the Echo. So TBD aren't out of this just yet.
There was a bit of vertical pressure there. I think the block downstairs trying to make those positions at Cocktail a bit uncomfortable, and that Maverick trick also doing what we never saw necessary for TBD, and that's opening that key place. Mims through the floor. I think he killed a player who potentially dropped to contest him, but this is just falling apart for TBD. LFO staring down match point, but in such a strong position to make a comeback here, and that is a very convincing first attacking win for LFO.
That it is. That was, much better from them. Getting their picks, clearing up piano beautifully. Style could have been devastating there, but they traded that out, got the control, and it just kept going from that point on. They're going to have to get 2 more rounds, though, Dev. They have to be perfect from this stage to get to overtime at least. And that's still a big ask. I mean, TBD flex their muscles on all 3 of their main sites, Bar, Cocktail, Library, and then Kitchen. And so they have that flexibility, but actually they're going to repeat Bar, Cocktail.
If I'm Style and Joker and even Mangoes right now, I'm thinking, all right, we decided to make a play. We decided to push aggressively into piano and see if we could hold on a bit longer. I had the Yokai drone to help us. It didn't pay out. And I don't want to just point the finger at someone, but Style, dude, you got to protect your teammate. That was just I hurt inside when that happened. I mean, I love, playing smart like that and not shooting your opponent so that you can potentially get 2 kills instead, but man, Joker would be kicking himself. So maybe just from TVD's perspective, just, don't do that. Maybe just hold a bit more firmly at Pixel instead of playing so aggressively, and they can hold on to that control a lot longer and potentially stall out LFO.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, definitely agree with that sentiment. And looks like the strat is pretty similar here from TBD. Difference though, Jack Dad not playing the Kaid. He's going to go onto the Valkyrie instead. And that means that there's no wall denial. LFO haven't brought any other hard breaches, so that's not really going to be a bit of a, or not a difference at all, in fact. That could be a nice little 6-pick there from Jack Dad onto the Valkyrie. It also means that they've got the extra intel. Maybe that's what they felt the difference was. They just needed some extra intel in order to figure out how to counter what LFO were doing.
And remembering that in contrast to how TBD, Jack Daddy himself plays the IQ, LFO's IQ player of Hills doesn't spend as much time with the scouting. He's typically their primary entry fragger, first man in the building, which means he's spending less time looking for these Valkyrie cameras and Echo drones, which means they're more likely to be usable from the defense. I think part of the idea, potentially, from TBD is to try to prevent that buck from having free round downstairs, because that was how Mangoes died last round. I wouldn't be surprised to see Valkyrie cameras or some kind of information gathering used there.
So far, looking pretty good from LFO yet again. I mean, the Ippy style aggro start hasn't happened here. And the clear of utility has been working really well from LFO in the past 2 attacks at least. They're already taking his piano control. This is really good from them. Lurking though below is Jack Dad on that Valkyrie, so he could get that devastating C4 or flank.
Oh! Nasty! That was way too risky there for Nasty. Opening up that angle, he got the call that Cutie was on drone in washrooms, but man, that just did not work out as intended. And now that main wall into far back store just isn't going to get open. No hard left for LFO.
That's definitely going to make it a lot harder. They really just have funnel points now at this stage, and a massive rotate that's still available to the defense, and that's the one through backstore. This is really going to change things, and LFO are going to have to do some pretty heavy adapting. It's going to be nigh impossible for them to just straight funnel through these positions, and the fact that Ippy Style now has a reverse shield to play at the top of white to still hold that hallway, it's going to be really strong. I would bet that given the time left, what would be better for them is rotating a little bit to put more pressure from Coxowl or White Stairs or something like that.
There is that player White Stairs. A flashbang comes out, only flashes himself in all likelihood. Full information at B-Style going to go for this peek. And there's the flank. Nice and easy for Jack Dad. Perfect stuff. Losing that Maverick also means he can't control those stairs. And whoa, Cutie going huge. Gosh damn it, that's the map. With the shotgun, a 3K on the round. How does that happen?
Yeah, it really all fell apart, and you highlighted it perfectly. Once they lost that Maverick, it was going to be really tough for them. They didn't have much of a chance. They at least tried to push the White Stairs, but the position held there from Ippy Style was too strong. So yeah, TBD really brought that back on Cafe. Brought the series back to be 1-1.
I'm not going to lie, it kind of snuck up on me that was GG, because we spent so long kind of talking about that game, and then finally that round hits us, and Cutie, I think that was a 4K on that round, 3K, something like that. Something mad with the shotgun. And very nice stuff for Cutie. Fortunate, crucial mistake for Nasty, which really did spiral into something uncontrollable, but we do end that series 1 map apiece, as you predicted, I might say.
I did, yes. The draw did come out for the series. Importantly, I mean, the round differential dictates who won that head-to-head, and that actually goes to TBD.
TBD.
They won the map 7-4. So if LFO and TBD end on equal points for the round or at the end of 6 Masters, TBD will get that edge. So, I mean, in terms of TBD, the way LFO played, I'd be pretty happy with that. Cafe could have gone the other way. I mean, it's not like LFO played terribly.
No, for sure. There were a couple of flags there, I think, especially on the attacking half. LFO kind of going for cheese strats. I don't really like to use that word, but thinking, okay, let's just go for broke, do something a bit crazy, and just too many of those mounting up together, didn't help them out one bit. And losing at such a scoreline 7-4 quite different to what we saw in map 1, 8-7, and not quite that intense close game that we were looking for. But hey, if I'm LFO, I've just taken last week a map off of Elevate, 7-2 no less, and here a map off TVD. That's the top seed and the second seed. You've got to be proud of that achievement.
Absolutely, they have to be. And on top of that, I mean, Cafe, it was 7-4, but their first half was 3-3. Some of those rounds felt like they could have been theirs, and then they just really struggled with those attacks for one reason or another. Like you said, they tried to rely on some strats that just didn't seem like they were going to work out, like that rush. I guess you could call it more like a low percentage play. So yeah, I think they should be happy in general with where they're at. And like I said earlier as well, in theory, their matches should be getting easier as they progress through the season, as they start to play lower seeded teams.
Yes, that's a good point. It's difficult though to know whether that's going to be the trend that continues, because last season, I think it was Kanga and Knights got draws or wins against the top teams in their first weeks, because they were the bottom seed versus the top seed. But as the weeks went on, their performances dropped off, Kanga in particular. So it's we'd hope that LFO can continue this when they're facing against the lower seed teams, but difficult to know at this stage. One thing that is for sure is these points that they've gotten against these top teams, like, they are staying there. At the moment, LFO has got guaranteed 6 points, 2 map wins, and that's a really good start. Like, you cannot disregard how much the consistency of just getting one map win week after week can really help out your chances of soaring up the standings later.
For sure, and I think another highlight point that we haven't touched on with Villa is that, yeah, that was LFO's pick, but also it's not like it was a bad map for TBD that they exploited. They took that map off TBD in the fact that TBD are pretty good on Villa historically.
Yeah, very much so. So TBD, a pretty good result for the night, only just losing out the first map. Let's talk to their manager, Centus.
Hello there,
Hey,
guys. How are you
Centus,
doing?
dude. Oh, great. Thanks, mate. Thank you for joining us all the way from Germany, I believe. How are you feeling after that game?
Exhausted, and I think I sweated more than I have doing self-defense for over 10 years. So this was a very exhausting game, to say the least.
Oh yeah, very much for us as well. Now, I wanted to get an idea of kind of coming into this match, as well as coming into this whole season. How are you expecting the team to be tracking? Coming into today, were you expecting a 2-0 over LFO? Were you expecting to have a bit of struggle? Kind of give us an idea of that.
So we did expect, obviously, since we always try to go for it, a 2-0. But I was thinking about the performance against Elevate last week, and they looked very strong and had a very consistent showing in the past few months and weeks in the LPL as well. So I'm not surprised that this went to a draw, but it's also obviously a disappointment on our part, since it was so close. And yeah.
Yeah, I really want to ask you about Villa. I mean, that was the first map of the series, and they obviously ended up taking it, but it was very close. Was there something in particular about their playstyle that maybe caught you guys off guard a little bit?
I don't think it was the playstyle in particular. I think because if you've noticed last week, our attacks were relatively weak, and we struggled with those very much. And this week, you saw the opposite, because we really concentrated on getting those attacks right this week, and didn't do as much preparation for LFO as we should have. We definitely underestimated them in that regard. And so I guess we've just had our focus too much on fixing our attacks and getting those right. And then when it came to the first half of the defense, we just, I don't know what it exactly was, just the mindset wasn't there. And that's why we lost 5-1 in the first half, which just shouldn't have happened.
So after that result, you guys have had 2 weeks of 6 Masters, 5 more games to go. Is there anything you want to say out there to the fans or any prospective organizations that might be interested in acquiring a very skilled Australian team?
Thank you for everybody that is supporting us, and to anybody out there who's looking to get into Siege, now is the moment, now is the time to invest into Siege and to get into Siege, if it's LATAM, if it's Australia or APAC in overall. And yeah, I just hope that you make the right decision and go with us, because a first place team, as we will be at the end of the season, is just worth it, I guess.
Lovely. Thanks for joining us, Sentence. Have a good night.
Thank you too. Bye.
That awkward moment when you tell someone who's on the other side of the world, have a good night, when you realize it's not night over there.
Well, I mean, he has a chance to have a good night still, so I mean, it's still
That's
valid,
true.
right?
It's true. I mean, it's still like this morning for him, so he's got plenty of time. He can get so much done today. Imagine that.
Yeah.
No. Good insight. One thing that interested me in particular was Sentis was very aware and very forward with saying that he believes they did underestimate LFO.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and yeah, admirable to admit in the interview. It shows us that they were caught off guard a bit in that Villa map. And I think one thing that would catch me off guard if I think about it is that I definitely wouldn't have expected they chose Villa if I was TBD, because you know that that's one of your stronger maps. You probably wouldn't prep for it, considering you don't think that your opponent's going to pick it. So that worked out obviously for LFO in the end. Yeah.
Well, it's time to have a chat to the other side of the fence. It's Enigma from LFO.
Hey guys.
Hey Enigma, welcome to the stream. Great to see you, mate. How you going tonight?
Thanks for having me. I'm just tired. I just want to go to bed. My eyes are sore. I've been sitting down for 3 hours. Like, it's a
Well, at
killer.
least you're done for the night, mate. We got 2 more maps to go.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. Hey, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely probably one of the longest 2-map series I've ever casted. Tell me, I want to hear more about the Villa pick. We've talked about it a lot, seeing as it's a somewhat strong map for TBD. Maybe talk us through your thought process in picking Villa and just what you guys were thinking going into it.
We're good at the map. You know, why should we be scared of another big team being good at the map if we are good at the map ourselves, you know? I mean, if we don't back ourselves with those sorts of picks, you know, unfortunately, at the end of the day, we don't deserve to be playing in this competition. You know, we kind of studied what we thought they would take us to. We knew they would take us to Cafe. Unfortunately, you know, bad on our side on that one. But for Villa, I mean, we're good at the map. Bring it out. Let's see what happens.
So that living strategy. Sorry, Brandon, please.
Oh, actually, I was going to ask the same thing. You go.
Yeah. Well, that living strategy, that's what we want to know about, man. I mean, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time.
Right.
7-7, and you did it. You just pull out that living strategy. Give me the dates, mate.
I was like to them, all right, boys. I was just, you know, calculating all the variables in my head. I was like, all right, that's it. We're whipping out the living strat. This is what we need to do. We need to slow the game down. We need to, like, you know, that we haven't touched that at all this whole round. So let's bring it in, and it worked for us. I mean, that's the sort of things that we need to be doing. And we did it.
Perfect, mate. Well, you're the best dressed coach that I've ever interviewed here on a Six Masters of Pro League broadcast, so commendations for that. Now, you guys have come out swinging this season. I'm sure you've gained a lot of fans in doing that, and you guys are currently without sponsorship, without an organization. Is there anything you want to say out to anyone watching right now?
I guess at the end of the day, you know, just keep looking at what we're doing. You know, we told that we weren't going to be fluking from last week. We came in, we took a map off, you know, the 2nd seed. We're here to stay. You know, we're keen to become one of those teams that everybody looks up to and expects, you know, results from. And we will be delivering results week in, week out, you know. So just keep in touch. Keep looking.
Love to see it. Thanks for joining us, Enigma, and good luck in your game next week.
Thanks very much, guys. See you later.
That was my first interview with him. That was awesome. I love the suit. That sold me.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. And look, I really dig his confidence. You know, he has so much of that in his team, and obviously they play that way. It's one thing I spoke about in that they never seem particularly affected by mindset stuff or pressure. I mean, of course, there probably is bits and pieces of it, but pressure is a big one for me, considering they came in as the 8th seed team. Of course, they would have had low expectations on them, so in some way there's minimal pressure. But at the same time, this is their first go at the big dance at Six Masters. They haven't competed this level before. That still has pressure in itself. And now that's 2 weeks in a row against the top 2-seeded teams where they've really shown up.
Very much so, yeah. And they've got Wildcard on the agenda next week as well, so that's going to be a toughie. So that's a great first half to the night, trading one map apiece, LFO and TBD. But next up is Sinister versus Knights. So hold on to your code. We're coming to you in a minute.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Swapping!
Seconds remaining. Attackers dropped the diffuser. 10 seconds left. Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. 10 seconds left. Attackers bomb diffuser. Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Are you like Caden, who loves to make the most of the slow loading times of his HDD?
try not to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. walking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out.
Well, hello there. Welcome back to Six Masters. We're back. 2 more maps to go. We've got another series coming right up, and that was a killer one to kick it off. Raven, that was tiring, bro.
Yep. It's a bit like that. It was tiring. That was a really long series, but it was awesome. That first map in particular, Villa, was a really great watch. And if you did miss out on it, I highly recommend you watch it back because it was a total classic.
One of the best maps I've casted in a long time, Villa. There. 8-7 down to the wire. Crazy. And we're clipping highlights for you guys. If you want to stay up to date with those, Rainbow 6 ANZ is where you want to get to. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch. Maybe you're watching there right now. YouTube as well. There's other good content on those channels too. So stay up to date with those stuff. And you can also vote on who you reckon's going to win these games when we bring up those votes. Plus, if you tweet with the hashtag 6Masters, we might get your tweets on stream as well in the little ticket down the bottom or up in during the breaks in that little box up there. So, hey, audience involvement. Who doesn't love that?
Yeah, exactly. Get your chance to be in the spotlight for a little bit, say something cool, say something funny. But look, I'm starting to get pretty excited for this second series. Sinister versus Knights, I think, is setting up to be a pretty close one because, I mean, Sinister didn't rack any points in that first week, but they were against Wildcard. And that was a close series. It was 7-4, 7-5. And most of those rounds were not necessarily blowouts. So I think against Knights, it's going to be a pretty good challenge.
And we have very high hopes for Sinister coming off a flawless Pro League. And let's have a look at their roster and see maybe some changes that have run through with it. These are the guys in red here. Moloska, Fisho, Nico, Vincia, and Derper, who's the newest addition to this roster, but no stranger to the ANZ Pro scene, having played for Wildcard for a very long time as well.
Yeah, Derp was on that team for a really long time. And now that he's on Team Sinister, it's going to be interesting what he brings to the table. I mean, he obviously brings a lot of knowledge and experience, and potentially that's what they were lacking. Last week looked half decent. Derp did look like he was struggling a little though, so I'm sure there's some teething issues moving forward, but week by week I would expect that they start to fade away a little bit.
Yeah, and chatting to Vinny last week, he was very confident in this change, bringing in Derp while Luna's got internet problems. So, I think there's a lot of confidence we can have in this team. But let's have a look at who they'll be playing. It's the Pittsburgh Knights, who, while the organization might be from Pittsburgh, don't let the name deceive you. These players are all from Australia and New Zealand, or the Oceanic region. And these guys have made a couple of roster changes too recently.
Yes, they lost Stiggs to Fnatic. Stiggs is the new sixth man on Fnatic. And that meant that they had to, of course, replace him. And Arlo has been recalled to the roster. He was playing with these guys in early season 11, ended up moving into a sub role. But now he's back. And honestly, last week, I felt like Arlo did step up. He played like he had always been on the team. And it didn't really feel like they were overly affected by Stiggs' loss. Of course, they are losing a good player. But usually when you see a change like that, a team noticeably struggles. But it didn't look like that last week.
Yeah, I agree. These guys, there is a bit of a question mark there, but what's something redeeming for them is that the player they brought on to replace Stiggs, at least for now, is Arlo, who formerly did play for this team for quite some time before he was replaced. So there's a lot of team chemistry. They probably don't have to go over and rework half their callouts in their book. So I have a lot of confidence in these guys. And I mean, I worked quite closely with Strider many, many moons ago. And I always had so much faith in him as a player and as an individual, really strong work ethic and a really big brain that I honestly think any team that Strider's on, I would have faith in. So I've been watching Knights for a long time. And we had high expectations, I think, going into the Pro League season with them. And maybe they didn't fully meet those expectations. This is their next chance to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, they did have some of those roster changes throughout the season that seemed to have really not necessarily affected their form, but it gave them this plateau for a lot of season 11. And so Six Masters is their chance to keep moving forward. I'm really excited to see how they go. Strider in particular, seeing as you mentioned him, he had a really big week last week, some massive impact frags and just playing with confidence at the moment.
Yeah, oh, totally agree. Now let's jump into the map veto. This is a best of 2, so we played 2 maps. There is no third map, but each map is individually picked by one team. So how it goes ban from one team, ban from the other team, pick from one team, and then pick from the other team. Let's toss it up, see what the first 2 bans are. It's Theme Park, banned by Sinister. Funny, since they played it last week. They were the first team in Oceania to pick Theme Park in a pro level thing ever. They're banning that, and Pittsburgh going to get rid of Villa.
Yeah, the Villa ban in particular, fantastic from Pittsburgh. It's a really strong map for Sinister in the past. They've had some pretty good results on it, so they're not wanting to go there at all. In fact, they lost 7-4 to Sinister in Pro League not too long ago. The Theme Park ban I'm kind of surprised about because Sinister did play it last week against Wildcard, and they only lost it 5-7. So it's not like they got smacked on it.
I feel like they may be worried about... I mean, you could just take the risk of leaving it open, and then if the other team picks it, then so be it. That other team would have VODs to counter you on it, which I think is the thought process maybe from Sinister. Okay, if we leave Theme Park in the pool, then the Knights might pick it, and they can counter-strat our Montaigne strats that we used last week against Wildcard. So I like the idea there. So, I mean, let's roll through the picks if we can. Last time these guys played each other, they played on Villa and Clubhouse. We're going to see Clubhouse again. Previously, that was a 7-3 to Sinister, and they're the ones who pick it this round. Pittsburgh Knights picking up Coastline to round things off.
I'm not too surprised again by the Knights' pick of Coastline. That was their strong map last week against Ferox. They won that 7-4. They looked quite good on it. Ferox really struggled. That being said, Ferox also have had their roster changes, which could have had a big factor in how that played out. But it's clear that these two teams have really played into their strengths. On top of that, I think that means that there's going to be a lot of odds of these teams playing these maps and these strategies. So it's going to put a bit of an emphasis on how counters have been put in play and how the adaptation goes as we progress.
Yeah, if I have a gaze at Clubhouse, it's just a mainstay for both of these teams. We've seen, I mean, last week, Knights played Ferox and lost that one. So maybe not a good result from them, and that's very, very recent. So Sinister could have been watching that VOD. Mind you, Sinister also lost Clubhouse last week when they played against Wildcard. So both of these teams have immediate VODs exposing the other team's weaknesses on that map. So both these teams playing Clubhouse 2 weeks in a row. I mean, these are not underexplored maps. These are maps where these teams have a lot of information on how each other plays. That means it's going to be a rumble, I think.
I agree. I'm really thinking that this could be another map trade situation that we saw with LFO TBD. It kind of feels that way based on how the veto's now gone, but it's hard to say. I mean, these teams pick these maps for particular reasons, and of course, in terms of the veto system now, you have to be thinking about it differently. It's more about, okay, if we ban this map in particular, what seems like the next strongest choice for our opponent, that's what you kind of start to prepare for. So you'd have to think that, especially Knights, they would have been preparing for Clubhouse, as it's really Sinister's most played map.
That's a great point. So from Knights' perspective, maybe they've got the veto read out. Could be the same thing for Sinister, though. We haven't seen a lot of Coastline from them in a long time. So let's roll up and see what you guys reckon. Who's going to win this game? I think this one's going to be very well split as well. Team Sinister edging in at 59%. Just a couple of people on for the draw, and then 28 over for the Knights. Yeah, I can get behind this, especially taking into account questionable form with Pittsburgh Knights and the roster change. But you could almost say the same for Sinister. Do you feel like this is reflective of our expectations?
In some way, maybe not as dramatic towards Sinister. I do think it's fair to give Sinister a little bit of an edge because they did finish season 11 of Pro League quite strongly. Included with that was 2 map victories against Pittsburgh Knights. And also, like I said, against Wildcard last week, although they lost both maps, they were close scores. Those matches were reasonably close. So I think coming up against Knights, you would have a little bit of a favor towards Sinister, but I definitely wouldn't be writing the Knights off.
So both of these teams lost this map last week, but one of them has to take the W here. Last time these two teams met on Clubhouse, Sinister edged away a victory. It's the opportunity for Knights to have some revenge. Let's get stuck into the operator ban phase.
Definitely could have an impact on the map, but traditionally on Clubhouse, we will see a Thatcher or a Maverick ban taken off, and Thatcher is what leads us in through the phase here. Sinister taking that one off and teams starting to become very familiar with how to deal with maps with the Thatcher off the board.
Yeah, and the Ying also taken out, so that leaves Maverick in. Some of the really heavy hitting operators that we talk about on Clubhouse, the Thatcher, the hard breaches, all three of them, super essential on Clubhouse. So leaving that Maverick in means that, I don't know, I feel like that Thatcher ban's a bit less impactful. How do you see that Thatcher ban potentially coming into play with the Maverick still in? So you can still use it you still use Maverick to open up any key walls.
Yeah, I mean, the Maverick is going to play a massive part of a lot of these attacks. Opening those key walls, the Maverick trick, as we talked about on Cafe, the line above and below with the soft breach use is going to be critical for CCTV, as well as potentially on Jacuzzi wall, though you might be able to clear some of that utility differently. And then, of course, the hatches for Church Arsenal is a really big part of that.
Yeah, well, there are ways to deal with that with the Maverick, but we know how slow that Maverick can be, and we know how vulnerable he can be as well. So it comes down to strong Maverick play. We'll need to see that from Juicy here. A lot of soft breach also brought by the Knights, Sledge, Zafia, and Hibana, but it looks like Sinister are opting for what we like to call the SSG roam, at least in terms of their operators. Heading down to Church first up. Castle, Mozzie, Mute, and Vigil. A lot of operators to prevent lines of sight and prevent droning. Make it a lot more difficult for Knights to get information on any roamers that Sinister decides to play with.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Definitely seems like there's a solid roam strategy coming in, as you said. Player to look out for is definitely going to be Vince here on that Vigil. He can be a big impact player for Sinister. I've seen matches where he just goes nuts and gets a mad amount of frags and just can be a total thorn in the side of his opponent. So I think seeing him on the Vigil looks like they're potentially looking to try and unleash him a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome getting to see Vinny play on this map right after we had a really long chat to him on Friday night in Late Night Siege about this map as well. So there's a lot of insight that he would have given us then that we can kind of see in action here.
Absolutely right, Dev. Knights, like they are going to do a bit of a top-down clear, so looking to push into that room. Fisho in a nice position here in oil. This is skipped on the droning. Could be deadly. There is a drone there on the stairs, though. Potentially he has been spotted. Arlo's going to start to push in. He has seen him. Nice pre-fire. Takes him out. Beautiful entry from Arlo. He's using the LMG on Zofia, which is great, but it's not as common.
I respect the grind. And that is a good first pick for the defense. Sorry, for the attacking side. Eliminating Fisher on the defense. And Vinny just trying to be as disruptive as possible, but that drone does spot him go downstairs. So Vigil signals or no. Knights are aware of that. A lot of this drone being jammed up, though. Information gathering thwarted, at least up to some degree. Making things a bit more difficult for Knights to continue pushing on. They've made good control so far, half the round done, and they have that map control. This is better than you can say for... Actually, sorry, there is still that player up. 2 players upstairs, so they have that middle 4 map control, but they're still concerned about Milo and Nico. Nico finds that first kill for his side onto Dino, and now him and Milo are just going to keep on holding on to this as long as they can.
Yeah, really strong control, and the fact that the time is ticking away so heavily is going to be really hard for Knights. They have to make a judgment call here whether they just go straight into this roam to clear it, or they leave it alone and they go towards side, and they just have to know, they have to be careful of that flank.
Looks like they are just focusing on the bomb site for now. Not sure whether they're dedicating a player upstairs to watch that rotation. Vinny just moving around inside Armory, still invulnerable to those drones, which he continually takes out, and time's ticking away. Knights, where's the play? Arlo does find another one. That's Nico taken down on that rotation. Good move, but Milo does reply with the SMG-11. Another one for Milo. Just Arlo left. He's got 2 so far, but that's the end of the road for him. Dirtbear closes it out, and Sinister, a successful SSG roam defense.
Yeah, it was a really good defense. It started off great for the Knights, so Arlo got a good opening pick onto a position you wouldn't really expect the opening pick to come from. But, that roam just ended up being way too strong, and all those frags fell almost all at once in the end there. So Sinister looking good in that first round. Knights probably going to have a bit of a struggle ahead of them. Obviously, this is Sinister's map pick, well-versed on Clubhouse, very experienced at that, and also on defense, which is a bit of a comfort zone for most teams on Clubhouse.
Now that Thatcher is banned, which does make things a bit easier, but that Maverick, pardon me, is still in. And I think that's really going to come and have more effect on Cash CCTV and also on Bedroom, because denying these exterior walls, like the Kennels wall to CCTV and the Jacuzzi wall to top main stairs, these, you just can't really deny them. If the Maverick is in, it's pretty much impossible to hold onto that wall. It's going to get open at some point.
Catwalk plays a massive part of defense in this as well, so I'm going to be interested to see how the Knights try to clear out Catwalk if they push that side. I mean, they can ignore it to some extent and push straight from construction towards Cash, but it's just good to be able to get that garage control, especially after you get Kennel's Wall open. There's a lot of really critical points in this attack that can stall out a team at any stage.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Mostly a Kennel side spawn for Knights, very typical. Just the two hard breaches, the Maverick and the Hibana, so Maverick likely to be prioritizing that main Kennel's wall. Good usage of breaching charges from here, from Hayward, not just that first one to cover the Logi hatch, but also opening up this con wall gives a really nice avenue into the bomb site. I know you're a big advocate of opening up that wall just there, especially when unreinforced.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on the defense. They can't sit as comfortably or rotate as comfortably through construction, so it means that, of course, it's giving you an advantage as an attacker. You can even take that map control very easily and hold that. And considering the time, it's only been 50 seconds so far. This is looking pretty good from Sinister. I mean, from the Knights.
Yeah, and here's the strategy for Sinister to counter this Maverick trick, just using those smoke babes to deal a little bit of damage tick by tick against Juicy, especially when he's prone. Oh, and wow, Juicy so low on HP. Would he get shot through the drone hole at all there, or was that just the gas?
I think that was just the gas.
Man, that is a mouthful and a half. Juicy just one whiff away from dying here. If one bullet lands on him, that's your chances of getting this wall open basically gone. I think he still missed a little bit. That wall's not open yet. It's so essential that Juicy can nail this. There you go, finally.
It was looking so good for them early, but wow, that stalled them out almost 45, maybe even 50 seconds in itself, just getting that wall finished off. I've got this control on Master though, and of course that really helped that they got that construction wall open nice and early. Means they can just retake that. Two Sinister players below though. You'll have to worry about to deny a plant into the final minute. I mean, Sinister do still have quite a lot of map control here.
And a partial execute coming from that con side. I do love seeing this LMG from Arlo. Very high damage as well. Hayward ready for an entry here. We know Knights are a team that have no hesitation just making an entry onto the bomb site, and Dino's opening up this key avenue onto the bomb site as well, making it more and more difficult for Sinister to sit safe anywhere. Oh, but where did that come from? Fisher guy just peeks out aggressively from the doorway and takes him out. Such a good spot now. And Sinister are just increasing their lead even more. Perfect holes pre-placed in the stock wall. Give Moloska 2 kills. Fisho does find another one too. Just Arlo and he's finished off. A very nice hold there for Sinister.
Yeah, looking pretty good for them so far. They're just really letting their opponents take a little bit of that control, but they're holding onto what they need to. And then when it comes to it, they're just getting those picks. They played pretty patient. I mean, they weren't chasing any frags early. They had players on the roam. It's not like they were trying to play aggressive and make picks work or anything like that. They just waited and waited for the Knights to be at a certain point, and then they striked. And it really started when Fisho got an aggressive peek into construction, which obviously caught Dino completely off guard. and then it just all snowballed from there. So yeah, this is looking great from Sinister so far. As we'd expect, though, you would say, from the defense half.
Yeah, when I saw Fisher peeking out there in con, I actually thought it was Dino's teamate for a second. Just a silhouette. It kind of confused me. Took me an extra sec
Attackers need
to
to
sort that
locate and
out, but
defuse as many bombs as they can.
a good start for Sinister. And like you're saying, it is kind of expected, but I've got to say, Sinister are, you know, they're not just winning these rounds, but they're winning them well, and they're winning them convincingly. Even though Sinister, sorry, pardon me, Knights are no pushovers. What's happening here? Is that just to make the Maverick trick a little bit worse? They are going to reinforce that, surely.
I think so. I have to keep an eye on that.
Reinforce going up. There you go. Yeah, it's going up.
Yeah.
Now. I think it's Nico. So let's talk about this setup. Castle being taken for the gym bedroom. That's very common. We're searching for drones at the moment, though. It's dirt.
Attackers are heading out.
A lot of reinforcements over, extending this hold into cash. Castle barricade on the master doorway. Goya shield attempting to be placed by Vinny. Surely that would be exposed to that window. If they can pop open the master window castle. Interesting, I'm not quite sure exactly the idea here.
Yeah, interesting how that's going to be in play. There's some interesting stuff in general that we've just seen from Sinister in their prep phase, and I'm curious to see how it's going to plan out late rounds, seeing as it's mostly on site. A lot of utility coming out to open Kennel's wall here. Of course, going to be very important. It looks like the Knights will want to take CCTV cache control, which is pretty important for attacking the gym bedroom, as it allows you to really get that map control around bomb site. Because if you don't, well, then you're kind of just stuck outside still. You're on the balconies, and that's a bit of a funnel point.
I'm interested in Knights' decision to keep sticking that Hibana instead of the Thermite. Using 2 Hibana pellets on that Kennel's wall is a lot of Hibana's utility. So they'll be relying on the Maverick to go for that Kennel's wall. Sorry, the gym wall, this one over here. But it's really equally important here for the attacking side to take control of here in cache, as well as opening up that wall that Juicy is looking for. Even when Juicy opens this wall, there's still another position in bathroom, that a reinforced wall that he needs to open, or at least expose that position. But Dino finds the lead off. It's 1 player down in cache. Milo still holding fast though. Another pick. Damn. Sinister falling apart here, and Knights look pretty good. Need to see a huge play from Milo and cache to hold on to that ground.
Yeah, he's got some backup again from Fisho guy, but he gets deleted just as I talk about him. Cursed him a little bit, I'd say, and this is an aggressive push and pinch on a Milo, but he gets one, pre-fires the other doorway, so he can't push through. He's holding this pretty well. He's lost a lot of teammates in doing so, and now Vincier is here to back him up. Not hitting any shots, but it means that sight is very exposed. He almost catches the player jumping in the window. Milo has been down though, so there's essentially a 1 versus 3 at this stage. And no, not going to be Vinny's rounds. Knights take that one.
Very, very close one there for Vinny at the end, but Knights, so many opening kills there. Really, I think that must have been a trade at the end there. Must have been. So many good kills there at the start for Knights. Well, Derp found one, Dino found one. Sorry, not Derp was taken out. I'm not sure who did that. Someone with an L85, I remember that much. So Thatcher maybe, or Sledge. Thatcher is banned. It would have been the Sledge. Whoever was playing Sledge last round. Probably Strider, I guess. I don't know. Detective Dev on the job. And yep, Knights killed a bunch of people, and then it was really hard for Sinister to kill people because they had less people that they could do the killing with. And doing the tapping of the heads.
That's some real Professor of Siege analysis there, Dev.
Heck yeah, that's my analysis. See, they can't shoot you if you've already shot them.
Yeah. That's the real key, right? I mean, if you're doing that, you can't lose.
Exactly. Alright, SSG Row. Let's see what you got for a Sinister. It worked out pretty well last time, even though Knights got the first kill.
Yes. And that was in a strange spot too.
That was where?
In a strange spot, in Oil Pit.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
You wouldn't expect the opening death to really be there on a church hold.
Yeah. I think, was Fisher even potentially just rotating back to side? I don't think his intention was to roam. Typically, you'd think Vinny, Nico, and Milo would be the roamers on this one, just by the operators they're playing.
10 seconds to insertion.
and also by how last round played out, but nonetheless.
I'm dry.
5 seconds to
So
insertion.
here we go, castle barricade being placed at the pool table and the hatch above open. He's likely to be opening up this moto hatch too. Nope, he's just going to walk on past, I guess. And Nico potentially going for a spawn peek. Nope, just backs on out. Milo still top floor as well. Also, Angle's looking downstairs. So I think that's part of the name of the game here for Miloska and Nico here. It's a lot of drone denial, but also having angles so that they can actually fight people who are playing on that floor below them.
And a heavy use of shotguns here from Sinister in their setup. So far, looks like a pretty solid attack from the Knights. Arlo's already taken some good control here on to push this roam, as Vinci is taken out very early in the roam. So again, Knights, a great roam clear for this, and it's a little bit quicker. I mean, they cleared it last time, but very, very late.
Yeah. Looks like at first pick, I mean, it didn't make a difference last time. A lot of information being denied here, and Hayward in a very common position for an attack like this, just trying to prevent that rotation downstairs. It's a hammer and anvil strategy. Arlo is the hammer, and Hayward is the anvil, just waiting for these players to rotate back. But it's a tough position, especially with Milo and Nico just there waiting. A drone comes in, a C4 comes out, Arlo gets that kill.
Well, that backfired quite a bit for Sinister there. A good pinch from the Logi hatch, it looked like, for Knights. And this roam's really fallen apart. Nico, very pinched up here in the gym. And it's going to be all up to him, in fact, as the Knights take a flawless round, Dev. That really just... I can't believe it's over.
Yeah. And I don't think a single person died in the basement, which is where the bomb site was. I think the idea there from Knights was, like we were talking about, hammer and anvil, try and push those people through cash, through con, and have Hayward ready and waiting for anyone trying to go down the main stairs. I think there was also a player on the west balcony, I think it was the west side, outside gym, so to watch if anyone tried to rotate through going down the gym hatch. So the idea there being Knights have cut off all of the ways that these roamers from Sinister can get back to site. And so not only did Sinister struggle there in those fights and struggle in those rotations, but other players from Sinister, for example, Derper, decided, okay, I'm going to try to support these roamers as well, and that's how he pushed up the main stairs and died. So, no, strange one, but we'll see some operator changes here, abandoning the Mute and the Mozzie, and the Castle, in fact. So, going away from that SSG roam into a much more default style.
Yeah, it really does look like it's going to be much more of a... You could call it a turtle strat. I'd expect they'll have some kind of presence around maybe main stairs, storage stairs, shoot some drones, but then they're just going to piece back out to site and hang out. Put some emphasis on the fact that Thatcher is banned and that you need to be using this hard breach really effectively to open these hatches. Otherwise, this side in particular can be very difficult to attack.
Especially if you... use Maverick on one of those, use Cade to protect one of those hatches. You can potentially protect the second one with the other electrical, or you can protect Dirt, and then the Maverick will have to go for that utility. And it really leaves a lot of, like you're saying, it just makes it much more difficult for the attackers on this hard breach utility. Dirtbear also has impact grenades, Nico might have impact grenades, so that's a lot of opportunity to impact trick that church, the Arsenal hatch into kitchen. Turtle strat definitely works out well with these operator bans. See how they manage it.
Nile as well, and a lot of pings coming out on that kitchen roof and floor. Not sure. Trying to line up a C4 or something. Juicy is going to open the bar hatch here with the blowtorch, and this is the free hatch, so get that quite quickly. Of course, kitchen hatch is really where the struggle is going to be.
Yeah, I don't think it's likely we'll see kitchen hatch get open thanks to those impact trick, and Dino just waiting right now for someone to peek. Not pre-firing too much, just, oh, there you go, gets the pre-fire, but doesn't land that shot there, and not likely Fisher will keep peeking that when he sees bullets whiz past his head. That's one hatch open.
Like Arlo is just going to be holding on to blue, maybe looking to push down it a bit later. Dirtbay does finally open the kill count here. That's Strider off. No more sledging of the 4 possible. Hayward's just going to go to work with an Ash charge. Trying to find some picks through this floor, but nothing happening. Sinister knowing their angles and just holding safely so far, and if they can continue to burn this time away, it's going to be very tricky for the Knights to be able to get through to side and even just get a chance of planting.
50 seconds. Arlo looking to toy with blue, but Velotzka's holding against him. Gas grenade pushes back as well. The Moto player, and I'm not sure what the idea is here is with Juicy, not actually trying to open the wall, but just exposing these positions, and this deployable shield does not save Benny's life. A C4 comes over, a barely missed shot from Juicy. And 25 seconds left. Nico finds another one with that TCSG. Knights have an avenue onto the bomb site, and Arlo finds one, finds two, pushing on inside. There's a down player in there as well. Can he go for another? Just hold down left click. He's the last man standing. Only 2 players standing for him to find. This could be a 4K to clutch it out, but they're not going to give him anything. He spots one player, but they're not going to give him their satisfaction. And that's Sinister to protect the bombs and win that round on time.
Oof. Yeah, came down to that 1v1 against Nico, basically, but Nico staying very patient, passive in Arsenal. Meant that he wasn't pre-fired from that belt-fed LMG, the Zofia. So Sinister again, claw through with that church defense. We're up to the final round of the half. Sinister going to attempt CCTV, which was successful for them last time.
Was that actually an effectively 1v1? I thought there were still 2 players from Sinister, other than the...
They were both down. Both down in church.
Really? Oh, damn. I didn't even notice that. That was a 1v1. Nuts. So close. Good effort from Arlo, especially just jumping onto this roster again. Oh, Hayward with the 300 IQ. Ash to Ash, 6 pick. Love it.
I'll never guess.
Right on. So that is... I mean, it took them 2 goes, but they did get that defense finally. SSG room didn't work. The total strat did. So back up to Cash now. Last defense of the half. This worked out well for Sinister last time. I'd like to attribute a lot of that to just a really slow push from Knights, seemingly, and then just some individual picks. No one was covering Dino when he was in con. Allowed Fisher to get an aggressive peek, and then Milo found 2 downstairs when blanking as well. These feel like very much things Knights could just fix between 2 rounds.
Yeah, it does. But unfortunately, I mean, like, they're not going to be able to now, essentially. They are... Ooh, Derpe. This tight angle was the west, but nobody over that side. Not going to find that. And something I am disappointed about, Dev, is that last time these guys played each other in Pro League, Sinister did the bait strat, where they were defending top floor, but they baited the defense on the basement. And it was against Knights. They fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Tried to plant in the basement. I was kind of hoping they were going to try it again, you know?
I feel like that's the thing, that kind of bait strategy. You know, Knights fall for it once, they're never going to fall for it again in their life. That's how that works, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And Knights don't want the egg on their face for the second time.
Surely you'd be tempted though, because if they did, think about like the mindset that would really shift.
Oh, look, there's still overtime possibility. So
True.
we will hold out hope. And looks like Juicy has botched this again. No, and Derpe finds that kill.
A bomb has been located.
Damn, that's going to be real tough to open up this wall now. It's not completely open. There's a possibility that we could see Dino use some X-Kairos to try to finish that job off. But I don't know if he's going to make the rotation for it.
No, it looks like that he's actually just going to utilize that more towards construction. I mean, that being said, they could still sit somebody at those holes, because, I mean, a big part of it is to cut the rotates. And you can still sit at those holes and cut the rotate, so half of the job is done, you could say. But it's not ideal. It's not a rotatable position, so the defense doesn't have to hard watch that at least. That means this is going to be a much more predictable push here as they look to open construction. And Sinister are repositioning, ready to defend this.
Especially because there's clearly a mute jammer to prevent these gyros detonating. So Strider is going to try and nade over the top. Not sure whether there's an ADS to protect that. No, there isn't, and that probably does destroy the mute jammer there. So, oh man, poor Fisher getting abused here as the smoke just holding on, but doesn't matter. There you go, those X-Gyros do detonate. 30 seconds left for Knights on this execute.
Now they're kind of sitting ducks at this stage. Milo does flank around. Hayward tries to jump through the window, but that's not going to be successful as Fisher is holding a nice angle with the shotgun. They're just going to funnel through this door. In fact, they're not even going to get through the door, Dev. It's a flawless round to Sinister to end out the half.
It's the second flawless round we saw in that half, but I mean, first time it was an attack from Knights, so nice to see Sinister reply with their own. Look, they didn't need the bait strat, but 4-2 on the half. I wouldn't say it's amazing for Clubhouse. It's not just expected, but it's good.
Yeah, a 4-2 half for defense, it's pretty acceptable. If I was Sinister, I'd be pretty happy with that. What's really going to be the telling thing here is how Sinister go on an attack. And I mean, this was their map pick, so I have high expectations of how this is going to pan out.
Yeah, so let's flip over. Move down. It looks like we're going to see some kind of variation, potentially of an SSG roam. Because we do. Oh, actually, I don't know. It's hard to say. We don't have the castle, but this has been pretty common in terms of operator selection, at least in my memory. And please, if you remember as well, jump in. Dino playing Alibi here. I feel like I've seen this before as a castle replacement, kind of using it to prevent people playing on these windows. So, for example, that one he just placed here in Master prevents someone from aggressively peeking that window, obstructs the line of sight slightly. It means if someone does shoot, they're going to get pinged out, which makes them a little bit exposed. I'm not sure if he's putting them too far away from the window that it can be shot from the window, though. So, anyhow, it's a cool idea. I'm interested to see how it works. It does seem to be a heavy roam strategy, similar to your SSG roam style thing.
Yeah, it was something that we saw Pittsburgh attempt in their previous match against Ferox last week. But it didn't have much success. Curious to see whether that was just maybe an error in how it was played. Where it works out. And also, I think Alibi in general, in terms of her pick rate on Clubhouse, it's really more for like the gym bedroom defense. People love using Alibi on the gym bedroom defense. I know Fnatic used to use Alibi a lot for their holds of gym bedroom.
Yeah, well, if you ever tell me to play Alibi, I won't be complaining. She's got a fantastic primary weapon, Storm, and
Bomb located by attacker.
also got that secondary shotgun and impacts, or a shield. So just a really valuable kit there. Despite being, I think a lot of people don't really rate her, she's got quite a lot of utility that can really help the team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyhow,
I mean, it has burned off this first minute. I mean, that's pretty important.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, having a look now at how Sinister are dealing with this, you can see they are addressing this roam. That's the idea here. They're not just trying to ignore it. So trying to pressure here from the Jacuzzi side as well, which is fully reinforced and catered. Not a lot of progress, to be honest, here. And honestly, if Knights just do things like what Arlo's doing right now, just chill out and hide in strip, as long as he knows there aren't any drones on him. He actually did just hear the drone jumping. He could potentially just kind of sit here for the rest of the round, and Knights could not even contest Sinister. Just let them eventually take that ground. That would probably be fine. Oh, but Nico's going to open up this wall. Keep an eye on strip here. Looks like they might try and hunt Arlo, but just a minute 15 left.
Yeah, he finally is taken out, but the time that took, pretty huge. They're only just entering towards bar, and there's still Knight's presence around there. Hayward's actually going to go back to site. Just going to hold some lines through the holes in the floor. The way that time delay from that room, really effective. Although they're down a man, they still have pretty solid advantage given the time.
40 seconds left. What was that shot from
Jeez.
Vinny, mate? And now he's just going to go deep. Pushing on through, got that first kill. A lot of utility exposed here. He gets a good refrag there as well, but oh, and now for the 180. He manages that one too. Going for this plant now. It's all on Hayward to clutch this up. Vincier is on fire right now.
Attackers are activating the
Fisher guy gives him enough cover to get that plant down. Whips out the G8, drum magazine. You can see Vinny's keen for this one, but Fisher steals it from him, and Sinister come out of nowhere with that attack.
That was a pretty nuts round from Vinny. I mean, he got to the bottom of May, that crazy shot on the guy at Church Double, and then the flick inside Church back into the breach. The guy flanking main stairs. That was crazy. He was on the ace. Don't know if you realized, but he was on the quad kill. So far out. What a round from him. And Sinister shoot out to 5-2.
I was sad when Fisher got that one, but I mean, you got to play for the team, right? Well, what was fantastic is, we had a great chat to Vinny this week. Yeah, that was a nasty shot. And this one too. This one was so good. That's a good night, Dino. Man, I mean, we were lucky. We had a great chat to Vinny last night on Clubhouse. He was taking us through Clubhouse and IQ. And he talked us through why he runs the G8 and why he runs Flash Hider and Hollow Sight. And it's just like, that was a masterclass right there.
Yeah, it really was. Far out. Look, Knights are actually going to reattempt to the bomb site. I'm curious about this because, yeah, the roam was working out pretty well. It was more late rounds where it just fell apart based on a really aggressive push in the end from Sinister. And what is the alarm bell for me is that Knights look like they're changing how they're going to roam, whereas that was what was effective. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're changing what they're doing on their roam. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, well, like they've gone off the alibi, which seemed like it was working out okay, and just the way the roam is set up is completely different. And I think that part of it actually was really good for them. They just lacked adapting to what Sinister were going to do. Of course, Sinister has spent a lot of time clearing the room and getting pushed to site. They're just going to eventually hit the accelerator. And it just felt like the Knights were too slow to adapt to that.
I feel like something that I noticed at the end of that previous round was how there was so few reinforcements on site. The Bach could simply just open up all the church wall. And now that Sinister have that information that that's how Knights were setting it up, I think Knights are wary that Sinister will try and abuse that. So that's why Knights feel the need to change things up a little bit. At least, I mean, I don't know all their reinforcements, but I'd have a guess that they did change them. Yeah, here you go. Much more static, normal reinforcements there.
I think the most concerning thing is that Hayward backs himself to hit something with that pistol.
Hey, you can hate it, but he's just waiting for someone to sit there. This is just a tiny little pistol angle. Please tell me that Hibana drops down oil. Oh, why would Hibana go oil? No. Come on, tell me someone goes down oil there. I really want him to hit that shot.
Me too. I want to see it happen. But no, it looks like Sinister actually ignoring oil.
Which makes sense, not super necessary. And like you were talking about the roam, this is a 5-man on site. We saw that when MC was giving us the overhead before. And look, to their credit, Knights have it's more than half the round gone, and still Sinister are just opening hatches. Credit to Dirtbear, that was madly efficient with that blowtorch. Really well done. Now he's gonna quickly drone blue. But that's the first kill. Milo gets taken out rather by Dino. C4 through the floor. That's the Hibana gone as well. So just relying now on that Maverick for not only the hatches but also off breach.
Now again, time not really in Sinister's side, and now man advantage not as well. So that means it's gonna be a real tough finish to this. No massive openings that they've made into this defense. Looks like they're banking a lot on blue. There's 3 players at the stock hatch, and given 30 seconds to go, maybe this is where they're gonna force their efforts. No, they're starting to disperse a little bit. Either way, this is looking much more like it could be a Knights round here.
That player pushing up down oil. Strider putting under the pump, but gets 1 kill. Dirtbear so low. He's pushing up now, and oh, another one! And Strider just holds down the floor, holds down left click, and cleans house for Knights on that defense.
Yeah, that one was a lot better. Never really looked in doubt there. Sinister just lost a lot of time in clearing out utility and just trying to work some picks. They even lost man advantage, so bit of a fail, and means the Knights are going to change now. They get to play a different bomb site. They're going to go to CCTV.
Haven't shown us this one just yet, but I mean, I like that. It's a good demonstration, and sometimes it is worth just sticking with the same bomb site when you lose one. Give it another crack, maybe change your strategy. That's why I really do love these bomb sites where there are such drastically different ways to hold it. So, for example, on that basement there, you can go for a 5-man turtle. You could go for effectively a 5-man roam as well. 4-man roam maybe. You know, you might stick your one guy on site to maybe 2 players on site. We really get a lot of diversity in the way we look at setups, and I mean, we're even kind of seeing that here. This is a church defense, but look at this extension from Knights out towards the gym bedroom side. Very unusual. But it could definitely help out if they decide to, or if Sinister are trying to emphasize that con side push construction. So look at all this utility being placed in the bathroom. Nico's going to drive it out.
They've used 3 reinforcements on that side.
And ADS as well. It does make you wonder whether Sinister, was it their intention from the get-go to go for the push onto the master bedroom side to execute it through con, as what is probably meta at the moment? Because if not, then maybe it's a bit of a waste for Knights. And maybe if it was their intention, then Sinister should be thinking, okay, you see all this utility, maybe it's better to just focus on clearing garage and go for a more kind of typical execute onto the CCTV from Canals.
Yeah, we saw last week Fisher Guy was really sticking this Montaigne, and they tried to push Con into cash, and I think that was somewhat effective, but oh no, that's a fatal error. Fisher Guy. He walked into garage and faced the guy around lounge stairs, not thinking about the fact there's a guy catwalk, and yeah, Hayward just picked up, shot him from the side. That's it. Monty gone. Diffuser stuck in garage.
I really wonder whether this. I wonder whether this Monty's been working out in scrims, because Fisher really struggled with it last week when using it against Wildcard, and I don't know. I'm not seeing it just yet. We'll see if Sinister can use it later. Nico seems very aware of a player in pool. Oh, the default cam is up. Come on, mates.
Oh no.
Oh, that's a fatal mistake. Nico gets shot up just a little bit. This is off his HP, but he deals a bit back as well. Take out the default cam, mate. Hayward. Oh, what an angle from Nico to jump up like that. Great move there. Pre-fire towards anyone trying to rotate from lounge. Dino's in fact in there already. 2 players on site, 2 players on the run. The Knights at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher is the guy that died early, but he also is somewhat of an IGL for Sinister, so that sometimes can help you a little bit to coordinate things. We're calling shots from the back. Arlo does finally finish off Nico. That battle is finally over there, and entering the final minute, Sinister have really struggled, but Derpe actually has the catwalk control, so that's really critical. This could be really important for them to be able to close this round.
Question is Juicy going to be able to gas this off? No, he's not. Is Arlo going to be able to deny with a C4? No, he's not. Now Miloska trying to hold as Derpe secures that plant. So low on HP from that gas, but now he's backed out. 3 players left from Sinister. Just 2 left now as Arlo finds another, and this is getting desperate. Milo finds one, but that's a small magazine. Is he going to reload in time? No, he doesn't. All on Derpe. He's finished off. What a retake. And that's Knights to close it out on that defense.
Defenders disabled the diffuser.
I just can't believe Sinister actually got the plant down in the first place. That really opened the round up. It could have been theirs, but yeah, you're right. The Knights retake was just fantastic. Didn't help that Derpe was taken so low in the plant attempt. Sinister did alright to try and salvage something in that round. It seemed like it was lost once the Monty died, but yeah, Knights did close it out. They're going to move on to
I'm very much
bedroom.
surprised that, I mean, the gas didn't kill the plants, right? The first gas grenade clearly just missed.
Yeah.
And then the C4, like, what was that? Did he not know where to C4? Because he did not C4 the default plant spot. Arlo C4'd, like, underneath the window. I guess that was maybe a bit of just a rush decision from Arlo. or maybe he got a bad call that it was in a different spot. But yeah, unfortunate there for him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the fact that the smoke was missing just made them doubt whether he was actually planting default. Maybe they just had sound and they knew that even though the smoke was going off, he's still planting. So I was like, well, maybe he's window. But yeah, either way, could have been a real big error for Knights. I mean, they could have been facing match point based on just that situation. They closed it out. It means it's 5-4, in fact, so close map.
Yeah, I think just slipping that first defensive round is something that started to make this look like Knights weren't looking so good, because when they lost that first defense, after Sinister came out from a defensive-sided first half, it meant Knights were looking at like the 5-2 kind of scoreline. They've called that back though. Now they're moving on after successfully defending downstairs and Cash. Move over to Jim. Got the castle, as it's pretty typical. Can I just say, Castle getting the super shorty is the best thing since sliced bread. I love it. I love playing Castle now, even more. Any operator that has a shotgun, I'm obsessed with, because I'm a huge rotation hole nerd.
Yeah, it's made him pretty fun to play and incredibly helpful. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't even seen more Castle, you know, in other maps and built more into strategy, seeing as he can bring a shotgun and of course the barricades himself.
Yeah, very much. I mean, even if you, just a lot of utility. Even impact grenades or a bulletproof cam as well, very useful. Get impact trick or whatever. All 3x Kairos are used on that Kennel's wall to prevent anyone playing in CCTV, and I don't know whether Sinister actually intend to fully clear Cash, because it doesn't look like that's the intention right now. I will say, you notice there, Vinny with the IQ doing a great job to spot out that electric claw, direct Derper into the position to open up that hole so Vinny can shoot it, and the Hibana can open up the wall. Now Derper uses the Maverick, and oh look, this is so efficient. Derper using the Maverick to unreinforce that wall. Line at the top, line at the bottom, Fisher guy to destroy the soft part.
Yeah, and Juicy did try to use the smoke babes to stop the Maverick from doing so, but it was so late. Derper already had it open essentially, and now he's made a nice little rotate hole to the side there. Might be unaware of. That could be very critical later on, but Hayward's going to give them a pretty strong advantage. Taking out Nico could be a pretty important play for Sinister, and with the sledge at that, which means some of these castle barricades might be a bit tricky to open.
That's first pick of the round, 2 rounds in a row for Hayward. Doing pretty well. Does have this C4 in hand, and when we were in Late Night Siege last week, Vinny showed us all kinds of places you can deny that C4 from below. Sorry, deny that plant with the C4 from down in bar. So Vinny's going to be on the hunt for Hayward late round as well, I think, to make sure he can deny that C4 vertical play. Oh, perfect nade, but doesn't secure that kill just yet.
I don't know how Strata survived that, man.
He's been eating his wheat bix, that's for sure. It's holding on now. Logistics, a point of contention. Derper gets taken out by Arlo. That's holding the bomb site firm. And Juicy just waiting. Vinny does take out Hayward. That was the Roma with the C4 downstairs. That's one dimension that Sinister don't have to worry about, but they still need more control. There's 10 seconds. A C4's gonna... Oh my god, Fisher guy's flying! Juicy's good for 2. He gets the diffuser down on the ground. It's all on Vinny, but he gets taken out. Knights even up our score lines. 5-5.
Brought it back. We're in for another tight series here, Dev. This has been a great map so far. Tale of two halves. Bringing it to a 5-5, it means that it's a very real prospect here of overtime. And that makes me excited considering how close this has been. The Knights there, that's a full sweep of sites as well. That's 3 in a row now. That means they're going to get to go back to church.
And in fact, Knights have actually accomplished something that we didn't see successful from Sinister, which is a 1 defense on every single bomb site. Sinister was unable to get a victory on Gym and Bedroom. So I guess in some ways, this actually puts Knights in the lead here. They are still on defense. They're going to go back downstairs. Now, this is the bomb site that Sinister's already won once, but that was when we saw Pittsburgh Knights go for that roam strategy. Now, I'm not sure what the idea is here for Knights, because they got the mute and they got the alibi, both kind of indicate potentially a roam, but they have that Legion, they don't have a castle, they don't have the Mozzie, which they previously brought when they did that heavy roam.
Look, I'm
Maybe
really
they try
feeling
to
like this
straddle
might
it.
be... Yeah, I'm thinking this might be like a bait roam. I don't know whether they're going to hard stick this. One big difference is that Dino was the one playing the alibi last time. I'm not sure whether that may be something significant here or whether I'm reading into it too much, but
Okay.
yeah.
I'm not sure what Juicy was
5
playing
seconds left
last time, to
before
be
insertion.
honest, but they did switch that round a little bit. And
Attackers are moving
yeah,
out
they
to
still got
locate bomb
Arlo, so he can impact trick. Oh no, Juicy was on the Goyo last time, if I'm not mistaken. They brought the Goyo for this defense.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of drone denial. I don't know where the Dino's using his utility on, say, the church wall or on the side, or whether he's putting it upstairs, but I think it would make sense to use a lot of those mute jammers and those alibi devices top floor, and as you said, go for a bit of a bait roam. Maybe even just have Juicy by himself, because if he dies, that's probably not too bad, especially if he's put his utility out already. But good time here for Sinister. Look at Vinny, already in bar, but that's a great kill for Hayward. 3 rounds in a row, he gets the lead off, and Fisher guy, man, he's seems to always be on the receiving end of this.
Yeah, I feel like he's just been struggling the last 2 weeks. I remember this was the case with Wildcard. He was really frequently just struggling to get on the board. He opened up a bit in Theme Park, but yeah, again, Clubhouse here has just been real tough for him. Either way, the time management is pretty good from Sinistar. The fact that Nico is now in, opening this floor, putting a lot of pressure on the site, it's going to help them a lot later on, as Derpe is also doing good work on this bar hatch. This time management is going to help them late rounds. They're just going to try and work some of these picks at least to get the man advantage back either in their favor or at least equal.
Just want to commend Derp again. He's just so effective with that Maverick Torch. Does it so quickly and so efficiently without wasting any fuel. I believe that's just the one hatch open for him now, and the Electroclaw spotted out on this kitchen hatch, not to mention potential for impact grenades to trick this. I think that Sinister might have to just abandon any prospect of opening that. Not sure if they agree. Miloska potentially rotating for that one. Sturp jumps in. Couple of rotations now from the Sinister players as they shape up. And Vinny going to his signature position, bottom of the main stairs as well, just going to drone himself up a little bit. Now we can cut off this bottom floor into 2 halves.
Waiting for a C4 over the top there, but nothing coming at this stage. Trying to be a bit patient. It doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of pushing actually happening from the main stairs. So he's going to hold his position. The drones come out. They see that Arsenal's relatively clear, and that Kaid position in dirt is now known. Really important for late round, but Derpe, just deletes that player. And all these frags is coming out of nowhere, Dev. All of a sudden, it's actually all up to Derp. That just came out of nowhere.
Vinny pushed so aggressively down long, and he was taken out. Derp does see the barrel there of the Jaeger, but he's going to be caught in the crossfire. Tough spot to be in. Surely. Strider saw him just then. Derpe's allowed to get into church. No one in church. Can we get the diffuser? It's a 1v3 and Knights are giving him nothing. No relief whatsoever. Derp put onto the pump and Knights are on match points.
Quite the comeback here from Knights. That's 4 rounds in a row. It was looking like Sinister were going to have control of the map, but ever since round 8, it's just snowballed towards the Knights here. But as I was saying previously, overtime feels like a real possibility. I think Sinister can bring this back, but the Knights are really showing up so far.
That's 4 rounds in a row for them. Cash CCTV next on the agenda. Now this one got so close, we actually saw the plant go down, but eventually, I mean, we feel like the plant probably shouldn't have gotten down in the first place, to be honest.
Yeah.
There were some issues near the start of the rounds, and I don't know, Sinister a bit all over the place. That roam really wreaked havoc on them. But this is the end of the line for them. This is Sinister's map pick, and especially in the best of 2 veto system where you only get 1 ban and then you get to pick straight away, it's so much more essential to win on your own map pick. Sinister have got to be feeling the pressure now because Knights are on the cusp of getting their revenge for the Pro League match they played last season.
That's true, yeah. They got pretty dismantled on this map in that Pro League
10 seconds
match.
to go.
Of course, it was, as I said earlier, the bait strat that became very infamous,
seconds left
spread around a
before
lot on socials. After that, the Knights were just totally destroyed mentally. This time, it's a different story, as you said. We might even see overtime. Looking like an aggressive run out here, potentially from Strider. If this hits, then could be the nail in the coffin.
No way. And there's so much utility that Walmaya's yet to place down. It's a huge risk on when he was droned out. Lucky that he gets away unscathed of that one. And Nico is looking to follow him in there. The Buck playing in stock, a great position. And actually, there's no holes pre-made in that bar wall to Nico's right, which is the very common way to counter any Buck or someone playing vertically in here. So Nico's actually in a much better position now to stay safe inside of stock. I think he's just waiting for someone to try to get aggressive through here. Gonna pre-place a drone in lounge, potentially to cover his flank there.
Definitely want to be timing when you buck that roof as well, because if you're doing it too early, I mean, that's a massive signal to the defense that you are in that position, and they don't want you to be doing that. So it gives them a lot of time to be able to set up a flank, and also it's early round, so that means you won't have the map control to control that flank, so to speak. So I like the patience from Nico. Strider did get tagged up. I think that was the drone hole, because he was top of cache stairs. I heard someone doing some tap firing, so I think that's where it would have been. That means he's up there setting up some magnets ready to counter. So fear trick potentially.
Look at these shields. 2 shields. This is a nasty setup right here. And Strider's going to protect them with all of his magnets in the pocket. As they keep filing on in, he's going to keep on throwing them out. Finally, Nico thinks it might be the time to open up some of this floor, but then he gets the lead-off kill. That's Arlo going down. The Bandit, no more possible for a Bandit trick. But here we see Knights extended hold into bedroom, seemingly working well. But there's a push in from Con. Absolutely no idea that Fisher was coming that direction. And that's 2 nice kills for Sinister with a minute to capitalize and convert that into this round win that they need to send us to overtime.
You'd have to be a bit frustrated with that if you were Dino as well, because, I mean, a teammate should have been able to easily cover that. What an aggressive run out, though, from Strider, bringing it back a bit closer, but aggression yet again. These players on site. Hayward down below, so that means there is only one running around. It's Juicy on site here. 3 versus 2, Dave, in the final 30 seconds. Come down to the wire here as the Knights attempt a retake, and Hayward is downed.
20 seconds. No doubt that plant was heard by these 2 Knights players and trying to push on in. Can they get in? Trying to pre-fire these plant positions, but the plant goes down. And now it's all up to just Hayward here with the 416. Just 20 HP to his name. And we see... Oh, that stun grenade caught in the magnet's going to prevent him from pushing in just yet. And now Nico's on the repel. A nigh unwinnable situation for him. It looks like we may well be seeing overtime. But Hayward pushes into cash. Needs to find that first player, but there's 2 of them there. And Sinister aren't going to finish this in regulation. We're going to overtime.
Oof. It's been an absolute barn burner overnight, Dev. This is the second overtime of this evening. And look, it's a real fitting tale of these 2 teams. It was pretty close. Knights looked like they might have been running away with it. But thanks to Sinister having that strong first half as a 4-2, meant that they only needed to get 2 rounds. And of course, the second half was a 4-2. We get to see some juicy overtime.
Juicy. Oh, that was good. I really like. I want to spend another second just to acknowledge how good Knights' how interesting Knights' bedroom extension was, and the way that Sinister dealt with that. So putting players inside of Master Bedroom and Master Bathroom, making sure that it wasn't easy to push that, kind of gave Sinister a couple of extra seconds to think about what they're going to do. Fisher ended up just coming in through Con and absolutely yeeting it. I'm not sure which player it was. I think Dino. He had no clue he was getting pushed from that angle.
Such a coverable angle. It's a point I tried to touch on, is that it could have been very easily covered from that cache doorway. I mean, there was no line of sight from the logistics wall, and construction wall was reinforced at that stage. So I think if you've got a player in Master, you need to cover all possibilities. And one of them is, of course, someone, like you said, literally yeeting through construction window to pinch the position. A small thing that could have saved the round for Knights. Really important note here too is that Sinister are the ones starting on defense, and we did see a defender favored 2 halves, so you would say that's favoring Sinister coming into overtime.
Yeah. That said, with no, was it earlier today? 5-1 on the attacking half, each attacking half, and then all 3 defense rounds won in overtime. So anything can happen in overtime, and that's what we know. Now, Sinister, interestingly, not going for that SSG roam that they tended to favor in their first half. I didn't actually write it down, but they played Church and Arsenal 3 times, and as far as I recall, they went for the SSG style roam every single time, if I recall correctly. One of which was a flawless loss against them when their roam was completely dismantled. That's a good way to kick it off, though, with Nico taking down Dino.
Two roams were attempted, and the last one was a turtle, and they won the first roam and then the turtle. Oh my lord, the peak from Vinny. Vinny is just on something tonight, man. Some of these peaks are so aggressive, but it's working out. I mean, he's been really stepping up for Sinister, and he's opened a couple of rounds as an individual. Which is definitely what you want to be seeing from him. And the fact that Knights are now down 5 versus 3, was still half the round to play. Really playing into Sinister.
Guess which 2 operators are taken out nice and early for Knights at the 2 hard breaches on Clubhouse basement.
True.
I mean, on a turtle strat. Like, this isn't even like a roam strat where they lost their hard breaches. This is, you could not get any worse at this point. Now, we've seen that this been won before by some teams, but man, it's going to be tough for Knights from here on out. And Sinister really done a good job of locking in their chances here.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
They have still a minute for the Knights to make something work here. They're starting to push down main stairs. In fact, all 3 of them on main stairs. Side effects of losing hard breaches means that you will have to funnel to site. They're trying to get aggressive here. Nice buck through into Arsenal, but it's read by Nico. 5 versus 2, Dev. It looks like this is going to be really falling into Sinister's hands. Flawless round in the end. It was a really great hold from them on some early aggression.
Very, very nice stuff from Sinister, and I think that's a really great example of a team that has learned their lesson. They tried the SSG roam once, it worked perfectly. They retried it, it didn't work the second time. A flawless round against them. Knights completely dismantled that roam. And so, second attempt when they were on their defensive half, they try to rotate tack and go for a full anchor style hold, and it works really well. They do that again when it comes to overtime, and it worked well. So I'm really liking that decision-making process there from Sinister. I think they really roll with the punch as well.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the Knights will pull out for this Church Arsenal defense. We saw them attempt it 3 times in their defense half. They also went 2-1 on Church. That was exactly how Sinister did it as well. It looks like they're going to be replicating their 3rd attempt, which is with Juicy on the alibi and Dino on the mute.
Yeah, and that was one of the ones that they won. So the times that Knights won this defense was when they went for that hard turtle with the second time they played it, they went for a full turtle. They didn't even bring the alibi. I think they brought a Goyo instead. And then the second time they won it was when they brought this exact roster right here, this exact rotor lineup. Had a kind of half roam. In fact, if I recall, they tried to flank players up the stairs as well late round. Maybe I'm getting my rounds confused, to be honest. But here we can see Dino placing these mute jammers on the top floor. He's still got 3 in the pocket, so he must be placing all of them on that top floor. And I think it's exactly what you said. It's a bait roam. Not sure how many of the hatches are reinforced. Any chance we can have a look, MC? How many of these hatches are reinforced? All 3 of these hatches are reinforced. Perfect. So that's uncharacteristic of a roam strategy, and it forces the attackers to use that hard breach utility. But at the same time, Knights is also putting mute jammers on the top floor to force Sinister to clear it out by face checking or just try to cover their flanks and leave them.
Yeah, and here we go, 30 seconds. They've vacated top floor. Their most aggressive player right now in terms of positioning is going to be Arlo here on the main stairs. But as you said, they've placed those mute jammers upstairs. They've placed utility up there, and you can see a drone there on the outline at the top of your screen. Sinister are hard droning that. That's going to take a bit of time. They're just being very careful. They've been caught off before. So that's going to play a massive factor here. You could say a third of the round is going to be dedicated just to ensure that floor is clear.
Fisher guy just checking oil pit for now. Gonna claymore off that ladder so no one can push up. Now Vinny pushing in through new blue. A drone ahead of him as well. This Capital likely being utilized, intending to be utilized to clear out that position behind this blue cabinet here. Giant machine in blue. Assume it's some kind of generator. I don't really know exactly what it is.
Bomb located by attackers.
Spots out the Jaeger though. Try and contest that angle. His drone gets shot. Strider, and Strider did so well here on his last defense. I missed C4 as well in kitchen.
Well, that's going to be
There's that
important
first
to start getting that opening kill. Yeah. To Juicy as well. So, I mean, he was one of the more aggressive operator decisions to bring in the alibi. I think this blue is going to be really critical to how this round plays out.
Ooh. Nico is eventually taken down. Dino gets his C4 landed, even though Hayward didn't previously. Now a nade going to come out from Depp. This will get chewed up by the ADS, no doubt. But there was a Capital Fireball also placed there. But Strider's not really properly put under the pump here, and that hatch isn't completely open either. So, in some ways, a wasted Capital Fireball. Second one comes out, and that forces him off to the side. But if only both of those Capital Fireballs were placed at the same time, Strider would be toast right now. Instead, he's allowed to continue reigning control over blue here. And there's 30 seconds for Sinister in a 3 versus 4 to take this.
They got some good positions though, but it is going to start to create this funnel. Derpe very much, of course, aware of this position of Strider in blue. Low HP. Hayward also low HP. So Sinister with a couple of swift shots could get it. Fisher tries to yeet it deep from Arsenal, but he's going to get tagged out. Derpe pushing down long, pushing into Church. Almost catches 2. Catches 1 and making it a 1 versus 2 for Milo. He hasn't got much time. 3 seconds, in fact. And the Knights will close the round. Dev, we're going to the final round possible here, as it is now 7-7.
We're going to have 2 7-8s tonight at minimum. Now, I think that's good value for your money.
Absolutely.
Oh, good stuff. Why does that say attack? That should say defense. I broke my spreadsheet. That's awesome. Good on me. Lovely. Good stuff. Well done, Dev. But that's okay. Pittsburgh Knights won on the defense. Love to see it. Very nice. And both of these teams have replicated that defense at Church Arsenal successfully. Albeit that one was a bit close, and I really feel like if Vinny had just nailed both of his Capital bolts at once, that would have cooked Strider completely, and he would have been a goner. Instead, going for one at a time, I'm not sure what the idea was. Maybe trying to work with Depp's grenade, but come on, you got to expect there to be an ADS there.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, I really do feel like blue was mismanaged, and it ended up being the critical spot. If they were able to kill Strider or even flush him out, I feel like that round could have played out quite differently. But either way, the Knights held on. Something interesting about Sinister picking the site. Only site that they successfully held multiple times in their first half. Oh, sorry, perfectly held multiple times, I should say. Like, they did it twice, they won both times. Oh, I made that
right,
so...
no, I get you, yeah, because they went Church, Cash, and then they won both of those. They lost Jim, they lost Church, then they tried Church again and won it, and then they won Cash. Yeah, so they only played it twice, and that was not actually the case for Knights. On their own defense of this, they won it once, lost it once. So, yeah, you're right. This is the only bomb site that so far this map has been flawless for the defense, Sinister. And guess what? On the 15th round of Clubhouse, we finally see a thermite. No thermite until now. And Strata jumped straight on it. Interesting. All this time we've been using that Hibana, but we'll see whether Strata's going to use this mainly for this this priority wall on Kenors. It's like Juicy's just going for that mute jammer. Pop. Strata's going to open up this wall so that they can clear garage a bit more successfully. Ooh, I like that placement of the shield inside of CCTV to contest the Kennel's wall when it's eventually opened. Very nice.
Bomb located by attackers.
Bot from Derpe is just going to be so important for the Knights to clear out. He's been able to do damage from there before. So strong to hold. Oh, that pre-fire! Could have hit the mark. Not quite. Instead, playing very patiently here.
Half the round down, and finally, this wall's getting opened. Juice has got to be careful though. If I recall, he has been killed before in this position, and
Yeah.
I mean, I play Maverick quite a lot. The most frustrating thing is when someone has minced up the soft wall like this. Honestly, I cannot explain how frustrated that makes me. And look at it. Poor dude. Oh, this is the most frustrating thing as a Maverick. And there you go, wall's open. Hallelujah. Arlo can probably shoot the rest of that soft wall off. There you go, especially with the LMG. No better weapon for it. But 1 minute left. There's still a lot more progress we need to see.
Yeah, that's a really important point. I mean, opening Kennel's wall is one thing, cuts off a massive rotate. It's important, but you still have to have other map control. Hayward just missing an opportunity to take out Fisher, which would have really opened things up, considering he is the smoke and hasn't really used his smoke bays from what I can tell. Looks like he's ready to do so now. Dino trying to use these frag grenades to clear out any utility on that wall. Might try to use their final thermite breach onto that. Positions held by Sinister are really strong here as Milo gets the first pick in the final 30 seconds. It took a while. That means they will have the man advantage coming into that final stage.
Kill's gone both ways. Milo finds 2, and Derpa still alive inside of Garage. That's such an important position, and still Knights haven't dealt with it. Another kill goes the way of Knights, though, and just 2 left. All up to Derp now, as he's the last man standing. He gets 1 injured. 1 player is injured on the opposing team. 1 player on such low HP, and the last one is planting. It's all on Derp here. Final round of the map, and Dino's just trying to hold it. Now 1 versus 2 in the retake. Gonna stim himself up. Needs to reload the MP5. He's got some time. No information. One of his teammates downs. Playing the slow game. Going outside. He's gonna revive Nico! What a play with the stim pistol! Surely this 2v2 now is achievable. And Sinister have the health advantage all of a sudden. Arlo and Dino are a hair's breadth away from losing it here. And there's Don't Better find the first kill, and Nico as well! That's the clutch for Sinister, and that's the entire map! Everything we've looked at from now, and that clutch on the back of the stim pistol! I've never seen that before in my life.
No way. What a way to win it from Sinister. That's great teamwork there from Nico and Derpe. Far out, damn. I can't believe that was the conclusion of that map. That was insane.
You couldn't have written it better. You couldn't have written it better if it was scripted. Oh man, what a treat. What an absolute treat. And I mean, the cherry on top is that Nico, the man who got stimmed, actually got the last kill. And you know what's hilarious is Nico, he was outside, right? He would have been detected, you'd think. Man, well, what on earth was that? It's nuts, dude.
That was nuts. That was a really good map, though. We've been treated to 2 fantastic 8-7s. And, wow, tonight has just been incredibly close between a lot of these teams. Even the second map in that first series felt like it was a lot closer than the scoreline said. And I can only feel like the second map of this is going to be similar.
Gosh darn it, man. That was so intense. I'm still reeling. I'm gonna have a look at my spreadsheet and see what we can see out of that. Let's have a look at my opening KD, which I managed to fill out for every single round. Hayward was 4-0. They got opening pick 4 rounds. Didn't die once to it. I think Juicy struggled a little bit. Died 3 times on the opening pick, and a lot of those times I feel like he was getting caught off guard. One time he was mavericking something, and a lot of that was a bit of a struggle. But something I didn't actually track necessarily in terms of writing it down, but I definitely noticed was there were a lot of rounds where we didn't see a pick until the last 30 seconds of the round. And I took note in that last round, what Milo got the opening pick, 30 seconds left on the clock, 5v5.
Yeah, and of course that's going to favor the defense. Even if it went the other way, it still really favors the defense because you have to consider the clock as basically your extra teammate. So, some of those rounds were just crazy. And that last one, the Knights were trying to play it really cautiously, patiently, disciplined, but they weren't able to get enough map control to really give themselves a chance. I mean, they did bring it back. They got that plant down. It kind of looked like it was going to be their rounds, but yeah, that big brain play. I don't know. I'm still in shock a little bit.
I'm actually shaking. Like, you can't see this, but my leg under the desk is actually shaking. I'm so full of adrenaline right now. I can't imagine what the players are like. I need a break. You need a break. The players need a break. But we're going to be back in just a minute for the second map, the conclusion to this epic series.
Attackers. A bomb is Attackers bomb diffuser has been planted. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Attackers blocked. 15 seconds left. Bomb located by attackers. Attackers bomb diffuser. Defender has left the designated state. Defender. 10 seconds left.
Are you like Caden, who loves to make the most of the slow loading times of his HDD?
Save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get out now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a
hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life breath again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
It's nearly midnight here, and we still haven't started the final map of the night. This has been a crazy night of games. 2 8-7s, and I mean, I'm just running on adrenaline right now, and a giant knob of Nutella that I also ate just during the breakdown and a bunch of water. So we're all good to go. Raven.
Yep.
No words. Ugh.
Yeah. Man, the matches tonight have been insane. Like, two of them literally couldn't have been any closer. That last one, even though it was an 8-7, also came down to a post-plant 2v2 situation. Yeah, I don't even know what to say at this stage. It's been crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had the opportunity to stay up with all the socials and stuff, but I really hope and bet that one's clipped out there along with a lot of other good plays. So look for Rainbow6ANZ on Insta, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch. I know a lot of you guys are watching on Twitch right now, so whatever, we're all there. We've got so much action coming up. My goodness. All right, so that was map number 1, Clubhouse, and it was so close to being a revenge story for Knights, rather, when Sinister beat them, but they do keep that head-to-head going strong. Sinister maybe were the favored team going in this, but Knights have proved they're no pushovers.
Absolutely, and considering that was Sinister's map pick, pretty big deal. I mean, Knights almost took it off them, and as you said during the match, the way that the Six Masters veto format works, given as you have more of a pick of the map to play, there's a bigger onus on the fact that you should be winning your map pick. So that could have been really devastating to Sinister.
Yeah, and our next map on the agenda is Coastline. This is Pittsburgh Knights map pick. And to be honest, what I've written as notes for Sinister for Coastline is limited info. In terms of recent history, they beat PC 419, which is not a pro level team, but they are a very strong team in the LPL Pro division just a few weeks back. That's a good victory, but again, that was also a close match. Let's have a look. That one went over to 8-7, so a very, very close match against a not pro team. That doesn't bode necessarily very well for Sinister going into this matchup when Knights have picked this map knowing that this is where they're going to be heading to.
Yeah, it's definitely not a map that we've seen a lot of from Sinister, so I'm excited to see what they pull out. They've been in really good form ever since that second half of the Pro League, and I think this will be another test for me, seeing a map that they haven't played a lot of, that they're potentially a bit weaker at. If they do manage to pull out a victory here, well then I'm starting to feel even more converted towards the trajectory of their form. But the Knights have proven strong on Coastline before, so it's definitely not going to be easy.
Yeah, I feel like no matter what, if Sinister wins this game, this has been so hard fought and will continue to be, because I've got to say, like, if you just ask my gut reaction right now, who's winning this next map, looking at the paper, I've got to say probably Knights. They're my favored. You know, they picked this out of, they have 5 maps to choose from. They picked this, they wanted to take us here, which means they've been prepping for it. It's been on their agenda. On top of that, Sinister's most recent performance was a close one. So let's dig into it. It's Coastline, our final map of tonight, and then I promise you guys can go to sleep, but you certainly can't sleep while this game's going on, because tonight has been a rocket ship. It's Sinister versus Knights on Coastline.
And if you just were asleep, well, rise and shine, rest of world, because I'm sure it's pretty much daytime for almost everywhere except for where we are. I am excited
it's
for the
nearly
final.
Tomorrow, actually. In 14 minutes, It's going to be Wednesday.
Yep.
Yeah. And then 17 hours after that, we're going to be casting the next Playday.
Yeah, of course. So make sure you guys are tuning back in tomorrow, because, I mean, if today's been like this, tomorrow, who knows? But there's some pretty big matches tomorrow, which we'll talk about later. right now, we have Sinister versus Knights on Coastline so that we can conclude this series. Because, I mean, an 8-7 on that first map, well, that was nuts, and we want to see more. Habana and Ying being the attack bans, nothing major here for Coastline. I mean, the Habana ban doesn't make a massive impact, in my opinion. Coastline definitely not a map that is reliant on a lot of hard breach use.
And that rounds out the ban phase. Habana, not an operator that everyone likes to bring on this map, but does have its uses, particularly on that wall onto drinks and cocktail. And the Valkyrie, really good on this map, especially for enabling that kind of aggressive play style. So being banned out by Sinister, I guess it looks like they want to lean into this Echo instead. With Maestro and Valkyrie banned, they're really going to be kind of relying on that Echo. Maybe operators like Pulse and Mozzie to kind of gather some extra info as well.
Say too, Coastline generally has favored attacking sides. We saw that true last week as well in the Knights Ferox game. And so the Knights are starting here on attack. Really feel like that is going to favor them a bit. But of course, Sinister have had a chance to watch that VOD. So I am very excited to see what Sinister have done to adapt to that, because Knights really showed up against Ferox.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. You know, winning 7-4 against Ferox last week is a great, I guess, something to boast. And I mean, looking a bit further back, Ferox, or the Knights had also played Ferox in Pro League pretty recently on the second last Playday, and they won 7-2, even more convincingly. Going back further, you know, Knights beat Elevate on this map during the Pro League last season, 7-3. So I think it's pretty clear to say that Knights is good on Coastline. This is home territory for them. It's why they picked it here. As we talked about in the pre-show, Sinister only have that. The only recent game is that one loss. Sorry, just close victory against PC419 8-7, and that's. I mean, it's one thing to, you know, 8-7 PC419, which is what Sinister did, and it's another thing to 7-3 Elevate, which is what Knights did. Totally different ballparks we're talking about.
Yeah, it's a really great point. I think that does beautifully demonstrate that the Knights are wholly proficient on this map. Definitely going to be a struggle for Sinister. So of course makes it all the more impressive if Sinister do manage to pull out with a victory or bring it to be very, very close. See what works here. Sinister are actually quite the roam top floor here to defend Kitchen. Deny that entry towards VIP, which is really critical vertical control. Kitchen is a terrible place to play as an anchor defender once the attackers have that VIP section. So you want to delay that as much as possible.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
And that's why we see so much on Kitchen, very much extended holds into Sunrise, where we see the Echo at the moment. Strider seems like he's interested in trying to go for a quick push here, but he knows that barbed wire, whether he destroys it or just peeks through it, that'll give his position away. Deadbear seems very keen to fight through this angle though. Very confident, got the ACOG to work with as well, and Fisher might support. A nade comes over, a little bit of damage done. The Dino finds that first kill, then he goes down. And Dirtbear looking for some kind of reply here, but he decides to back on out. Dangerous gamble, but he does get away with his life for now, and Nico gets the reply.
Yeah, it was probably the right call there. Strider ended up in hot pursuit, not finding anything. Knights have some pretty good map control now, though. They've got that Sunrise, they've got security. It should make it harder for these rumors to move around, but Dirtbear is actually just getting straight back off site. He's been tagged up heavily. He could be in another engagement very, very soon. He's going to hold the angle into security, though, unbeknownst of Arlo just being in courtyard right on the other side.
Just waiting. Dirtbear not far away. Fisher also not far away. And that heavy LMGE ringing out proud and true, but Derp's looking the wrong way. It's also this angle looking into the pantry. Derp suddenly aware of this position. Really cautious. He's low HP. And the fire lane comes from Knights. Fisher's there to receive one of them. Derpe gets taken down. Arlo holding fast, and that smoke does not deny the plant. It eventually does take out the planter, but the fuser goes down. 3 players left for Sinister to make this retake happen. Very doable.
Milo's just going straight for the counter defuse here.
Surely
Do the
not.
Knights realize what's going on? Surely not. Oh, Arlo just in the last second gets that denial. It's actually down to 1v1 though. Still doable given the time. Fisho is going to attempt to get a tricky angle here, starting the counter defuse, just baiting it. It's a nice long. Oh,
yes,
Fisho! Oh, what a shot onto Hayward and Sunrise. In the nick of time too. He had about 5 seconds to spare. Well played, Sinister.
Oh, 1 versus 2 clutch, in fact, for Fisher, if I'm not wrong there. Very close. I mean, well done for Knights. Getting that plant down, it was risky, but they did manage it. And then in the last few moments as well, when Sinister were in the man advantage, but Arlo on the LMG came into clean house. A great clutch to close it out there with Fisher here. Very unlikely clutch, but a great job during to making it happen. You know, he only had 5 seconds of leeway there in that round.
He also had like 1 or 2 HP after that engagement. So, couldn't have been closer. I think that's just exactly what this series is, Dev. It's just has been a series of millimeters or milliseconds.
Attackers need
Yeah,
to
no
locate
doubt.
and defuse bombs.
So, moving forward now, Sunrise taken for a secondary. You know, I'm actually surprised that Kitchen was taken as primary for Sinister. I feel like Kitchen's been slipping out of favor a little bit
Discovered the location
for a
of
lot
the
of
bomb.
teams. For a while, there was a really dominant strategy, that kind of lobby presence, opening up all of those angles in the Kitchen, make it impossible to play there, but seemed to slip out of favor for a bit. But nonetheless, Sunrise taken. I think the main anomaly is just Hookah is still so prevalently played on this map, whether it's ranked or Pro League. And we haven't seen that quite yet from Sinister, at least.
Yeah, potentially saving it in the
Attackers are
pocket.
heading
Of
out.
course, Penthouse being the least played site, at least here in ANZ. So we're unlikely to see that, but maybe Sinister have been working on some things. I mean, we talked about that. They haven't shown this map much. Maybe it's one of those ones they've just been chugging on in the background for a long time, and now they're finally comfortable playing it. Because otherwise, I mean, we looked at paper, it's one of Knight's stronger maps. Could have had a strong argument to actually just banning it out.
So having a look at what kind of information gathering we got on Sinister. There's the pulse, of course. Pretty common place for a pulse to sit down here in office. Derpet also got some Mozzie drones somewhere, to be sure. Milo, I guess you could kind of say Alibi can be a little bit information gathering. If you put them on the right windows and people spray them, it does give you an idea of where the defenders are, where the attackers are, rather. It's slow and steady so far for Knights, just clearing out this top floor. Making sure not to peek aggressively. And why are these alibi devices in places where they can just be easily shot? I really feel like that's a huge waste. Put one behind
Yeah,
the
I feel like
shield.
I feel like they're trying to catch pre-fires, but I totally agree with you there. This vertical control
huge waste.
very early.
Nico does find that first though. It's 2 kills now for Sinister, making this more and more difficult for Knights. And also going to be much more difficult to track any utility, such as there's magnets and Mozzie drones, and even Vinny holding that pulse scanner out now that the IQ is off the table. Knights are just, ooh. Things try to herd the pulse scanner he put away just there. You can see they've slowed things down, these attackers. They're waiting for an aggressive peak, but Sinister is smart. They're not going to give them that opportunity.
A bomb has been located.
One thing about Sinister in general is they have never really given Knights that much across both maps. I mean, we've only seen 1 round so far on this map, but Clubhouse is very much like that. Playing similar style here. Fisho is the only one really hard holding Sunrise though, so the Knights really are starting to surround that and get a bit of control there. Sinister still very spread out, able to make a retake, and of course they have the man advantage, so that's very critical in this final 40 seconds as Nico is in pursuit of somebody on Cool Vibe stairs, and now he's going to be able to hold this strong position just tucked away in that nook.
30 seconds and 3v5. Juicy wants to go deep here. Drops down the hatch. Don't know if anyone's aware of this, but he also doesn't have very much information on where these players reside. Legion does spot him out, and there you go. Another player. Fisho guy holding fast here. Strider has to make this peak happen, but Fisho for the 3k. Nice and clean. Close the round.
Bisho in the last 2 rounds has been huge for Sinister. I mean, he essentially got a 4K in that first round. Wasn't credited with 1 because it was the final down, not finished. But regardless, it's just been 2 big rounds from him. He's really stepping up. He struggled a little bit on Clubhouse. He did start to get into it towards the end. But wow, he's really peaking here on Coastline these first 2 rounds.
Definitely, and things have looked pretty tough for the attacking side thus far. I mean, it was very close in the first round, but I mean, I didn't really feel like Knights was in the round that game. And it's funny because we were being pretty critical of Sinister's defenses, you know, some weird alibi placements, etc., etc.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Sinister, they are finally going to that hookah site dev that you talked about. It's really the meta, is the more favored side, and maybe this was all part of their plan. Try and play through the other 2 first, pull back onto hookah, and then they get a sweep of their sites 3-0, but wait and see. Most importantly for me is that really this has more so leaned traditionally towards attackers. And of the Knights games that I've casted and watched, that's very much been the case. The Knights have really excelled on attacking in Clubhouse. And the fact they're down 2-0 is starting to be a bit concerning for me. And if they go down 3-0, well, then I really would be worried about them, to be honest, with this map.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, this is their map pick.
Attackers must
You need to
locate
see them kind of
the
show
bomb.
up here, especially after, I mean, you gotta say, these guys will be tired now. I mean, I'm tired. I'm sure. I mean, everyone's tired right now. It's nearly midnight.
Defender
And there you go. That's a very ambitious spawn peak, but Miloska makes good on it. Damn. That was nasty. All the way out towards the poolside spawn. A very long run out on the VIP balcony. And, well, I guess he doesn't miss those.
Great shot from Milo, and that's Hayward down the IQ, so it's a lot of intel. Oh, the pre-fire onto Arlo hits the mark. Doesn't trade any back, though. But yeah, the Knights fighting from behind again already in this round. Really feels like a struggle for them to continue to move forward. And I feel like there's got to be a bit of a mindset blow, right? Losing the first map, 8-7, losing that first round in that final moments post-plant clutch, and now Hayward's been spawn peaked. I feel like if I was on Knights, maintaining a positive mindset, just coming onto midnight, is going to start getting tougher and tougher.
Yeah, honestly, Knights look a little bit lost right now. Slowly droning each other up. Here we go. Nico being live droned by the Mozzie. I actually thought that was a sledge for a second. It took me a minute to realize that was actually a defender being live droned. And yeah, that's wonderful. Those drones from Vinny working perfectly, as if Sinister were attacking right now, because it's what it looks like. You know, these guys, they're just going forth and attacking these Knights players, hunting them down and really giving them no rest.
Strider finally fights back, though, brings one back in their favor. It's Milo, that trouble player that got the first 2 picks, of course, now off the board. Giving themselves a bit more of a chance as we lead into the final minute, but it's really a lack of map control right now for the Knights. They have a potential chance to push through to hookah, but it's quite the trap. Dino evens it out. Derpe off the board, that's the Goyo. It's looking a little bit more likely now with a bit of time there, 45 seconds, repelling into hookah. That could really work against him if he doesn't get a pick here. Vinny very much aware. All going down. Vinny on his side gets the double. He's going to finish it off. No way. Sinister closed the round out. Oh, Dev, what is going on?
Vinny, what? That was nuts, mate. Oh my gosh, no bullets in the chamber, doesn't matter. I mean, yes, Fisher guy technically got the last kill, but that doesn't take away from Vinny coming out in style. And I gotta say, this is meant to be Knights' pick, and I was telling you that Sinister don't have a good track record on here, in contrast to Knights, who look great on this map. Then coming in tonight, it could just be coming out of a 15-round grueling map on Clubhouse that Knights ended up, unfortunately, throwing away and got clutched on by Derp and Nico. Maybe that just really affected them mentally and physically, because they've got to be tired in both of those aspects right now.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. And I mean, that can be the downside, right? The Knights have probably thought, hey, Coastline got through. We're picking Coastline. We're great at Coastline. But they also haven't seen much Sinister on Coastline. Like, it's just that PC 419 game, as you said. And that was in LPL. Would have been playing with Luna, so maybe a couple of things slightly different because they've got Derp for this. That's not a lot to go on to form some kind of counter strategy or be very familiar with how your opponent's playstyle is on that map. So that could be really working against the Knights in this instance.
That was also way back in February, and it's been quite a while since the end of Feb. Times changed, and Sinister have had plenty of time to revamp their strategy, as you said. Slightly different roster as well. That's the most frustrating thing when you're trying to walk through a little gap and the shield just doesn't let you. But I think it's intentionally frustrating for a lot of these Pro League strategies. Trying to make it so it's really difficult for the attackers to walk through there.
Just realized too, Dev, Fisher is up there on 7-0. 3 rounds, hasn't died.
Jeez.
Had pretty big impact.
Yeah, he's been nuts, and really Sinister have looked like they've been chilling so far. That's a weird choice of Gridlock charge. Very easy to just shoot the Mother charge, if you will, and make sure that the rest don't deploy, and Vinny gets the first kill. See you later, Juicy! Is this? Yeah, it's just a rush. Alright, Dino, let's see what you can do, mate. Oh, baiting out the... Oh wait, the plant! He didn't see the planter, and then he gets taken out for it. Vinny on 2 kills so far, though. This is the weirdest round. I'm so confused.
Yeah, I was really confused when he didn't see the planter, but hey, it happens. It means they're in a 3v2 retake. Dino's tagged quite low, Strider a little bit lower. So definitely doable here on this retake. Derp was looming above, maybe looking for a jump out. They could try and team onto this guy. No! Oh, he misses the shots! Vinny is just on point so far, and it's all up to Dino pushing through kitchen. He also whiffs his shots. Oh, Dev.
Man, that was nuts. Honestly, that was, I mean, that went from a 3v4, 3v5, whatever it was, and then Sinister didn't lose another player on that retake. As soon as the bomb went down, Sinister didn't lose another player. Aside from Nico or whoever it was on the Jaeger, like, man, this is just so relentless. And such a change of pace from map 1.
It really is. I mean, if I'm Knights right now, it feels like they've thrown everything at Sinister. I mean, 2 of these 4 rounds, they got plant down. I mean, that speaks a lot about win percentages, because usually when plant goes down, your chance of winning the round dramatically increases. And Sinister have counter defused twice. And on top of that, like, Knights just, they seem like they're trying to throw everything at Sinister, but nothing is sticking. Sinister up 4-0 now.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Sorry, I had to sneeze, my bad.
All good.
Oh, wow. Heading now back to the Bar's objective. Man, this has been a real tough ride for Knights, and I just want to reiterate that point I was saying earlier. I've got to say, there's got to be an element of this which is to do with fatigue. You know, mental fatigue, physical fatigue. We've been playing a highly intense game for, I don't know how many hours now. 15 rounds on map 1, and that would have been so mentally distressing, losing that clutch. Good drone spots though. Not sure if Hayward's drone's going to get found, very unlikely. There you go, just flicking cameras now. Hayward's convinced there's a drone. He's convinced that he's got a drone over there, but Fish doesn't find it. Back to Bars anyhow. This is a pretty convincing one for Sinister. They found 2 picks nice and early, and then Fisher just went on to take a 3k. Still hasn't. Oh, you know, he has died. Fisher is now 7-1. What a shame.
Yeah, that last round. It's a shame. But either way, I mean, his impact isn't lost. Playing same position as last time there in Sunrise. Just tucked away near the bomb. Proved very strong. I think he got a double or a triple actually from that position. First time they held this. Something that the Knights will have to think back to. And I mean, this is another factor of fatigue, is memory. I mean, recalling things can be a bit tough. And as the match plays on, that could really be a factor. So we'll see how the Knights go with adapting to this. It's something you pointed out earlier. When you're bleeding rounds on defense, you can't necessarily concentrate on what you need to fix next time you attack that, because you have to think about attacking other sites first. And by the time you come back to it, sometimes stuff gets lost, or it can just be a bit tougher.
Yeah, there's a possibility that kind of can add to the flustering mentally. Also a little bit interested to see Dino really kind of moving into that gridlock instead of the Nomad where he was thinking originally. No, I think it was last round decided to change it up. Last round made a bit more sense because he was trying to use the gridlock charges to mask the sound of that plant. Maybe he wanted the smokes, but I don't think in most scenarios gridlock is as effective as the Nomad for denying those flanks. Here's some good information from Hayward. All this utility, mostly were my discs, but no doubt there's a yokai drone there as well.
And Sinister sitting pretty here. 50 seconds to go. The Knights have quite good map control, but they haven't been able to work a pick. Tags a couple, but nothing going. So much of Sinister is ready for a retake there. All generally east side of the site. Fisho opens it up. Again, another round here, 40 seconds in. The first kill. He tries to get aggressive onto Strider, but he evens it out. 4 versus 4. Looks like they're ready for an execute, and this is looking like it's a pretty solid retake strat.
This is when patience is the name of the game. Sinister is just waiting. Nice to make the first move, and they gladly will. A drop down the hatch, but Nico somehow lands that shot. No more C4 to deny the plant, but the Echo's also been taken out, which means he can't use his yokai drone. Plant secured. This could be the first round for Knights here. 3 versus 3. We know how good Sinister have been in the post plants.
Attackers need to protect it.
Yeah, exactly, and it's really important that Knights get this, or there's a trade coming out there to make it a 2 versus 2. As Milo goes for a big rotate, that means that the two Sinister players are both on site. They're very much aware that they're pushing from the side of Kitchen.
No way.
But, oh, the Knights will close it out, Dev. They will get around. It won't be.
I'm a bit scared there for a second.
Yeah, me too.
Well, nice to finally see Knights back in the game, though. Especially, it's what we need to see on their map pick here. Really starting to shut down Sinister, punish them, and start taking this ground. I think killing Dirtbear was really essential in that round. Denying those yokais meant that there was a not a free plant, but a much more reliable plant. Also, maintaining control of that kitchen area, really taking out a lot of those players was also very essential for Knights. And now it looks like Sinister are going to abandon the thought of retrying bars and just move on to Hookah, where they had previously won, now that it's unlocked again. A couple of 6-pick operators coming out as well.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
Sticking with the Goyo this time. And Hayward also jumping with the Capitao. So Knights are progressively bringing more and more smoke grenades to their arsenal.
Bombs located by attackers.
Yeah, and I mean, they're lacking in IQ, which I think is interesting because...
Wow, that's very insulting. I'm sure that they're very smart.
Hey, don't take me out of context.
Sorry.
My main point
I'll
is,
let you
like,
finish.
Sinister have been playing heaps of Echo, and personally,
Yeah.
I hate playing against Echo when there's no IQ.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Sinister is going so far as to actually, rotate that Echo roll around. Dirk played it last round, and Vinny's on it this time. And yeah, no IQ means it's going to be super hard to find these yokais. And really, I thought that last round would have been winnable for Sinister if those yokais had still been in play, but Dirk had been killed before the plant went down. So a bit questionable to see Hayward switch on over. Maybe replacing one of the other operators. I wouldn't mind seeing the gridlock drops, potentially even the sledge, but it's done. We'll see how well Knights work with it.
Bit of aggression there from Sinister. Nice and early. Milo trying to wreak havoc. Dino's been tagged super low. Not sure whether that was an engagement with him or not. Oh, that's Vinny on the Echo. Being taken out by Hayward. That's a great start for the Knights.
Yeah, well, ironically, Hayward, the guy who was previously playing IQ, takes out the Echo. Anyway, so those yokai drones not going to be completely disabled, but somewhat less effective as they can't use the sonic burst ability. But they're basically just invisible static cameras now, so they can still have a huge impact on the ground.
the timing of the look away there. Dope capitalizes on that. So Hayward has been traded out now. 4 versus 4. Still looking pretty good for Sinister in this round. There's one on Cool Vibes playing aggressive. Dino just gets back to safety. Wouldn't have taken much to frag him out, so Fisho just mistiming that. Sinister looking a little more aggressive in this round. I feel like they've just decided to step it up a little bit.
That's exactly what you need right now. You know, it's late at night. These guys have been playing for a long time. Keep that energy flowing. Aggressive push, and oh, a nice shot from Juicy there. Milo put under the pump. That aggression is punished. Nico now watching the top of the white stairs. They're a bit all over the place at the moment, but that's a good kill from Derper. So many 1v1s coming out between these two teams. Leaves us in a 3 versus 3.
All the Knights players are still on the ground floor. They're trying to get some vertical control. I mean, there are holes open, but they're not being too successful with getting picks through it. Dino is the one still very low on HP. In fact, he's basically one shot now. Smoke could be what kills him if he tries to push through. And then there's a double push up. Cool Vibes. This could be Fisho's bread and butter here with the shotgun. He gets one. He's flashed by the other as Juicy starts to push up. Actually does frag him out, making it 2 versus 2. Good refrag though. All up to Dino.
Yes! Blow that Goyo shield. That's going to take down Derp. A taste of his own fire. And then finishing him off with the pre-fire through the wall. 1 on 1. The last round of the half. Surely Derp is going to see the barrel of this shotgun and he can pre-fire around the corner. He has no clue. Come around this next corner. Does he pre-aim the right angle? Nika runs away and that's the play that he needed. Derp doesn't have a chance, and that's the kind of taunt that we expect to see from a player like Nico.
Yeah, well played by him. Nice and patient, just moving around, staying safe. Really like it. And a 5-1 defense half from Sinister. Pretty good considering this is Pittsburgh Knights map pick.
Very much so, and I mean, I'm a bit confused by that round, to be honest. Like I was saying during the game, it really felt like all of these individual unrelated picks just tug of war. And I think maybe you can partly attribute that to, you know, these players getting tired. The game is becoming a lot more loose, and these players aren't necessarily playing really tight on each other. Funny, we were talking about the IQ earlier, or the lack of in some of the later rounds from Pittsburgh Knights, and then Vinny here, and he was telling us the other night, he will pretty much always play IQ. That's his go-to. There's almost no scenario where he won't be playing IQ in a comp game. And he's just 6-picked off of it onto the Ash. Does he just want to go for the full send, or what? Because there's a lot of utility here for Knights that the IQ would be really helpful to get rid of, namely those yokais.
Yeah, true. I mean, he's been feeling it. He was popping off on Clubhouse. And he's hit some pretty good shots so far on Coastline, so maybe he's got a bit of a counter push strat in mind, or they're just gonna, like you said, send it. Like to do what they decide to do. I like that Echo is persisting between both of these teams on the defense because he's finally available and he's really strong. It seems like nobody's too keen to bring IQ, so may as well play it.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, there is a pattern that the Echo player tends to be the first one to get his head removed.
True.
Early in the round now, though. Sinister, let's see how they form up. It is a bars attack. Sunrise and blue bar. Very much map control focused, this kind of attack. Usually you'll see control of hookah being taken. Control of kitchen is super powerful as well. But it comes very loose as well for an attack and for a defense. Looks like the start is from the east side. Milo's just droning on out. Nico, Fisho, and Vinny get in the building. Arlo, though, does have a position below where he could use a C4. The question is, does he have this information on these players in VIP? He's hearing. Just listening on out. C4 in the pocket. Players droning upstairs. No doubt cautious for that C4 potential. There's something to flag for later.
Shot there from Dino. Just, again, hearing those footsteps, playing the sound cue, but nothing going, and nothing going is really the theme of the first half of this round now. Sinister taking some map control. They've got vertical play. Oh, that's a nice hole from Juicy. Just watching the entrance to hookah.
If you at this range,
Bomb located
while aiming
by-
down sight, he might land enough pellets to get the kill here. Someone walks through that doorway, he considers a fear, he's close to doing so. Juicy knows the longer he stays here, the more exposed he's going to be. Cautious about the bark opening up other angles that might expose him. He wants to be patient and find his kill. Sinister have firmly taken this control now. Fisher trying to waste out that ADS at the bottom of blue stairs. Wants to peek on down it. So be careful peeking this angle. A lot of angles to contest with. Nico finally opens above where Juicy was, and he gets out of dodge with only losing a bit of HP. Just under a minute left.
Yeah, double flank about to come up white stairs though. Derpe might get caught off guard here. They're starting to push up. Some call came out, got off his drone, gets a nice pick on a Hayward.
Oh.
The push up from the Mozzie. Good refrag. 40 seconds, 4 versus 4. This looks like it might be a hectic finish here as Dino gets one dev, 30 seconds. It's all going now. Seems to look ready to push the side.
3 on 4, 25 seconds left. The Knights players, for the most part, sitting on site. That gas is going to lock out Milo from the site. Fisho likely to just have to jump on in through the window, but Nico gets in this game as well, and it spots one player behind the bar. Fisho takes him out, smokes and fires to prevent any kind of push in, and that's a butt in the face. No. See you later, Strider. Let's see this one from Nico. And Kopop.
That's not what you want as the Echo player. Well, that's match point now for Sinister. 6-1. It's really, that's a tall order for the Knights to crawl back from, Dev. That's 5 rounds consecutively just to bring it to overtime.
Yeah, this is a very, very tough position to be in for Knights, and honestly, I'm lacking so much context for this. We talked again, I mean, going into this map, I predicted Sinister for the 2-0 before this game, right? I put my money on Sinister, and then coming in, seeing that we're going to Coastline, looking at some map result history from these two teams, seeing Sinister had a mediocre result against PC419, and Knights had some great results. I mean, that just, it made me think Knights would really come out swinging in this one, and I've got to say, I'm going to keep running with my theory that maybe Knights has just been taken aback by map 1 and how hard fought that was, how much that punished them. Maybe that's having an impact here. Or maybe I'm wrong, maybe Sinister is just completely counted in Red Knights. But I feel like there's something else at work here.
10 seconds.
I mean, I kind of have to agree. They've just looked a bit different on their attack half than previous matches that I've watched of Knights attacking on Coastline. And I mean, some of that could come down to Sinister's playstyle, their strategies, not as being able to easily, you know, counter-strat their team because of the lack of Sinister Coastline play. But either way, we might get a chance to find out in the interview. Have a massive task ahead of them now to bring it back to overtime. Very much like Sinister.
And this has been hugely loose for Sinister as well, from the start to the end. Even in terms of operator picks, it's Nico on the Ash at the moment, Vinny's gone back onto the Thatcher, so really happy to rotate kind of roles, especially on a map like Coastline, where you kind of have to have everyone doing a bit of droning and everyone doing a bit of fragging. Where was that? From the roof, but where was Hayward sitting? Was that in courtyard?
I think lobby door.
Lobby door, hey? And then Fisho finds one. There you go. Just in lobby. Door to courtyard. Hayward gets taken out as well. Sorry, it was Strider gets taken out, dashing into a Claymore. So, man, match point, 5v3 for Sinister. All they have to do is just play 2 minutes to go. Just play slow, play sure, do your normal work, basic stuff. This should be Sinister for the game.
Feels like it. Knights are 100% on the ropes right now. They're down 2 players in this potential final round. They're facing match point. Ooh, that drone's going to go right past Juicy. Maybe not seeing him there in luggage. Could open it up for the Knights if he gets 1 or 2 on the flank. He does get 1. That's Fisho, the hot player for Sinister in the rounds. Could be something that sparks a bit of a comeback in the round.
It's just the 1 pick, and Sinister still have that numbers advantage. Dino's been trying to duke out the opponent by using his visual scanner, making them not aware of his position. But you can see Sinister, they got so much time. They're not getting too aggro. not trying to play with fire. Dino here wants a gunfight, so Vinny's not going to give it to him. And Derpbear does eventually finish off Juicy.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Dino's
Charge from
retaking
below
billiards.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Oh. That's a good shot on the Milo. Oh, 2 versus 2 now, Dev. Maybe. Knights might bring it back.
Yeah, and Derp and Nico going to regroup. Good push out from Dino as well. Got the diffuser down in luggage, and now he's just going to sit pretty. Nico and Derp together. 1 Ash charge, 3 flashes on Nico. Couple flashes left for Derp as well. Oh no, Nico! Doesn't manage to get through that rotate hole, and Arlo picks up a 2nd kill. Maybe this isn't the round to close the map for Sinister. It'll have to be a nuts clutch. 15 seconds. Doesn't know where the players are. Doesn't have the diffuser. Has to pre-fire the angle. Doesn't even land his shots there. Bit of a whiff onto the Mozzie, and Arlo closes that one out. Knights are surviving. Just a bit longer.
Oh, I feel so bad for... It was Nico on the Ash, right? Trying to get into hookah, like, through the rotate. Oh, that was a series of really unfortunate events there. Trying to get through, got stuck, got flashed, then got shot. Oh, they've got a lot of room for error.
Oh, yeah, for sure. 4 rounds buffer before even the prospect of overtime arises. But can I point out there that Sinister was in a 5v3, and in the space that their 5 players died, they only got 1 kill.
True.
5v3 to 0v2. No, not great. Oh, not good. But hey, like you said, there's buffer room here for Sinister. Instead, as soon as you get complacent, you think, oh, you know, come on, we'll just lock this out when we lock it out. That's the rope that you're offering Knights to pull on to get back into this game of tug of war.
Knights now on Kitchen. This is the first time they've attempted it. In fact, they've rotated site every time, whether win or lose. See what they've got in store for Kitchen. Looks like there might be some presence upstairs. So again, they want to hold on to that vertical control as long as possible so that their anchor players in Kitchen especially aren't under too much pressure, because once that VIP control is obtained, it's near impossible to sit in Kitchen. All those default spots that you would sit that are safe from what you would call horizontal angles are super exposable from vertical. Yeah, best getting out of there.
Yeah. Here we go. Dino's doing a coconut bra peek. Not going to find anything in all likelihood. The only player left. Oh, okay. Someone's going to come out of spawn. Come on, Dino. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Come on! No! He gets deleted. See you later. And Vinny with the holo is just going to take care of Dino there. Only loses 1 shot worth of HP to his name, and damn, that's not nice. That's not good. Not at all.
No, that is not good. There's Vinny again with another nice shot. I know. I mean, it's one thing to be down a man, but that's got to be a bit tilting at this stage, right? It's almost 12:30 in the evening. They've played so many minutes of Siege, and especially on this map, just feels like every time the Knights have got something working or trying something sinister, just able to throw it back in their face.
Good peek here from Nico. Does secure that kill eventually as well. We're on this Kitchen service defense. It's the first 2 picks going to Sin. Hayward looking for this loose roam. Juicy upstairs. He finds one. Taken down really low. Nice red dot. Housing there, mate.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Gridlock charges coming on in, but you know, Ola's not too worried. Gonna take down those. Both teams actually favouring the gridlock on this map. But both Hayward and Juicy were above near hookah. But Juicy being low on HP, it's going to be really damaging to him. Potentially, Vincier will have the same problem. And just Sinister just have so many more avenues. With an extra player up, and really advantageous positioning, they can drone out the site. A lot of information being gathered here by Fisho. So good. 1 minute left.
And that's gonna give the critical intel there. There's one on site. The rest is really relatively clear. And the other 2 are trying to play some vertical holes, I would say, for the retake. Juicy might have an aggressive run out there on VIP balcony. Looked like he was keen to peek the doorway. Arlo is actually going to find one that's refragged beautifully though by Milo. bring it down into a 2 versus 2 though. As Hayward wins a gunfight, it looked like he was going to lose. Sinister go deep on site though. They're going to go for this plant dev. Looks like 30 seconds to go.
That's it. 2 versus 2. Derper just clearing out for Milo, who's going to stick that plant. Derp doesn't have any more utility in the pocket. Yeah, jab to cut off these flanks, but he does take out that one player. For the map now, flashbang to go out. Cross is using the pistol, takes a couple shots, but there, Milo on the refrag. And that's GG, the end to a very long series. Sinister finally make it happen. And that's a nice 2-0 for the night for them.
That is big points for them. They were disappointed with themselves. They weren't able to secure anything against Wildcard. They said so in the interview. And now they've been able to secure maximum points in this series. That's going to feel good for them. And that's going to jump them up in the standings as well.
It was a grueling series and Knights really felt it near the end of that one, but I think they saved face. Knights got to be happy with their performance tonight, especially on map number 1. Sinister just edging out of that one and then coming into the second map as well. Very, very strong. Been very impressed by Team Sinister. Was not expecting a coastline like that from them.
No, that was actually a really good coastline from them, but I think conversely, it was probably what you would consider quite the poor coastline from Knights. I buy into your heavily pushed theory of the fatigue factor. I really think that the Knights were playing a bit fatigued and that it was a factor. I mean, I'm happy to be wrong and we could definitely ask in the interview, but from what I was watching, it just didn't look like their normal style for coastline.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what exactly was wrong. I mean, I'd have to go back and watch VODs and say, hey, they weren't doing this and that. But man, I mean, there was just something missing. And it looked like it was some kind of fire that was missing from Knights that had fizzled out after that map 1. And I'm just trying to put yourself in their shoes, right? They're up, and I can't remember, what was it, a 3 versus 2? It was 3 versus 3. They get 2 injured, so there's just one player left. 3 versus 1, map point. You need to win this attack, and it looks so close, and then they lose that to come back, and in the way that it happened as well. I mean, that's got to be tilting. That's got to have an effect on your mental game, and that's got to carry through, potentially even into the second map.
Yeah, and I mean, these teams work hard to try and maintain positive mindsets, but I think you've got to say, like, the time has a bit of a factor. It's late at night here, and when you've been playing a lot of Siege, they would have been preparing for ages before their game as well. And I know from experience, you know, when you're that second game and the first one takes so long, like, you feel like you've been prepared for ages. It can be really hard to maintain that energy. So yeah, I really think after that 8-7, it would have been tough to bounce back from that too.
Yeah, 100%. Oh man, I got a feel for Knights right now. I feel like they deserved a better showing than what they gave us on Coastline. And I think anyone watching and thinking, wow, okay, that they're not very good on Coastline, or this isn't a very good team, or that wasn't a very balanced match, you got to appreciate the where Knights is coming from right now. This is a really good team, and I'm still standing behind my theory that they're going to end up not at the bottom of the standings. I actually don't think they'll necessarily be top 4, but I think they're definitely going to be a contender for top 4, and I think with the coming weeks, we're going to see some really strong performances from Knights as well. But to take a minute to talk about Sinister, I think this is a name we're just constantly talking about with that strong performance at the end of last season, the Pro League going flawless over their competition and edging out away from that relegation spot where they've been dwindling for the last few seasons. And then coming into Six Masters, not getting any points against Wildcard despite our expectation, and then finally making good here and taking down the full 6 points. Gotta feel good.
Yeah. They've been playing great Siege. Their clubhouse was good, even though it was a close match, and of course there were some errors. I think in general their Siege was good, and to highlight that their issues in Season 11 for a lot of it was that they were just failing to close out rounds. The fact that they're now able to really have some solid team play and close out rounds, it's insane the improvement that they've made.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a great opportunity to segue from that and talk to Fisher Guy, who's the captain of Sinister.
Yo, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Fisher, mate. Fantastic to see you. You look pretty pumped after that one.
Thanks. It was a pretty close game on club. Dirt really pulled through and clutched up for us. Coastline, we're really happy with, I think, as well. So
Yeah.
overall, I think not bad.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that final round on Clubhouse. maybe talk us through like your comms. Was how heavily planned was the whole Nico get stimmed and make it a 2v2, or was that really like a last minute thing? Yeah, try to give us some insight on that round.
After Knights pushed through and took cash, and basically finished off, most of our team, we basically just went quiet, let Derp do his thing. And after the first stim, he just looked around and saw that Nico was down the garage door, told him to crawl out, and yeah, just made the play. It's fantastic.
Honestly, I mean, I hope you guys go back and watch that clip, and I hope I did it justice. I still need to go back and watch it, because that was one of the most hyped clips, if not the most hyped clip I've ever casted. And you guys put on such a show for us. After a long night, I want to know how you guys feel after those 2 points. I know you were disappointed about last week. A lot of expectation on you guys. How do you feel after that win? And how you're tracking for the rest of the season?
Well, in terms of like the game running late into the night, we usually just scrim until late in the night anyway, so it wasn't really out of our comfort zone. In terms of the rest of Six Masters, I mean, honestly, yeah, we're looking to take a top 3 spot, obviously, with Fnatic out of the running. We really want to prove our worth as a team.
Yeah, perfect. And I think you guys have demonstrated that you can definitely be competitive with the top dogs. Anything you want to say to your fans or to your org or anyone out there watching?
Yeah, shout out to our fans that are supporting us through every game. And yeah, shout out to Priest, Our org owner has just always been there for us and continues to be.
Lovely. Fisher, it's fantastic to see you guys at the top of your game right now. Good luck next week in your game and get some well-deserved rest just tonight. See you, mate.
Cheers.
Well, they do have Elevate on the menu next week, so that'll be a toughie, but I gotta say it was fantastic to hear from Fisher. I'm glad you asked about that round, though, because if there's anything I take away from tonight, it's that play from Derp and Nico. And
yeah,
I wish I could have been in the team comms that round. I wish.
Yeah, it really defined the night, because I mean, like, that round or that whole map was super close, and even that final moment was super close. It could have been a 2v1 clutch. I mean, that was still kind of gettable. Derp was dark, stimmed himself up, but then to make it the 2v2, that play was just insane. And I think that really set the tone coming into map 2. So if that round went differently, I mean, we could have had an entirely different situation that we're talking about right now.
Yeah, 100%. I just noticed on the ticker, Nico punching his way to victory in round 7. I approve. I think it's Josh doing, oh, someone's doing the ticker. Whoever did that, I approve. Man, there were a lot. I feel like tonight was intense, but there was also a lot of hilarious moments tonight. And I've just been embracing that. That was great. Now let's talk about Knights for a minute. Bit of a disappointing performance out of tonight. I think a lot of people would have been gunning for them to take at least the one map. Maybe their own map, maybe Coastline. What are we thinking for Knights? Like, is this an accurate representation of them? Or, how do we expect that they're going to be tracking on forward?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to focus a lot on map 2, but I think it's also important not to take away their first map, because they were so close to winning that clubhouse. And again, this could have been a very different conversation. If they'd closed that round out, then they would have been taking 8-7 on Sinister's map pick, and they would have had all this confidence coming into map 2. Like, honestly, it could have almost been a 2-0 in Pittsburgh's favor if that round went differently.
Yeah, fantastic point. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth. We've got Strider on the other end of the line. Hey, Strider, dude. Now, I'm sure that was a tough night of Siege, but I just want to say it's fantastic to get to talk to you on an interview.
Oh,
how you feeling, mate?
How you going? Oh,
I'm good.
Gee, get me started. So, yeah, I mean, first map you saw, we were pretty close, 8-7. I mean, I don't think it gets any closer than that to a 2v2 with a plant coming down to the end. It does hurt your feelings a bit, and you're sitting in Discord after the game and you're like, if only I did this, if I just did this on the last round, we would have won if we did this. But I mean, there were 8 other rounds that we could have done other things, so I don't think that's quite useful to get into our heads. And then I think Coastline was really surprising. Like, we weren't expecting Sinister to come out guns blazing, and yeah, as you saw, like I think they got like the first 4 rounds, like the first pick, and that just really hurt us. Like we're always on the back foot, not quite the position that you want to be in when you're attacking. For a map like Coastline, that you could argue that is an attacker-sided map, so they were playing it right.
Yeah, I want to focus in on, I guess, a bit of the mindset, but specifically those first 4 rounds. You guys got the plant down twice in those first 4 rounds, and they got 2 counter diffusers. With the way the first map finished and how the first 4 rounds played out on Coastline, do you feel like mindset was really tough for you guys to finish off Coastline?
Yeah, I think it wasn't really quite in our heads. I just don't think we were expecting them to come out like they did. I don't think it was really a mentality thing, because we knew we could have won the first map. And like, I don't know if you remember last week, we were having trouble with our defenses on Clubhouse, but that wasn't really the problem this week. It was really our attack. So as you can see, it's just on off. So we knew we could take it to them on Coastline. I think we just weren't really countering them. We're countering Ferox still. You know, we're still in last week's head mentality.
That's a really good insight, Strider. It was so good to watch you guys tonight. You played so insanely good on Clubhouse, and you guys have a lot to be proud of. And I mean, going into the rest of the Six Masters season, I know that a lot of people have high expectations for you, and they're well deserved. Despite having roster changes fairly last minute for you guys are competing with Sinister, who are at the peak of their form right now. So you guys have so much to be proud of. Now, is there anything you want to say to your fans, your org, anyone out there watching late up at night tonight?
Oh, gee, you put me on the spot. I suppose it's like, with all this virus looking stuff, it's really hard to keep track of people and keep on top of things. But we're really happy that the Knights have decided to stick with us through all the hard things. So a big shout out to them, and also a big thanks to everyone that's still giving us the cheer in the chat, even when we're losing 2 maps in a row. So we really do appreciate it.
Thanks, Strider. Well, I hope you have a good night. Take some time to just clear your head, do whatever you've got to do, and we'll see you next week when you come back stronger.
Might relax and play some ranked.
Sounds good, dude. Enjoy.
Relax,
See you later.
Catch you, boys.
Oh, I love Strider. Yeah, I mean, that would have been a hard thing to do just then, what he did, coming on and talking to us after that.
Yeah, and also just, it's pretty late. So on top of it all, he's probably just super keen to wind down, because, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's not just the fact that this is finishing late, especially as a player coach. It takes you ages to wind down, because you're trying to maintain high energy, high adrenaline for such a long time. Afterwards, it can take hours before you're ready to sleep.
Yeah. Oh, I totally get that. Same for us. And I mean, it's the same if you jump off rank at midnight. You're like, I'm not going to bed to at least 2 a.m., right? So let's have a look at how this all played out and where we're sitting at the moment. With the matches tonight, it was LFO who took the first map against TBD in a really quite impressive upset, but TBD stood fast on their own map pick of Cafe and ended up winning the head-to-head round count. And that was our first 8-7 in LFO's game. Then later on, we played Clubhouse Team Sinister vs Knights. That was the best game of Siege. One of the best games of Siege I've ever casted. I highly recommend you go back and watch that if you didn't, with one of the best finales to a round I've ever seen. And then in the end, Knights kind of, the flame fizzled out on Coastline.
Yeah, the first maps for both of these series were hands down some of the, like you said, most entertaining matches of Siege that I've watched in a while. Super close, and look, it's the great thing that overtime can bring to it, just that it's got that climax finish, it's intense, and it's really fitting for how those matches played out. So 100% first map of both these series, must rewatch.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's have a look at where this lands our H teams in the Six Masters, remembering that half of these teams will be playing tomorrow. So half these teams have played 4 matches, half have played 2. At the top, we've got TBD sitting at 9 points, the only team to win the 3 maps so far, but there's an opportunity there for wildcard Ferox and Elevate to catch up tomorrow night in their matches. Wildcard sitting at second place. Sinister edging in at third place, which is the top 3 spots that Fisher said he was really gunning for. And Knights just sitting down at the bottom after not winning any maps tonight as well.
Yeah, I really think that at least a top 4 finish for Sinister is quite achievable for them. They ended up finishing 5th in Pro League, considering they had a really bad first half to Pro League Season 11. And like Fisher said, Fnatic aren't in this, and given their form, I really do think that is a possibility for them.
So I want to get your 2 cents. Who are the 3 teams you reckon are going to end up on top? The 4 teams, I suppose, for the playoffs at the end of the season.
I'm still going to stick with, I guess you'd call it cliche or maybe a safe bet. I still think it's going to be Elevate, Wildcard, TVD, and Sinister. But, I mean, LFO have shown a pretty good case for how they could potentially even break to 4th place. I think it's going to end up being a pretty tight finish to the season with regard to who finishes maybe in that critical 4th place.
It's certainly heating up in Six Masters. LFO, I think, are the big team that have made the upsets so far, but there's still an opportunity for teams like Kanga, teams like Knights, and Elevate even, to really get in the game as well. We know we have high expectations for some of these teams. Like Elevate, we expect them to be topping the standings, maybe Wildcard up there as well, and we get to see those guys playing tomorrow night, which is super exciting. Matches we've got tomorrow night for you guys will be Elevate versus Kanga, so... interesting game. Opportunity for Kanga to prove they're worth something there and get some points on the board. Also, Ferox versus Wildcard. Wildcard and Mainstay we expect to do well, but Ferox also have proven that they are prone to upsets. So, any quick expectations coming into tomorrow?
There's, in terms of the predictions, like the snowball predictions, there's an absolute landslide prediction for both Elevate and Wildcard to 2-0 in those series. I do still feel that way, but just after some of the matches tonight, I can't help but doubt myself a little bit. You know, it feels like the ground of upsets is set.
Totally. So you guys are going to have to find out tomorrow night, same time, same place, 7 p.m. Sydney time, here on the Rainbow Six channel or Rainbow Six ANZ. We've got choice for you guys. We'll see you tomorrow night for that. Make sure you're there.
No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from a darkness black as the sun. No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from a darkness black as the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to I'm safe, only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But you bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring